Confucianism. Edwin R. A. Seligman edition, Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences. New York, Macmillan Co., 1931. Volume 4. Pages 198 to 200. Confucianism. This term, invented by European writers, covers roughly what is implied in the Chinese word jiqiu, the teaching of Taiju. Confucius, Kyung-tsu 551 to 479 BC, was one of the paid public teachers, Jew, more or less similar to the sophists of ancient Greece, who were common in China during the 6th and 5th centuries BC. He spent many years of his life as a public official, was a historian of importance, and did his great work as a teacher. Not a philosopher in the ordinary technical sense, he was concerned with drawing up a set of rules for human conduct rather than with the elaboration of theories. In later times, because of the tremendous influence of the school of Confucius, the Nemeji came to be used to denote his followers, as distinguished from Taoists and Buddhists. And jiqiu became synonymous with the religion of the Confucianists of all ages, including the teaching of Confucius and his early followers, as well as the later developments. Confucius, although under the influence of 6th century naturalism, was historically minded and a cautious thinker, and found it difficult to discard all traditional values. His philosophy was a compromise. Whereas Lao Tzu's naturalism was radically nihilistic, denying God and knowledge, Confucius taught agnosticism, worshipping the gods and spirits as if they were present. Lao Tzu condemned government, advocating laissez-faire. Confucius opposed only bad government and tried to formulate correct principles of governing. Whereas Lao Tzu condemned civilization and knowledge as leading to evil-doing, Confucius exalted the importance of learning and education as against abstract thinking. Whereas Lao Tzu was highly individualistic, Confucius based his moral philosophy on human relationships, the relation between father and son, between man and wife, between elders and the young, between friend, and between ruler and subject. Confucius has been called the father of Chinese history, not because he was the first known author of a history of his native state, but because of the importance he attached to preserving and studying the literary records of the history, institutions, and traditions of the ancient Chinese. These records, notably the Book of Odes, the Book of History, the Book of Changjin the Ili, became the Old Testament of Confucianism. The Analects, which record his sayings and those of his disciples, the Book of Mencius, Mengzi 372 to 289 BC, and a few other works of uncertain authorship, e.g. the Book of Filial Piety and the Chung Yung, form the New Testament of Confucianism. Confucius founded no religion. Contemporary testimony is to the effect that his immediate followers were frankly atheistic. Nevertheless, they laid the basis for a religion on thin precepts of filial piety. They taught 3 grades of filial piety. The highest ideal was to glorify one's parents by one's own effort and action. Next, not to degrade their name. And lastly, to give them support and comfort. Our body is inherited from our parents. How dare we carry on this inheritance without reverence? It is undutiful for a son to live irregularly, to serve his government unfaithfully, to conduct public duties dishonestly, to be unfaithful to his friends, or to be cowardly on the battlefield. Any one of these 5 failures in life will bring disaster or dishonor to his parents. How dare we live without reverence? Filial piety becomes a real religion when one is taught not to move one step without thinking of one's parents, not to utter one word without thinking of one's parents. The memory of parents took the place of reverence for a deity usual in other religions. Conduct was to be guided by the sense of responsibility to them or to their memory. Morality was to radiate from this sense of reverence and love for one's parents. He who loves his parents hates no man. He who reveres his parents is discourteous to no man. Thus was founded the religion of Confucianism without a belief in God or the gods. But the religious beliefs of ancient China soon began to creep into this new religion, which because of its highly intellectual character could make no mass appeal. As Judaism survives in Christianity through the Old Testament, so the old religious ideas and practices of ancient China were perpetuated through the ancient pre-Confucian classics preserved and taught by the Confucian school. When the Emperor Wu Ti, 140 to 87 BC, elevated Confucianism to the position of the national religion of the empire, it had already incorporated all the traditional beliefs and superstitions of ancient China, which such naturalistic philosophers as Confucius had tried to destroy or to purify. The cardinal doctrine of Confucianism as a state religion was the idea that the God of heaven is teleological, and that the will of God may be influenced by the action of men, in particular by that of the emperor. As a philosopher of the 2nd century BC expressed it, the action of man, when it attains a certain level of goodness or of evil, will flow into the universal course of heaven and earth, and will cause reciprocal reverberation in their manifestations. Evil acts of the government will bring forth warnings from God in one of two forms: catastrophic phenomena, such as earthquakes and mountain slides, or strange anomalies, such as eclipses of the sun and comets. Whenever such a catastrophe or anomaly occurred, it became the duty of the Confucian scholar to interpret its meaning and present a memorial of warning to the emperor. Since these natural phenomena were often capable of diverse interpretations, there developed a science of Confucianist casuistry, to the exposition of which the great historian Pan Ku, 32 to 92 AD, devoted over 200 pages in his History of Han, Book 27. Absurd and superstitious as this new Confucianism was, it nevertheless had its humanizing effects. It was the only means by which the scholarly class in an age of absolute despotism could fight tyrannical rulers and check their powers in the interest of the people. In their political thought, Confucius and Mencius were socialistically inclined. Both laid down principles of humanitarianism and benevolent rule by the wisest members of society in a sort of Canton republic. Confucius opposed price raising by private or fiscal monopolies and favored government regulation of prices, loans, free granaries, aid to transportation, and state relief for orphans and the aged, in addition to private charities. Taxes were to be equal and universal. Confucius approved an income tax and opposed customs tariffs. Mencius in particular stressed the importance of heeding the voice of the people. He devoted much attention to the problem of land distribution, conservation through closed seasons, and other aspects of economic life. He laid down the doctrine that when crime is the result of poverty, punishment is improper, and that responsibility for such crime rests with the ruler. The later Confucianists carried on this tradition, and from time to time brought about political and economic reforms on principles laid down by Confucius and Mencius. An important distinction between Confucianism and many Western philosophies and religions on their political side is the universality of its doctrine. The object of government is the entire earth and all its inhabitants, not any single local or national group. Another difference is the attitude toward consumption and production. While Confucius lays down many regulations for facilitating the latter, he reflects in his attitude toward the former the ideal of satisfying the pressing needs of all before permitting increased consumption by privileged individuals, an ideal which was typical of the family agrarian economy of China. During the medieval period, Confucianism was not thought of as a religion, for in this respect it had long been overshadowed by Buddhism and Taoism. But it continued to produce the scholars, officials, and statesmen who carried on the functions of the government and the state. It played a part similar to that of Greco-Roman culture in medieval Europe, with the important difference that while in medieval Europe the scholar had no way of social advancement except through the church, the Chinese system of civil service examinations enabled the Confucianist scholars themselves to control the channels of civil and social advancement. Buddhism for the salvation of the soul, Taoism for contemplation, but Confucianism for the ordering of society and government. From time to time, Confucianist scholars attempted to rid China of Buddhism. The famous writer Han Yu, 768 to 824, for example, proposed this formula of persecution: restore all monks and nuns to lay life, burn their books, and convert the monasteries to human dwellings. In 845, the government actually carried out a most drastic persecution of Buddhism, destroying over 40,000 monasteries and forcing over 260,000 monks and nuns to return to lay life. But Buddhism soon recovered, and its great masters, the Zen, Chan, or Dhyana, continued to influence the nation's religious and intellectual life for several centuries. The moral and political philosophy taught by Confucius and Mencius was simple, as compared to the complicated machinery of Buddhist psychology, logic, and metaphysics. For over 800 years, Confucianism produced no original thinker of first importance. It occupied itself with practical affairs, having yielded speculative thinking to the Buddhist schools. After long centuries of Buddhist domination, there arose under the Sung dynasty a new Confucianist philosophy whose chief representatives were the brothers Xiecheng Hao, 1032–85, and Xiecheng I, 1033–1107, Lu Qiuyuan, 1139–92, Chu Shi, 1130–1200, and Wang Yongming, 1472–1528. They sought to work out a Confucianist cosmology, psychology, and logic as the basis of a moral and political philosophy, which has become known as Neo-Confucianism. Neo-Confucianism is classical Confucianism reinterpreted in the light and under the influence of the Buddhist and Taoist medieval religions, and contains many elements taken from them. Unlike classical Confucianism, it is esoteric and speculative. It exalts meditation and quietism. Its attitude toward moral questions is far more rigorous and puritanical than the humane teachings of Confucius and Mencius. While it made no protest against the system of concubinage and the vogue of foot binding which was arising at the time, its great teachers condemned the remarriage of widows. To die of starvation is a very small matter, but for a widow, to lose chastity is a very great sin. Despite these marked traces of medieval heritage, Neo-Confucianism represented the historic tendency of China seeking liberation from the otherworldliness of medievalism and a return to the more practical problems of the individual, family, and the state. It represented the movement to secularize thought and society. Its esoteric meditation, its study and speculation were not directed to the attainment of arahatship or Taoist longevity, but to the perfection of the individual, so he might be better fitted to serve society and the state. Although Neo-Confucianism was at first persecuted by the government because of its uncompromising opposition to some political leaders of the time, it spread rapidly and gained a great following. Buddhism and Taoism ceased to command the interest of the intellectuals and gradually died a natural death, surviving today in China merely as the superstitions of the ignorant. Since the 14th century, Confucianism, patronized by the emperors, has become the orthodox moral and political philosophy of the educated class. For over 500 years, from 1400 to 1900, the commentaries of Chu Shi on the Confucian classics were used in all schools and all civil service examinations. Written in lucid and simple language, these texts have had tremendous influence in popularizing the moral and social teachings of the Confucian school as reinterpreted by the Sung philosophers, and they have colored all Chinese institutions. Neo-Confucianism developed in a united empire of absolute rule, and as a political philosophy failed to grasp the democratic spirit of classical Confucianism and tended to strengthen the hand of despotism. One of the Sung philosophers said that parents can do no wrong. By analogy, this dictum has become the unconscious basis of a political philosophy that emperors can do no wrong. In this sense, Neo-Confucianism has well-deserved centuries of imperial patronage. It has been responsible, on the one hand, for long periods of comparative political stability and, on the other, for a lack of political and intellectual freedom. In the early years of the 20th century, there were some attempts to revive Confucianism and reinterpret it in the light of modern life and thought. After the founding of the Republic of China, there was a feeble movement to establish Confucianism as a state religion, partly in the hope of using it as a bulwark against foreign influence, or, failing that, to make it the national system of moral teaching in all schools. But these efforts soon ceased, and by an order of the Ministry of Education, official sacrifices at the Temple of Confucius were officially abolished in 1928. From China, Confucianism spread to Korea, and thence in the 3rd century of the Christian era to Japan. Official schools were opened in the 7th century, and later Confucius attained the stature of a divinity. While its cultural influence was great, Confucianism as a cult never attained the mass support given to Buddhism in Japan. An essential transformation of Confucian teachings took place on Japanese soil, where the importance attached to the family as the institutional basis of life and to filial piety as a virtue were translated into an emphasis on the institution of the state and loyalty to the ruler. Religion and Philosophy in Chinese History. Sophia H. Chun Zen edition, Symposium on Chinese Culture. Shanghai, China Institute of Pacific Relations, 1931. Pages 25 to 58. Philosophy, in China as well as elsewhere, has been a handmaid, a defender, a critic, or an opponent of religion. In any one of these roles, philosophy is seen always together with religion as her partner, her client, or her antagonist. Even in the most radical thinkers, there lingers the ghost of religion. Socrates, who was condemned to death on the charge of disbelieving the gods of his city, died with the last instruction to his disciples to pay a cock to Asclepius, the god of healing. And Lao Tse, the founder of philosophical naturalism in China, was centuries later made to father a superstitious religion, and was deified as one of its supreme gods. It has been said that the Chinese people are the least religious among the civilized races, and that Chinese philosophy has been most free from the domination of religious influences. Both of these observations are not true in the light of history. A study of history will convince us that the Chinese people were capable of highly religious emotions, that in certain periods of history, China became so fanatically religious that many monks and nuns would willingly burn themselves to death as the supreme form of sacrifice to some Buddhist deity, and that Chinese philosophy has always been so much conditioned by the religious development of the different periods that the history of Chinese thought cannot be properly understood without being studied together with that of the Chinese religions. If our people today do not appear so religious as the other races of the world, it is only because our thinkers, our Voltaires, and our Huxleys had long ago fought hard against the forces of religion. And if China has so far failed to achieve a truly humanistic civilization, it is only because the rationalistic and humanistic tendencies of Chinese thought have been more than once frustrated by the two great powers of religion. In the following paragraphs, I shall try to present a brief historical survey of the interplay between religion and philosophy in China. 1. Two great religions have played tremendously important roles throughout Chinese history. One is Buddhism, which came to China probably before the Christian era, but which began to exert nationwide influence only after the 3rd century AD. The other great religion has had no generic name, but I propose to call it Sinitism. It is the native religion of the Chinese people. It dates back to time immemorial, and includes all such later phases of its development as Moism, Confucianism, as a state religion, and all the various stages of the Taoist religion. Sinitism has been to China what Hinduism has been to India. In its later stages of development, it has taken unto itself many elements from Buddhism, but its basic ideas and belief are traceable to the primitive tenets of ancient China. The introduction of Buddhism into China was the most important landmark in the history of Chinese philosophy, as well as in the history of Chinese religion. Before that, Chinese thought had to deal with the religious influences of ancient China. But after Buddhism had made itself felt throughout the empire, Chinese thought had to face the doubly difficult task of assimilating an alien system of religion and philosophy, and of adjusting itself to the demands and perils of the rapidly changing and partially Indianized Sinitic religion. We may conveniently divide the history of Chinese thought into 3 main periods. The first period may be called the Sinitic Age, which ends with the ascendancy of Buddhism in the 4th century AD. The second period is the Buddhist Age, covering the 8 centuries from 300 to 1100 AD. The third period may be called the Age of Chinese Renaissance, which began with the rise of secular Neo-Confucian thought in the 11th century and comes down to our own times. The civilization of ancient China was essentially a combination of the cultures of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The Shang dynasty, which flourished in the 2nd millennium BC, had its political and cultural center in and about modern Honan, and its territory and influence extended eastward to the sea. Its culture may be called an Eastern culture. The Zhou people came from the west and, gradually moving eastward, finally conquered the Shangs towards the end of the 12th century BC. Its political capital remained in western Shenxi until it was captured and sacked by the barbarians in 771 BC. It was the blending of the eastern and western cultures of the Shangs, and the Chos that formed the civilization of ancient China. What we term the Sinitic religion was the product of this Shang-Cho cultural combination. From the vast number of oracular bones with finely carved ideographical writings which have been found in Anyang, Honan, we may infer that the Shang people were devout worshippers of dead ancestors, that they had apparently no worship of a supreme god, and that they believed in divination, and every important activity of the state, from hunting to war, was decided by reading the oracular answers in the burnt crackings on the tortoise shells or animal bones. It was from the Shang people that the worship of ancestors and the belief in divination came to be integral parts of the Sinitic religion. With the eastward march of the Cho people, there came a new religious force which was almost monotheistic. In many of the songs and odes left by this people, we can see that they worshipped a Shang Ti, supreme god, or Hao Tian, august heaven, who was all-seeing and all-powerful, and who would protect the just and punish the evildoers. When the Cho people had conquered the Eastern dynasty, the religion of the conquerors was superimposed on the older religion of the vanquished people of the East. The two currents gradually became merged into one national religion which recognized a supreme god and also accepted the general worship of ancestors. Between the supreme deity and the ancestors, there were the lesser gods of the natural forces, the sun, the moon, the mountains and rivers, and the deified ancestors of great achievement. Tribal gods of newer races were also brought into this pantheon of the religion of the Shang and Cho peoples. The belief in divination continued to be in great vogue, but its technique went through many changes. A new process was introduced under the Cho dynasty, which used a fixed number of divination sticks arranged in a definite order, and which, instead of the old practice of deciphering the burnt crackings of the oracular bones, had ready-made judgments for every possible arrangement or computation of the sticks. The best-known book of such divination judgments is the Book of Change, which in later ages came to be accepted as one of the sacred books of ancient China. The importance of divination in the history of Chinese civilization cannot be overestimated. As far as we know, the earliest writings in China were those engraven on the oracular bones, recording the subject for divination, the date, and the reading of the oracular answer. This was the beginning of writing, of chronology, of history, and of literature. This, too, marked the beginning of literary education and of an intellectual class. For the tremendous importance attached to divination and worship and the difficulty in deciphering the mysterious signs on the bones and mastering the art of ideographical writing, all these gave rise to a class of men specially trained for performing such duties. These were the priests and priestesses, the interpreters of the gods, and the teachers of men. The latest systematic excavation at Anyang shows that the oracular shells and bones of the Shang dynasty were carefully numbered and collected for preservation. The priests were the custodians of knowledge. It was natural that the office of the imperial historian was always connected with the state priesthood. Moreover, since astrology early became a part of the science of divination, the priests were the first readers of the secrets of the heavens, the keepers and reformers of the calendar, and the fathers of astronomy. They were the first scientists and the first philosophers. And, in so far as the object of divination was to guide state action and human conduct, they were also the first moral philosophers, who sought to understand the will of the gods for the warning and guidance of men. Such was what I have termed Sinitism in its simplest elements. This religion of ancient China contained these elements: the worship of a supreme God, the worship of the spirits of the dead, the worship of the forces of nature, from among which Tian'er heaven, in all probability, was differentiated and developed into the supreme God, a belief in the idea of retribution of good and evil, and a very general belief in the efficacy of divination in various forms. 2. The Western Zhou dynasty fell in 771 BC, and its capital was moved to Luoyang, Honan. The imperial dynasty was a mere shadow of the former empire. A number of large states had arisen to political prominence, and China was entering into an age of independent and contending states, each working for its own political ascendancy, territorial expansion, and economic prosperity. The old order, social as well as political, was breaking down, and education was no longer confined to the privileged few. Wars and the vicissitudes and sufferings resulting therefrom had set many people thinking, and were producing an age of poets, who were raising voices of criticism and protest. Many of such poems were preserved in the Book of Poetry. The ancient religion no longer satisfied the feelings and longings of the suffering people. Some soft souls might thus resign themselves to their fate. Let it be, God hath done it, wherefore should I complain? But others began to doubt the wisdom and benevolence of God. Thus one poet sang, "The people are now in peril, they look to heaven, and all is dark and dumb. It is determined, and there is none whom it conquers not. O great God, whom do you hate?" And another became more vehement in his complaint. "The great God is inconstant in his kindness, and he has spread famine and destroyed the nations. The great God is wrathful, he thinks not, nor plans, let alone the guilty ones who are destroyed. How about the innocent ones who perish with him?" The age of the poets was the precursor of the age of the philosophers, which began in the latter part of the 6th century BC. In fact, we may even say that it was the poets who had produced the philosophers. For by the 6th century, the Book of Poetry had become the most popular book everywhere. It was the textbook for literary education and for good manners. Its songs were sung at every meeting of princes, nobles, and knights. It was quoted in conversations of the time. Confucius once asked his son, "Have you studied the Book of Poetry? You cannot learn to talk without studying it." This collection of 300 poems, which contain love lyrics, didactic poems, religious hymns, and folk songs, thus became to ancient China what Homer and Hesiod were to ancient Greece. It taught the people how to speak and to sing, but it also taught them how to think. For, while it contained many poems of high religious fervor and devotion, it also included a great many others which, as exemplified in those lines quoted above, express grave doubts of the religious faith of old or openly criticize the social and political order of the time. And the generation which was brought up under the tutorship of these poets was destined to see the rise of what may be justly called the age of Chinese enlightenment. 3 great leaders, Lao Tse, Confucius, and Mot, arose within the brief space of less than 200 years, about 570 to 420 BC, and laid the foundation of Chinese philosophy for all the centuries to come. All of the 3 can only be best understood in their respective relation to the tottering Sinitic religion and to the critical and skeptical atmosphere of their times. Broadly speaking, Lao Tse stood at the extreme left in the attitude towards the old religion. Confucius occupied the center with strong leaning towards the left, and Mot, founder of the Mo sect, represented the conservative right. Lao Tse was a rebel in religion and a revolutionary in philosophy. Confucius was a humanist and an agnostic, and Mot was a religious leader who sought to save the old Sinitic religion by purifying it and giving it a new significance. Lao Tse was the best representative of the skeptical and revolting tendencies of the age. "Heaven and earth," said he, "are unkind. They treat all beings like grass and dogs." He revolted against the anthropomorphic and teleological conception of a supreme God, and tried to replace it by his idea of the Tao, which means a way or a process. It was a great discovery in the history of human thought, but it was so much in advance of his age that he had great difficulty in describing it. He said, "Before heaven and earth it was. Alone it stands, and changes not. Everywhere it moves, and suffers not. It may be the mother of the universe, I know not its name, but I call it Tao, way, and, for lack of a better term, give it the title of Tao Great." Lao Tse conceived the Tao as a natural process. Natural, in Chinese, literally meaning being so of itself. Everything becomes such of itself. There is no need of presupposing a design, a purpose, or a prime mover. "The Tao," said Lao Tse, "always does nothing, and yet it achieves everything." From this cosmological naturalism, there have been developed all the other phases of Lao Tse's nihilistic philosophy. The natural was the ideal. The best government was the least governed, and the ideal society was that which came nearest to the state of nature wherein reigned unadorned simplicity and native innocence. "When the world knows beauty to be beauty, there is ugliness. When it knows goodness to be good, there is evil." He wanted to return to a world where there should be no names, no words, no language or literature, no knowledge and no civilization. "Fill your stomach, but empty your mind." All this negative and destructive philosophy was not acceptable to Confucius, 551 to 478 BC, a younger contemporary of Lao Tse. But in all probability, Confucius was greatly influenced by the older philosophers' naturalistic conception of the universe. This is quite apparent in his exaltation of non-interference as an ideal in government. But he was an active man and could not be contented with a nihilistic philosophy. And he was a historically minded man who realized that it was impossible to return to a state of nature. He was concerned with the problem of setting the world to right order. "Birds and beasts are no fellows of mine. With whom shall I associate if I do not work with men?" When a disciple asked him about death and the proper duties to gods and spirits, Confucius merely said, "We do not know life. How can we know death? And we have not learned how to serve men. How can we serve the gods and spirits?" His position was that of an agnostic. To say that you know a thing when you know it, and to say that you do not know it when you really do not know it, that is knowledge. This was his formula of agnosticism. But Confucius was a practical educator and statesman, and was not willing to revolt against the religion of his fathers and his fellow men. He was always reverent in observing the religious rites of his people. When the people were holding a religious festival known as No, Confucius was seen to stand watching reverently in his official dress. And in his Analects this rule was laid down: worship as if something were present, worship a god as if he were really present. This philosophy of Thiels Ob was no hypocrisy, but sound psychology of religious experience. As his followers put it, "When you have purified yourself for the worship, and when you have put on the sacrificial robes, The solemnity of the occasion will make you feel as if the gods were actually above you and on the right and left of you. It was the psychology of reverence. Confucius and his school developed a kind of determinism, which had its roots probably in the ancient belief in divination, and which was also a logical outcome of the naturalistic conception of the universe. Life and death are preordained, and wealth and honor are in heaven's hand. That was how a disciple of Confucius expressed the idea of determinism. When Confucius was told of a plot against one of his disciples, he said, "If the truth prevails, it is fate. And if it fails to prevail, it is fate." The Chinese word used here for fate was literally meaning an order or ordaining, which had come to mean what has been allotted to the individual. This deterministic conception, while quite religious in itself, was not favorable to the older belief in the efficacy of appeasing the gods for special favors or for averting misfortunes. A man who believes in determinism will abide by his lot and will not worry himself about the pleasure or displeasure of the gods. "A gentleman," said Confucius, "sorrows not nor fears. As long as he finds no guilt in his heart, why should he sorrow, and what should he fear?" Confucius came from a family which had been direct descendants of the royal house of the Shang dynasty. It was most probable that his family still retained the old Shang religion of ancestral worship in its purer form. At any rate, Confucius, who was an agnostic, was at the same time the teacher of a new religion based, not upon any worship of the gods or a god, but upon the central idea of filial piety. The concept of filial duty seemed to have originated in ancestor worship, but in the new religion as developed by the Confucianists, ancestral worship became only a corollary of filial piety. This new religion was therefore no mere revival of the old ancestral worship, but a new interpretation which amounted to a new creation. The religion of filial piety centers around the idea that the individual body is the sacred inheritance from the parents and must be constantly regarded as such. "There are three forms of filial piety," said Sensei, a Confucian disciple and the greatest exponent of the new religion. "The highest is to glorify one's parents, next, not to degrade them, and lastly, to support them. This body is inherited from our parents. How dare we act irreverently with this inheritance of our parents? Therefore, to live carelessly is a sin against filial duty, so is disloyalty to our princes, so is dishonesty in official duty, so is faithlessness to our friends, and so is lack of courage on the battlefield. Failure in any of these 5 duties will disgrace one's parents. Dare we act without reverence?" Thus this new religion sought to establish a new moral sanction without the benefit of the gods. The constant consideration of never disgracing one's sacred inheritance from the parents was regarded as sufficient moral sanction for human action. The filial son never moves a step without thinking of his parents, and never utters a word without thinking of his parents. His parents thus take the place of God or the gods in a theistic religion. Now, this new movement of Confucianism, though mild and moderate in comparison with the destructive nihilism of Lao Tse, was viewed with disfavor and suspicion by the religious souls of the age. In the eyes of the devout people, the Confucian movement was not merely agnostic, but frankly atheistic. All its acceptance of determinism and its shifting of moral sanction from the gods to one's parents were regarded as dangerously undermining the religion of ancient China. The old religion was forced to defend its own existence in the face of such grave dangers. Thus arose MOTC, 490 to 415 BC, the great religious leader and reformer. He openly condemned the Confucians as atheists, who denied the existence of gods and ghosts, and yet ceremoniously practiced all the rites of ancestral worship. That is as meaningless as throwing a fishing net where you are sure to find no fish. And he strongly attacked the Confucian belief in determinism, the falsehood of which he tried hard to prove. He also tried to prove logically that the gods and ghosts had real existence. But he was essentially a believer in one supreme God who wills, feels, and watches over this human world with unlimited love. The will of God is love, love for all and without distinction. This was the greatest contribution to the history of Chinese religion. He was trying to purify the old religion and give it a new meaning which he found in the idea of love for all. From this central doctrine of love for all, MOT developed all the other phases of his new religion, which was later known as Moism. God is love, therefore we must oppose the wars among the nations. His sermons against war constitute the most inspiring parts of his works. His pacifism and love for mankind led him to travel long distances under great hardship for the sake of persuading nations at war to cease hostilities and effect peace. He and all his followers, out of their great love for men, taught and practiced very austere forms of self-denial. Mencius, the most severe critic of the Emo religion, could not help saying, "MOT loved all men and was willing to wear out his body from head to heel for the benefit of mankind." In order to defend the theistic position against the radical and agnostic thinkers of the age, MOT had to resort to the art of polemics. He invented the logic of threefold argument, which required all reasoning to be tested by three criteria. First, it must have the authority of the ancient sages. Second, it must agree with the common experiences of the ordinary people. And lastly, it must pass the test of practical utility. With this logical machinery, he proved conclusively that ghosts had real existence, and that there was no such thing as fate or doom. This was the beginning of logic in China. Truly, as John Dewey has long ago pointed out, logic always arose as an instrument for the defense of a faith that was in danger of being overthrown. 3. This great trio, Lao Tse, Confucius, and MOT, founded the schools of Laoism, as distinguished from Taoism, Confucianism, and Moism, which, because they continued to exert influences upon one another, in turn gave rise to other new schools of thought in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC. A detailed exposition of these schools is out of place in this brief survey. It is sufficient to say that those 4 centuries from Lao Tse to Han Fei d. 233 BC saw the maturity of the Chinese mind, the unfettered development of philosophy, and the foundation of Chinese civilization for all ages to come. Although all the earlier schools of thought had their origin in reaction towards the religious situation of ancient China, they soon plunged themselves into the intellectual activities they had initiated and gradually lost all the traces of religious interest. Even the Mo school became so much engrossed in their logical problems that they became master logicians and scientists, who apparently thought very little of their religion of the will of God. The Confucianists took great interest in the problems of ethics and politics, of civilization in general and education in particular. They were the humanists of the age. Many of the implications of the naturalistic philosophy of Lao Tse were developed in this age. The conception of nature unfolding itself without plan and without fail led to speculations on problems of progress and natural evolution, and the exaltation of nature, and the natural gave rise to the school of individualism, which placed the freedom of the individual above everything else. To live a full life is the best. To live with only incomplete satisfaction of one's legitimate desires is next. To live without freedom or under degrading bondage is worse than death. In politics, this line of naturalistic thinking furnished the basis of a political philosophy of non-interference and non-action, which, however, did not mean doing nothing, but only suppression of personal caprices in favor of natural order and objective necessity. This political philosophy was the foundation for the development of the theories of law in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC. In the hands of Chuang Tzu, the naturalistic philosophy was carried to such extremity as to become the basis of a very pessimistic fatalism. There was no escape from this all-pervading fate against which all human effort seemed helpless. What was left to man was contentment and resignation. In this we see the religious mood of medieval China. But the humanism of the Confucian school soon arose to protest against this fatalism of Chuang Tzu. Chuang Tzu saw nature but ignored man, was the criticism made by Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu and two of his great disciples, Han Fei and Li Su d. 208 BC, championed the idea of progress through conscious human effort. Listen to this Baconian song by Sun Tzu. You glorify nature and meditate on her. Why not domesticate and regulate her? You follow nature and sing her praise. Why not control her course and use it? Therefore, I say, to neglect man's effort and speculate about nature is to misunderstand the facts of the universe. It was Li Su, the disciple of this school of positive and progressive thought, who, as the leading statesman under the first emperor of Tiesin, brought about the union of the whole of China under the new empire, 221 BC. The feudal system was abolished. There was to be only one empire, one law, one language, and one system of thought and belief. Intoxicated with success, he proceeded to prosecute and suppress the critics of the government. In 213 BC, he presented a memorial to the throne in which he vehemently condemned all those who refused to study the present and believed only in the ancients on whose authority they dared to criticize the government and mislead the people. The imperial government adopted his policy and ordered the confiscation and burning of all books owned by private individuals. Only books on medicine, divination, and horticulture are exempt from this law. Hereafter, the people who wish to know the laws and acts of the government should go to the officers of the law. But the Tiesin Empire, which was founded on conquest, was not destined to last long. It fell in 207 BC. After a decade of rebellion and war, the country was once more unified under the Han Empire, which lasted 400 years, 202 BC, 220 AD, and laid the real foundation for a unified China throughout the ages. The founders of the Han Empire came from the lowly class of the South and had no interest in reviving the learning and philosophical teaching of the earlier period, which the first emperor of Tiesin had suppressed. By sheer accident, Tieseo Tiesin, one of the great generals of the empire, who became prime minister in 193 BC, was greatly impressed by an old philosopher of the school of Lao Tse, who advised him that the best way to govern a people was to let them alone. Tieseo Tiesin tried it in the state of Tiesi, and his 9 years of administration was crowned with great success. So when he became prime minister of the empire, he continued his policy of laissez-faire, which was necessary at a time when the people had not yet recovered from the terrible devastations of a long war, and the new rulers, being ignorant upstarts from the unlettered class, were not qualified to give to the country any policy of positive benevolence. This policy of non-interference, begun by accident, was maintained by the successors of Tsao Tse, partly because it was successful and partly because it was the easiest policy for any government to follow. The result was remarkably beneficial. In the course of 70 years, the empire was literally rolling in general prosperity. Millions of copper coins had accumulated at the imperial treasury, so long lying idle that the strings tying them together were rotting away, and the grains in the imperial granaries were literally overflowing and had to be stored uncovered, with the consequence that the grain soon became rotten and uneatable. The peasants became wealthy and owned horses. Those who rode on mares or young colts were laughed at in respectable society. Gatekeepers lived on fine food and meat. While China was thus settling down to the new political life of peace and prosperity under the unified empire, her religious life also underwent an important change. The Tibetan people came from the barbarian West and brought with them their tribal religion, which was animistic and polytheistic. They worshipped 4 highest gods who were interpreted by the Eastern philosophers as corresponding to 4 of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the number of gods was soon increased to 5, representing not only the 5 elements, but also the 5 directions: east, west, north, south, and the center, and the 5 colors. When the Tibetan people conquered the whole country, their tribal religion became the state religion, and the 5 gods took the place of the one Shanti of old Indianization. And as the formerly independent states became parts of the empire, their respective forms of belief and worship, too, were absorbed into the religion of the empire. The first emperor was particularly attracted by the religious sects of the coastal races of the Northeast, who had developed the belief in Shinshiner immortals, who dwell in the sacred mountains and never die, and who could teach us mortals the secrets of longevity. Connected with this cult were all kinds of strange worship and practices of alchemy, which aimed at the conversion of base metals into gold, and at the discovery of the elixir of longevity. All these, under the patronage of the first emperor, became part of the state religion, and the old Sinitic religion was greatly enlarged. Under the Han Empire, the state worships of Tien were retained, and new forms of superstition were introduced by the new ruling class, which had come from the uneducated masses. The 5th emperor of Han, Wu Ti, who reigned 53 years, 140 to 87 BC, was the most devout and most credulous patron of all the superstitions and worships found in his great empire. When he visited the eastern coast, over 10,000 magic and alchemical prescriptions or methods were offered to him by the followers of the various Tsi cults. Many of the alchemists received the highest honors of the imperial court. One of them was made a general and a marquis, and was married to the emperor's own daughter. Wu Ti constantly traveled from one place of worship to another in the vain hope that he might one day meet the immortals and receive the elixir of long life. He had everything he could desire in worldly wealth and honor, and he only wished that his pious devotion might be rewarded by ascending to heaven, where he might enjoy the eternal life of bliss, for the sake of which, he said, he would gladly give up his wives and children as he would discard a pair of old shoes. 50 years of magic, alchemy, witchcraft, and occult worship under imperial patronage brought about a dark age of superstition and fear which seemed to permeate the whole court and the whole populace. Towards the end of Wu Tiai's reign, a tragic case of persecution of witchcraft led to the death of 2 prime ministers, 1 empress, the imperial heir apparent, 2 grandsons of the emperor, and many other families, and it ended in a war fought in the streets of the capital and costing the lives of tens of thousands of innocent people, 91 BC. We need no better proof to establish the historical fact that China was entering into the Dark Ages long before the invasion of Buddhism. Imperial Sinitism has done it. This time, Sinitism was being fitted into the newly rising movement of Confucianism and was for several centuries to come to be closely identified with Confucianism. For the same emperor, Wu Ti, who patronized all those occult beliefs and practices, was known in history as the one great ruler who made Confucianism the religion and moral teaching of the empire. He gathered around him a large number of Confucian scholars who were indispensable for devising rituals and ceremonies for all his grand worships, and for discovering respectable precedents and rites in the ancient classics for their interpretation. The state religion of the Han Empire was, therefore, the result of cooperation between the Confucian scholars and the magicians, the alchemists, and the occultists. And many of the Confucian scholars, being children of the age, were themselves devout believers in most of these occult things. They readily offered their services and helped to furnish a rational ground for the grafting of all those strange forms of worship and belief in Han Confucianism. With the help of the Confucian scholars, the various occult elements of the religion of the people were successfully worked into a partially rationalized system of the state religion. The 5 supreme gods of the First Empire were degraded to a secondary position by superimposing above them a new supreme ruler, Tai, the Great One, who had been one of the popular gods, but whom the Confucians and the occultists conspired to elevate to the highest position in the state religion. Tai thus took the place of Shangtai in the older Sinitic religion. The old idea of retribution in ancient Sinitism was also revived and greatly amplified in the science of catastrophes and anomalies, which became the foundation of the new Confucianist theology. The founder and leader of this new theology was Tung Chungshu, died 104 BC, who has put it in this concise formula: the action of man, when it reaches the highest level of goodness or evil, will flow into the universal course of heaven and earth, and cause responsive reverberations in their manifestations. When the government has committed ruinous acts, God will give warnings in the form of catastrophes. Fire, floods, famines, earthquakes, and mountainslides belong to this category. When such warnings are not heeded, the heaven will cause strange anomalies to appear to terrify the ruler into repentance. The class of anomalies include sun eclipses, comets, the growth of beard on women, etc. Whenever the strange anomalies fail to check the evil action of the government, then final ruin and destruction will come. From this central idea of warning and retribution from heaven for actions of the state, there has developed a vast literature devoted to the science of detecting and interpreting the meaning of all the catastrophic and abnormal phenomena in the heavens and on earth. Thousands of such interpretations have been recorded and form one of the longest sections in almost every one of the dynastic histories. Every one of the ancient classics, particularly the Chun Qiu, the Annals of Lu, the Book of Change, and the one book in the Book of History known as the Hung Fan, was made the basis of the new Confucianist theology. When they found the classics not easily amenable to such interpretations, they invented new texts which were called Wei, Wufs, or complementary books to the Qing, Warps, i.e., the classics. The authority of this class of apocryphal literature became so exalted that throughout the first 2 centuries of the Christian era, many important state policies such as reforms in the calendar or selection of an heir to the throne were decided upon by strange confirmations from these forged books. 4. Thus was established the state religion of the Han Empire under the disguise of Confucianism. It was a religion which Confucius or Mencius or Sun Tse would have emphatically repudiated. It was the old Sinitism enlarged and widened to suit the needs and conditions of the United Empire. It had the willing cooperation of the Confucianist scholars because they, too, were already converts to this new religious conglomeration of the empire. Some of them were probably conscious of the need of some religious check over the unlimited power of despotism under a regime which was founded by one-time butchers and bandits. Tung Chung Shu, for example, openly taught that it was the principal precept of the Chun Chudo, subject the people to the ruler, and subject the ruler to God. And in the name of this new religion the Confucianist statesmen of the age did brave the anger of emperors and powerful ministers, and wring from them not a few social and political reforms in the interest of the people. But the intellectual compromise was too great, and the rationalistic mentality of the race could not stand it too long. So a rationalistic revolt arose in the 1st century under the leadership of the great Wang Xiecheng, 27 c. 100 AD, who was a native of modern Chekiang and wrote his great Luan Heng, Essays of Criticism, during the years 60 to 90 AD. The Luan Heng, says the author himself, are essays of critical judgment. One sentence is sufficient to sum up any book. It hates falsehood. Right is made to appear wrong and falsehood is regarded as truth. How can I remain silent? When I read current books of this kind, when I see truth overshadowed by falsehood, my heart beats violently and the pen stirs in my hand. How can I be silent? When I criticize them, I study them, check them with facts, and show up their falsehood by establishing evidences. In short, the Luan Heng seeks to sift the true from the false, and the genuine from the fabricated. In these words, we see the beginning of a new age, the age of criticism. Wang Xiecheng criticized the books of the age, the superstition of the common people, and the religious ideas and practices of the Confucian scholars. He was chiefly concerned with the new Confucian religion and theology, which were founded on the principle of responsive relation between the acts of man and the catastrophes and abnormal phenomena in heaven and on earth. He made full use of the results of the astronomical science of his age and pointed out that, on an average, there is one moon eclipse in about every 180 days, and a solar eclipse in about every 41 or 42 months. Eclipses are regular occurrences and are not caused by political action. All anomalies and catastrophes are of the same class and are never dependent upon political events. He also pointed out that the Confucianist theology was based on a wrong conception of man's place in the universe. Man's place in the universe is no more than a little flea underneath one's clothes or a little ant in his underground cave. The flea may jump about, and the ant may climb or crawl. Can these movements change the atmosphere of their hiding places? Now, heaven is vast and man is very tiny. How can a man hope to affect the air of the heavens with his little body of 7 foot? I am sure it is a hopeless ambition indeed. Wang Xiecheng further pointed out that the Confucians erred in their whole conception of nature. The Confucianist scholars say that heaven and earth purposely produce mankind. That is false. The forces of heaven and earth merely combine, and accidentally, man is born. The parents never purposely bear children, nor does nature purposely produce man. Man lives on earth just as fish live in water, or fleas on the animal body. They all come from the air, and reproduce according to their kind and species. This is true to all things in the universe. Heaven is the all-comprehensive air. It does not purposely produce the grains and silkworm in order to feed and clothe men, just as it does not purposely cause the catastrophes and anomalies in order to warn the governments. Things are born of themselves, and men make use of them to feed and clothe themselves. Wang Xiecheng represented a movement to revive the naturalistic philosophy of Lao Tse and of the later Laoists. Throughout the 2 centuries following the death of Wang Xiecheng, the philosophy of naturalism gradually came to be generally accepted among the intellectual class. The period of the 3 kingdoms, 220 to 280, and the Qin dynasty, 265 to 420, was known in history as the age of naturalism and nihilism in thought. The heavy and clumsy theological commentaries of the Han scholars on the Confucian classics were being replaced by the free and naturalistic commentaries on Lao Tse and Chuang Tse and Li Tse. God or heaven was now considered as the general term for all things in the universe. All things are produced naturally, that is, are so of themselves. The ideal life is the natural one. All universals are artful inventions of the mind, and therefore have no reality. Individuals only are real. Man should live as freely as possible. There were loud cries against all social and political institutions and rules which limit the human freedom. And because such bondages could not be easily removed without a great revolution, the philosophers longed for a free life in the ideal or idealized world of the Taoist immortals, who move about in the clouds and on the winds, and who are never subject to the limitations of matter or of the man-made institutions. While Lao Tse and the naturalistic philosophers were thus becoming the fashion of the day among the intellectuals, it was natural to expect the religion of the state and of the people to widen itself and accept Lao Tse as one of its new gods. It was no mere accident, therefore, that the Emperor of Yuan Ti, 147 to 167, built an altar to Lao Tse in his palace and worshipped him together with the Buddha. A temple was also built in the supposed birthplace of Lao Tse, and the existence of this temple was mentioned in the imperial edict dated 222. Such examples were easily followed by the common people, who were always eager to flock to new deities. As a matter of fact, early in the 2nd century, there had already arisen a popular movement of Taoism in western China under the leadership of Chong Ling, who founded a Taoist sect in which every convert was taxed 5 bushels of rice, hence the name of 5-bushel rice Taoism. The emperor was probably influenced by the popular worship of Lao Tse, just as he was influenced by the gradual spread of Buddhism among the people. Towards the last decades of the 2nd century, the popular Taoist movements became so strong as to assume the form of political rebellion. A Taoist sect in northern China had acquired so large a following in 20 years' time that it was able in 184 to start a great rebellion which, in the course of a month, was apparently spreading all over the whole empire. The leader of the rebellion was Chang Chio, the founder of the Taiping, Eternal Peace, Taoism, and the movement was known in history as the Rebellion of the Yellow Turbans, because the rebels wore yellow turbans as a mark of identification. That rebellion was crushed after some very great effort on the part of the leaders of the government troops, but the empire never recovered from its effects. The Han Empire broke up into many military camps and finally dissolved into the three kingdoms. The 5 bushel rice sect in western China also developed into a political rebellion in 184, and the Chang family, at the head of the movement, was able to hold a large territory between modern Shanxi and Sichuan for over 30 years as an independent state. After its peaceful surrender to Tsao's expedition in 215, the Chang family was well treated by the government, and this sect of Taoism was allowed to continue to spread among the people. It was this sect which developed later into Taoism as one of the three great religions in China. The Taoist papacy was held by the descendants of the Chang family for many centuries, until it was finally abolished by the Nationalist Revolution in 1926. This Taoist movement was again the old Sinitic religion reappearing under a new name. The name of Confucianism had lost its magic appeal in an age when Lao Tse and Chuang Tse were the sources of intellectual inspiration. Therefore, the religion of the populace also accepted Lao Tse as its new deity, and his text of 5,000 words as their sacred scripture. The Chang family in western China required every convert to read the text of Lao Tse in addition to the forged texts of their own. They were polytheists and believed in the existence of ghosts. They practiced healing of the sick by meditation on one's own past action, by prayer and repentance, and by charity. Confession of sin was required of all converts. Sin might be absolved by repairing roads to the length of 100 yards. The Chang family, which led the movement for 3 generations, were good organizers and laid the foundation for the future Taoist organization. They organized charity stations throughout the region, at every one of which rice and meat were stored to feed the travelers. They also organized a Taoist priesthood which, in those last days of the decaying empire, took the place of the civil and police officials of the various localities, and actually assumed the functions of government in the district occupied by the Chang family. The underlying idea was one of theocracy based upon the old conception of close relationship between the action of man and the supervision of the gods. The whole idea was diametrically opposed to the naturalism of Lao Tse and his school. It was sheer irony of fate that Lao Tse, the naturalistic philosopher and atheist, was deified as one of the great gods of Taoism. When the Li family founded the great Tang Empire in the 7th century, they were ashamed of their foreign ancestry, and claimed to have descended from Lao Tse, whose family name was supposed to be Li. This petty motive led to the exaltation of the Taoist religion to the highest position in the empire of Tang. But a new age had come through the introduction of Buddhism into China, and its gradual spread during the first 3 centuries of the Christian era. By 65 AD, it was already embraced by a prince of the imperial family, and by 165, it was accepted by the Emperor Huangti. By 200, we find it was defended by one of the native scholars in southern China. By 300, it was talked about by all Chinese intellectuals as the greatest system of philosophy ever invented by the genius of man. The story of Buddhism in China is too well known to deserve a detailed account here. It remains for me to point out that Buddhism came at a most propitious moment, at a time when the leading thinkers of China were devoting themselves to the naturalistic and nihilistic speculations of Lao Tse and Chuang Tse, which were easily linked up with the nihilistic philosophy of Buddhism, and in particular, with the philosophy of vacuity of the school of Nagarjuna. When Buddhism had succeeded in disarming the intellectuals, its future conquest of China was assured. As to the common people, the time was also favorable. It was an age of Taoist activity, and all the grandiose rituals, worships, spells, and magic of Mahayana Buddhism were readily accepted by the people as a more splendid and more magnificent form of religious activity. Shortly after 300 AD, the barbarians settling in northern China arose in open rebellion, and the feeble Qin dynasty was unable to cope with the situation. The whole of northern China was soon occupied by the barbarians, who founded their kingdoms and fought among themselves. The Chinese dynasty moved to Nanking and founded the Southern Empire, which continued to exist till it was conquered by the Shui Empire in 589. The wars and the devastations both in the north and in the south were also an important factor in making many people turn to the Buddhist monasteries for shelter and for spiritual consolation. The Buddhist monks were exempt from all taxation, forced labor and military service. They belonged to a mendicant order which lived on charity. The suffering population of the age naturally flocked to it, and made Buddhism the greatest and most influential religion in the course of a few centuries. Apart from its nihilistic affinity with the Taoist philosophy, Buddhism was opposed to all the best traditions of China. Its celibacy was fundamentally opposed to the Chinese society, which regarded the continuation of the ancestral line as the greatest duty of every man. Its mendicant system was distasteful to the Chinese political and social thinker, who was naturally alarmed by the prospect of large numbers of people turning into parasites on society. Its austere forms of asceticism and self-sacrifice were also against the humanist tradition of the Confucianist school, which regarded the human body as the sacred inheritance from one's parents. And its truly wonderful output of abstruse metaphysical thinking, never ending in most ingenious hair-splitting, and never failing in beautiful architectonic structure, was most foreign to the simple and straightforward ways of thinking of the native Chinese. Yet it was a most impressive system of religious ideas and practices. The Chinese had never seen the like of it. As the proverb goes, "The little witch sees the great witch, and acknowledges her crushing defeat." China was dazzled, baffled, and conquered. Millions deserted their homes and became monks and nuns. Thousands of books of Buddhist scriptures were translated under imperial patronage. Millions of acres of land were donated to the Buddhist monasteries. Thousands of temples and monasteries sprang up in all parts of the empire. Scholars, statesmen, court ladies and empresses, princes and emperors called themselves devout followers of the Buddha and his law. India was regarded as the western heaven whence had come all the light, all the blessing and all the inspiration. Everything that came from India was sacred. Hundreds of pious students, including such great names as F.A. Shin and Suen Tsang, braved great hardships and traveled long distances in order to study at the feet of some great Buddhist master in India and to bring back some sacred texts for translation and study. Even the worst features of Mahayana Buddhism, such as Tantricism and human sacrifice, were humbly accepted as integral parts of the great religion of India. After the translation by the great translator Kumarajiva, died 413 of the Lotus Sutra, Saddharma Pundarika, it became a fashion for Buddhist monks to burn a finger, an arm, or even the whole body as the supreme sacrifice to some Buddhist deity. These monks would tie their own bodies with cloth soaked in oil, seat themselves on specially constructed platforms before thousands of wailing and worshipping men and women, light the fire with their own hands, and burn themselves slowly to death, while continuing pronouncing the sacred names of the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, with the firm conviction that they would surely be received by them in their worlds of eternal bliss. The two Buddhist biographies compiled in 519 and 654 contain lives of scores of monks, who had thus sacrificed themselves. In the first of these series, 7 of such suicides were recorded, which occurred within the brief space of 40 years, 451 to 491. One case took place in Nanking in 463, and was witnessed by the Emperor Xiaowuti of the Southern Dynasty together with the whole court and tens of thousands of wailing populace. Truly has humanist China become fanatically religious under the hypnotism of the Indian religion. When we recall the opening paragraphs of the Confucian classic on filial piety, which teaches us that every hair of our body is the sacred heritage from our parents, and must not be impaired or injured, then we shall realize that the conquest by Buddhism was really complete. 6. After several centuries of bewilderment and submission, China began to resent this national subjection to the religion of India. What was to be done in order to free China from the yoke of Buddhist domination? There were 3 roads open: persecution and boycott, imitation and substitution, and, lastly, transformation and absorption. China tried all 3 methods, and at last won her war of independence. These words sum up the history of the Chinese Renaissance and Reformation. It has been said that the Chinese people are the most tolerant in religious beliefs and practices. Nothing can be farther from historical truth. The Buddhists remember the 4 great persecutions by the phrase of 311 at Sung. Buddhism was summarily persecuted and suppressed in 446 under the Emperor Tai-Wuti of the Wei dynasty, in 574 under the Emperor Wuti of the Northern Zhou dynasty, in 845 under the Emperor Wuzong of the Tang dynasty, and in 955 under the Emperor Shizong of the later Zhou dynasty. These were the catastrophes of 311 Sung. The first 3 emperors were honored with the posthumous title of Wu, moral courage, because their action in persecuting and suppressing an alien religion had won for them the moral approval of the Confucianist doctors at the court. Of these persecutions, the first 2 and the last one were not exhaustive because they took place at a time when China was not fully unified. The most terrible persecution was that of 845 under the United Empire of Tang. It destroyed 4,600 large monasteries and over 40,000 small ones, forced over 260,000 monks and nuns to return to lay life, and confiscated billions of acres of monastic land property. It did not kill Buddhism entirely, but it destroyed such other foreign religions as Manichaeism, Zoroastrianism, and Nestorian Christianity. It took place only 30 years after the Confucianist scholar Han Yu d. 824 had coined the famous slogan against Buddhism: "Man, i.e. secularize their people, burn their books, and use their dwellings." Han Yu's famous essay has been read by every Chinese student during the last 7 centuries. Meanwhile, the Taoists were very busy in imitating everything which the Buddhists had to offer. They developed their priesthood after the model of the Buddhist Brotherhood, but left out the requirement of celibacy. They manufactured a Taoist canon with hundreds of volumes of sutras, written in the form of the Buddhist sutras. They accepted the doctrines of transmigration of the soul, and of karma or causal retribution throughout the successive existences. Pre-Buddhist China had no conception of heaven and hell as places of dwelling or judgment after death. But India supplied not only one heaven, but 33 heavens, not only one hell, but 18 hells. All these were accepted by Chinese Taoists and given Chinese names, with Chinese deities presiding over them. The Taoists went so far as to invent a sutra in which Lao Tse was made to continue his westward journey, and settled down in India, where he civilized the barbarians and founded Buddhism. In short, the Taoists were anxious to build up an imitation religion, which was intended to substitute the alien religion from India. The net result is that they succeeded in producing a bastard religion in which all the worst elements of Buddhism were intermixed with the worst elements of Old and New Synodicism. Neither persecution nor slavish imitation was sufficient to achieve the overthrow of Buddhism in China. Buddhism was all the time undergoing internal evolution and transformation under the influence of the Chinese environment and tradition. The process of internal transformation began about the end of the 4th century, when the Chinese leaders of the Buddhist order decided that the essence of the Buddhism lay in the twofold road of salvation through meditation, dhyana, and philosophical insight, prajna. Both roads must be sought within oneself. Thus was begun the Chinese movement for comprehending the whole Buddhistic system under the one word of chanter Zen, dhyana, which was to include both meditation and insight. The Tiantai school was an early stage of this great movement. It called the twofold road by the term shi and quan, which are the same things as meditation and insight. In all its early stages, the movement was never free from the Indian conception and practice of dhyana, which Buddhism had inherited from pre-Buddhist India, and which had developed a detailed technique beginning from breath control and arising to the highest states of spiritual joy and peace. It was claimed that the practitioner could attain supernatural powers through such processes of concentration and meditation. A new departure took place about 700, when an illiterate monk in Canton started a revolution by discarding all such extraneous methods of dhyana practice. Buddhahood is within you. When you have recognized the Buddhahood within yourself, you have attained your sudden awakening and achieved your salvation. This line of thought was further developed in the 8th century by Ma Tzu, d. 788, and in the 9th century by Suan, d. 866. Ma Tzu taught that there was no Buddhahood to attain, and no Buddhist law to abide by. Allow your good self to take a rest, and set the mind free. That was all. Suan went still further by developing something which approached open iconoclasm. He called all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and patriarchs by very indecent names, and swept them all aside. I have no truth to tell you. I am here to beat the ghosts out of you. Have confidence in yourself, and don't be deceived by the humbugs. Be natural and take a rest. All these are simple platitudes, which at best were pungent expressions of the familiar truths of the ancient naturalistic philosophers. But these Zen Buddhists developed a peculiar method of teaching which, broadly speaking, consisted of 2 essential steps. The first step is never to tell anything in too plain language. If a novice asks you what truth is, give him a box on the ear and tell him to hide his shame in the kitchen, or shout at him a deafening shout, or tell him that you bought a pair of straw sandals for 17 cash. If the novice does not understand you, which is usually the case, then tell him to try his luck with some other great master at some other Zen school. So he takes to traveling, which constitutes the second part of the pedagogical method. He travels from one mountain to another and studies under different masters who, after the 9th century, were employing more or less the same technique in teaching. So he travels on, and his experiences are widened and enriched by seeing the beauty and grandeur of nature, by suffering the hardships attendant upon such lonely travelers, by coming into contact with the greatest minds of the age, and by befriending kindred souls troubled by more or less similar problems. Then, some day, he hears a chance remark of a barmaid, or the chirping of a bird on yonder tree, or smells the fragrance of a little flower, and all of a sudden he understands. His experiences seem to have been suddenly correlated, his insight seems to have been deepened without his knowing, and the old problem seems so simple, so easy of solution. Everything seems now so self-evident. He has attained. And then he travels all the distance back to his first teacher. With tears of gratitude and love, he thanks him for having never told him anything. That is Chinese Zen. Zenism, which was no Buddhism at all, was the result of centuries of internal evolution within Buddhism itself. Almost unconsciously, the rationalistic mentality of the Chinese race gradually asserted itself and brought about this peculiar transformation. Zen meant Diana, but Chinese Zen became Hamlet with Hamlet left out. It was merely a method, a highly sophisticated method of intellectual discipline. If it teaches anything at all, it teaches the emancipation of the mind from all unfruitful seekings after Buddhahood or nirvana or the Pure Land. There is no salvation to achieve, no Buddhahood to attain, and no magical powers to acquire. 7. After 4 centuries, 700-1100, of such intellectual discipline, China was ready to go a step further and to replace Zen with the rational philosophy of Neo-Confucianism. The Zen movement, though essentially Chinese, was still a Buddhist movement. Its great leaders were still Buddhist monks. Its ideal was still the enlightenment and emancipation of the individual. What was that emancipation for? The question was never raised. Moreover, the methodology of Zen was too subjective. There was no objective criterion with which one's success or failure in understanding might be judged. This absence of objective standards led to much superficial imitation and even deception. The movement of Neo-Confucianism was an entirely secular movement led by men of scholarship and political activity. Its ideal was the extension of knowledge and the perfection of the individual, but the perfection of the individual was not an end in itself. It was only a step towards the larger task of better ordering the family, the state, and the world. The end was social and political. Moreover, these Confucianists condemned Zenism as subjective philosophy, which denied the existence of objective reason. They postulated the basic concept of reason, which has universal validity, and which the human mind is capable of seeking and verifying. Hence the name of rational philosophy. The time was ripe for the rise of secular philosophies in China. The printed book had been invented in the 9th century, and books were being printed in large numbers in the Sung period. Schools were established throughout the empire, and scholarship was highly valued. And many centuries of Buddhist and Zenist training in speculation and philosophizing had given the Sung scholars an intellectual insight never possessed by the crude Confucianists of the Han Empire. The philosophers of the Sung dynasty now turned to the Confucian and post-Confucian classics, and found in them new meanings and new ideas which the Han schools had never detected. They have, as it were, rediscovered a new classical past, just as the humanists of the European Renaissance have rediscovered a new Greece and a new Rome which had escaped the attention of the Middle Ages. The significance of the Neo-Confucianist movement lies in this attempt to reconstruct the classical past as a new foundation for a secular philosophy, a secular education, and a secular civilization to take the place of the Buddhist Taoist civilization of medieval China. The greatest leaders were Cheng Ai, 1033 to 1107, Chu Shi, 1130 to 1200, and Wang Yongming, 1472 to 1528. Under the leadership of these men and a host of others, the Confucian texts were reinterpreted and made easily accessible and intellectually interesting. On the basis of such reinterpretations, they have built up their own rational philosophies. In the course of a few centuries, rational philosophy became the fashion of the age and absorbed the attention of the greatest geniuses in all parts of China. Buddhism and Zenism no longer attracted the first-class minds of the country, and were in no position to rival the powerful tide of rationalist Confucianism. Without a single persecution since 955, Buddhism, together with Zenism, slowly faded away and died a natural death. But rational Confucianism, though highly successful in its mission to replace the medieval religions, was itself the product of medieval China, and was never entirely free from the powerful influences of those religions. Cheng Ai, the founder of rational Confucianism, laid down this formula for the new learning. For moral cultivation, we must practice reverence. For intellectual improvement, we must extend our knowledge to the utmost. These two phases were hailed by Chu Shi as the two wings of a bird and the two wheels of the cart. The whole development of rational philosophy in later ages has centered around these two problems: reverence and extension of knowledge. With regard to extension of knowledge, Cheng Ai and Chu Shi agreed that the road lay in the investigation of things. In every human mind there is the knowing faculty, and in everything there is its reason. The incompleteness of our knowledge is due to our insufficiency in investigating into the reason of the things. The student must go to all things under heaven, beginning with the known principles and seeking to reach the utmost. After sufficient labor has been devoted to it, the day will come when all things will suddenly become clear and intelligible. This formulation by Chu Shi sounds almost like a statement of the problem and procedure of what is now called science, and it is undoubtedly a great step in advance over the shouting and nonsensical paradoxes of the Zen masters. But we are tempted to ask, what is the meaning of such emphasis on reverence? The word was taken from the Confucian Analects, where reverence simply meant taking things seriously and with reverent care. But the Sung philosophers and their successors developed all kinds of theories about reverence. One taught his students to practice meditation in sitting, like a clay idol. Another said that reverence was the same as quietude. Another formulated its method as contemplating what the state of mind is like before the rise of any feeling or emotion. The more esoteric schools of rational philosophy frankly taught that meditation and contemplation were the true roads to knowledge, and that going to things could lead us nowhere. Are we not justified in pointing out that the twofold method of rational philosophy, as formulated by Chang'ai and Chu Shi, was nothing but a new version of the medieval formula of dhyana and prajna, of meditation and insight? The great Zen masters had discarded meditation. But the Neo-Confucian philosophers never realized that the ghost of medievalism was reborn in their own philosophic systems, and was destined to make them sterile and useless. The ideal of investigating into all things under heaven and extending our knowledge to the utmost was a difficult and thorny path open only to those few courageous and strenuous souls who would willingly follow wherever their curiosity and thirst for knowledge led them. But even they would invariably fail without the necessary equipment and rigid methodology. As to the vast majority of philosophers, it was but natural for them to choose the road of reverence and meditation, and close behind them once for all the path of investigation into the reason of things. It was no wonder, therefore, that the rational philosophy of the 16th century degenerated into a frank revival of the empty meditation and subjective speculation of medieval China. Some great thinkers arose in the 17th and 18th centuries and sought to check this unfruitful tendency and revolt against rational philosophy. But the dead weight of tradition was so great that these philosophical radicals, such as Yen Yuan, died 1704, and Taichen, died 1777, were little understood, and their works remained almost unnoticed till very recent decades. I think the story I have thus sketched is sufficient to show how closely religion and philosophy have been associated in the history of the cultural development in China. At every stage in this long history, the rationalizing and humanizing effort of Chinese philosophy has been frustrated and minimized by the tremendous force of the religion of the state and the people. This force became all the more formidable and impregnable when the comparatively simple Sinitic religion of the native people was reinforced by the gigantic religion of Mahayana Buddhism. Yet the humanistic and rationalistic mentality of the race did not give up the fight in despair. It fought on and finally succeeded in dragging China out of the powerful claws of the medieval religions and in slowly building up a secular philosophy and a humanistic civilization. The task has been tremendous, and the result, though not fully satisfactory, must be regarded as a glorious achievement. Much remains to be done. Let us hope that, equipped with the new weapons of modern science and technology, the rationalism and humanism of this race may resume the unfinished battle with renewed vigor and achieve what our fathers have failed to accomplish. Development of Zen Buddhism in China. The Chinese Social and Political Science Review. January 1932. Volume 15. Number 4. Pages 475 to 505. There are two ways of telling a story. According to the traditional version, the origin and development of Zen Buddhism in China can be very easily and simply told. We are told that this school was founded by Bodhidharma, who arrived at Canton in 520 or 526, and, having failed to persuade the Emperor Wutai of Liang to accept the esoteric way of thinking, went to North China, where he founded the school of Chan or Zen. Before his death, he appointed his pupil Huikeo as his successor and gave him a robe and a bowl as insignia of apostolic succession. According to this tradition, Bodhidharma was the 28th patriarch of the Buddhist Church in India and became the first patriarch in China. Huikeo, the second patriarch, was succeeded by Sungtiesen. After 2 more generations, two great disciples of the fifth patriarch Hungjin, Shinsu and Huining, differed in their interpretation of the doctrines of the school, and a split issued. Shinsu became the founder of the Northern or Orthodox school, while Huineng, an illiterate monk in Canton, claimed himself the successor to the patriarchate of the school of Bodhidharma. This southern school soon became very popular, and Huining has been recognized in history as the sixth patriarch from whose disciples have descended all the later schools of Zen Buddhism. Such is the traditional story of Zen school. I have tried during the last few years to trace the sources of this story, and to verify the authenticity of this tradition. From the very beginning, I had grave doubts. In the first place, I found that practically all the documents on which this tradition was based were of a late origin. None of them date back earlier than the year 1000, that is, about 500 years after Bodhidharma and 300 years after Huining, who died in 713. These documents do not square with the earlier historical materials produced before the 7th century. In the second place, there are numerous discrepancies in the list of the 28 patriarchs, which has different versions. The list of names of the patriarchs, which was transmitted to Japan in the Tang dynasty, and is preserved among the Japanese Zenists today, differs in many places from that which was officially recognized by imperial decree in 1062, and which has formed the accepted version in China to this day. And lastly, I was troubled by the fact that this simple story of the origin and development of Chinese Zenism failed to give us a satisfactory and connected account of the evolution of Buddhism in China as a whole, and of the particular historical position of Zenism in this general evolution. If Zenism were merely an isolated school first introduced by Bodhidharma in the early years of the 6th century, how then could we explain the fact that Tao Xuan, the great historian of Buddhism, who died in 667, had already recorded 133 monks in his Buddhist biographies as practitioners of Zen or Dhyana? Bodhidharma and Huikeo were among these, and it is clear that as late as the middle of the 7th century, their school was regarded only as one of the main currents in a great movement of Dhyana. Surely, if we wish to understand the true history of Zen Buddhism, we must take into account this larger and more general movement of which Bodhidharma's school formed a part. These considerations have led me to investigate into this problem, and take particular pains to guard myself against the danger of using later source materials for the reconstruction of earlier history. I am here to present a summary of my investigations on the origin and development of Zen Buddhism in China. 1. Indian religions, says Sir Charles Eliot, lay stress on meditation. It is not merely commended as a useful exercise, but by common consent it takes rank with sacrifice and prayer, or above them, as one of the great activities of the religious life, or even as its only true activity. It has the full approval of philosophy as well as of theology. In early Buddhism it takes the place of prayer and worship, and, though in later times ceremonies multiply, it still remains the main occupation of a monk. Yoga, which is the old generic name for the various practices of meditation or dhyana, was practiced by ascetics at the time of Buddha. The two early teachers of the Buddha were yogis. In all Hinayana scriptures, yoga is regarded as an integral part of Buddhism. The practitioner is called Yogacara, and the texts describing its methods and stages of attainment are known under the name of Yadakarabhumi. When Mahayana Buddhism flourished, the practices of yoga were again incorporated into it. The philosophy of asana, for instance, was called Yogacara, and his greatest work was entitled Yogacarabhumi, the same title as the numerous manuals on yoga practices by Sangharakshita, Dharmatrata, and Buddhasena, translated into Chinese during the years 150 to 410 AD. When China began to translate Buddhist scriptures into Chinese, these early yoga manuals were among the first books translated. And Shikao, whose translations were done in the third quarter of the 2nd century, 148 to 170, attempted a number of such texts. A complete translation of Sangharakshita's Yogacarabhumi was made by F.A. Hu in 284. A selection from a number of such yoga texts was translated by the great translator Kimrajiva in the first decade of the 5th century. At the same time, in southern China, the great Chinese monk Huiyuan requested Buddhabhadra to translate the Yogacarabhumi of Dharmatrata and Buddhasena into Chinese. Thus, by the first years of the 5th century, Chinese Buddhists were in possession of a fairly large number of such small manuals of yoga or dhyana practice, in addition to the detailed descriptions of dhyana and samadhi contained in the 4 agamas, Nikayas, of which complete Chinese translations were made during the years 384 to 442. The system of yoga practice as taught in these manuals is in general quite the same as that described by Sir Charles Eliot in his Hinduism and Buddhism, pp. 311 to 322. In brief, it consists of various methods to regulate and control one's mind with the ultimate object of attaining the blissful state of equanimity and achieving supernatural powers of knowledge and action. It begins with such simple practices as control of breath and concentration of thought on some object of contemplation. If the practitioner is troubled by disturbing desires or thoughts, he is taught to dispel them by the aid of philosophic insight. If the disturbing element is sexual desire or worldly vanity, he must contemplate on the vivid horrors of the human body in the process of decay. This is called insight through the idea of uncleanliness. If he is troubled by feelings of anger or hatred, he must check himself by the idea of infinite love, love for all men and women, love for enemies as well as for friends, and love for all sentient beings. This is called insight through infinite love. If he suffers from ignorance, he must be trained to understand that all phenomena are unreal and impermanent. They are accidentally formed by a chance combination of causes, and they must be destroyed by an equally accidental working of causes. This is called insight through correct thinking. Through these processes, the practitioner of yoga expects to attain the 4 stages of dhyana, the 4 formless states, and the 5 magic powers, iti. These I shall not describe in detail. See Eliot, pages 313 to 317, and Hushi, Study of Indian Yoga Practice through the Older Translations. H. Yushiwinsuan, 3 volumes, pages 423 to 448. The most important thing for the historian of Chinese Buddhism to note is the fact that when these early yoga manuals were translated into Chinese, they were eagerly welcomed and highly esteemed by the Chinese Buddhists. Taoan D. 385, the greatest scholar monk of the 4th century, took great pains to edit the fragmentary translations on this subject and wrote commentaries to each of them. He tried to interpret the doctrines of dhyana in terms of the Taoistic philosophy then prevalent among the intellectual class of the country. In a preface to one of these texts he said, The various stages in the control of the breath all aim at the gradual diminution of activity in order to attain the state of non-activity. And the 4 states of dhyana are merely stages of gradual forgetfulness for the final blissful achievement of no desire. Anyone familiar with the philosophy of Lao Tse can see that Talon was attempting to interpret the yoga practices of Indian Buddhism as if they were intended to be the working methods for the attainment of the Taoistic ideals of non-activity and freedom from desire. We must remember that the age was one of tremendous revival of the philosophy of Lao Tse and Chuang-Tze, and that it was just this kind of ingenious interpretation which made Buddhist philosophy acceptable and attractive to the Chinese intelligentsia. The year of Talon's death was the year of Kumarjiva's arrival in China. Kumarjiva was undoubtedly the greatest translator of Buddhist texts. During his 9 years, 401 to 409, in Chang'an, he organized a great translation bureau with 800 monks working under him. 94 works were translated under his direction, and a large number of these have since become classics in Chinese literature. In addition to his translation of several yoga texts, he translated the Prajnaparamita Sutras, the Saddharma Pundarika, the Vimalakirti Sutra, and the Madhyamika treatises of the school of Nagarjuna. These texts, which represent Mahayana Buddhism at the height of its philosophical speculation, were now made attractively accessible to the Chinese Buddhists, and paved the way for the rise of the dhyana schools in the following centuries. While Kumarjiva was making his masterly translations in Chang'an, another great master, Huiyuan, d. 416, a disciple of Talon, was busy in starting his Buddhist center at Lushan, near Kuling in Jiangxi province. Huiyuan was a profound Chinese scholar well versed in the writings of Confucianism and Taoism. Like his teacher Talon, he was seeking the essence of Buddhism and found it in the doctrines of dhyana or yoga. In his preface to Buddhabhadra's translation of Dharmatrata's Yadakarabhumi, Huiyuan said, "Of the 3 phases of Buddhistic life, i.e., moral discipline, meditation, and insight, dhyana and insight are of fundamental importance. Without insight, meditation cannot attain the highest state of quietude. Without meditation, wisdom cannot achieve its profundity of insight. I regret very much that since the introduction of the great religion into the East so little is known of the practices of dhyana that the whole structure is in danger of collapse because of the lack of the solid foundation of meditation." This quotation is significant in showing the high esteem with which dhyana was regarded by the Chinese Buddhists of the intellectual class. As is well known, Huiyuan was the founder of the Pure Land or Amitabha sect in China. In the older yoga manuals translated into Chinese, concentration of one's thought on the Buddha was commended as an aid to meditation. The method was to picture to oneself the image of the Buddha, and to contemplate in imagination all the 32 major forms and 80 minor forms of splendor and grandeur which the Buddha was said to have attained at the time of his birth, and so on. The Amida texts taught a much simplified doctrine which promised rebirth in the pure land of infinite longevity and infinite light on the only condition of absolute faith in the reality of this paradise, and of the Amitabha who presides over it. Viewed in the light of historical evolution, the idea of the land of the Amitabha is a part of the dhyana methodology, and the very title as well as the content of such a text as the Amitara Dhyana Sutra is suggestive of this interpretation. A doctrine of such simplicity had little attraction to the peculiarly metaphysical mind of the Indian people, but its very naive simplicity appealed to the Chinese mind, which had never known any complicated system of religion or metaphysics until it came into contact with Buddhism. It is a most significant fact that the first Chinese sect of Buddhism was one of such extreme simplicity, and that this sect was founded, not by the common folk, but by a monk scholar of great reputation and no mean learning. And we must remember that among the first 123 members of the Lotus Society founded by Huiyuan, there were at least half a dozen men who were well known as Confucianist scholars. All this points to a fundamental difference in the mentality of the Chinese and the Indian peoples, a difference the understanding of which is absolutely essential to the history of Buddhism in China. The Chinese mentality is practical and abhors metaphysical speculation. All the religions and philosophies of ancient China were free from the fantastic imaginativeness and hair-splitting analysis and gigantic architectonic structure which characterize all religious and philosophical literature of India. When China was brought face to face with India, China was overwhelmed, dazzled and dumbfounded by the vast output of the religious zeal and genius of the Indian nation. China acknowledged its defeat, and was completely conquered. But after a few centuries of bewilderment and enthusiasm, the Chinese mentality gradually reasserted itself and began to search for those things which it could really understand and accept. It now undertook to sift from this vast literature of Buddhism those elements which might be regarded as essentials in distinction from the impressive images and grandiose rituals and unintelligible metaphysics and superstitious charms and spells. Taoan and Huiyuan declared that they had found those essentials in dhyana and insight. But the whole system of dhyana practice, even in its concise form as presented in the translated manuals, was not fully understood by the Chinese Buddhists. The 4 dhyanas, the 4 stages of formless sublimity, and the 5 states of transcendental powers were vaguely interpreted in terms of the native cult of Shinshin or immortals, which had had quite a vogue ever since the days of the Empire of Qin. The best proof of this is the following quotation from Huiqiao, the scholarly historian of Buddhism and author of the first series of Buddhist biographies, which was finished in 519. In his general summary of the biographies of practitioners of dhyana, Huiqiao said, "But the apparent utility of dhyana lies in the attainment of magic powers, which made it possible to accommodate the whole world or even worlds in a tiny pore in the skin, or to solidify the 4 seas into a piece of cheese, or to go through a stone wall without obstruction, or to transport a vast multitude of people at a wave of the hand." Huiqiao's biographies, which covered the whole period of early Buddhism in China from the 1st century to the year 519, contained only 21 names of practitioners of dhyana, out of a total of about 450. And practically all of the 21 dhyana monks were recorded because of their remarkable asceticism and miraculous powers. This shows that in spite of the numerous yoga manuals in translation, and in spite of the high respect paid by intellectual Buddhists to the doctrine and practice of dhyana, there were, as late as 500, practically no Chinese Buddhists who really understood or seriously practiced dhyana or Zen. 2. The great Huiyuan died in 416. By this time, the Chinese had embarked on their search for a way of simplifying and purifying Buddhism in order to make it more acceptable to the Chinese mind. Some great minds had turned their eyes on dhyana, but dhyana as it was then presented to them was still too Indian to be easily accepted by the Chinese. A further simplification and a more radical purification were needed before there could be a truly Chinese movement of Zen Buddhism. This was to be the work of the next 3 centuries after Huiyuan's death. Chinese Zenism arose not out of Indian yoga or dhyana, but as a revolt against it. Failure to understand this accounts for all failures on the part of European and Japanese scholars to understand Chinese Zenism. Chinese Zenism, as it has been understood since the end of the 7th century, called itself the School of Sudden Awakening or Enlightenment, Tunsung. The founder of this school was neither Bodhidharma nor Huining, but the philosophical monk Taosheng, who was a disciple of Huiyuan and of Kumarajiva. Taosheng was a very learned scholar of great brilliancy and eloquence. Visitors to the Tiger Hill near Suzhou will be shown the large flat rock which is still called the lecture platform of Shengkung, i.e., Taosheng, where he was supposed to have lectured with so powerful eloquence that even the stones nodded their heads in assent. Taosheng was a revolutionary thinker, and is recorded by the historian Huichao as having made this reflection on the general trend of Buddhist study. The symbol is to express an idea and is to be discarded when the idea is understood. Words are to explain thoughts and ought to be silenced when the thoughts are already absorbed. Ever since the introduction of Buddhist scriptures to the East, the translators have met with great impediments, and the people have clung to the dead letter, and few have grasped the all-comprehensive meaning. It is only those who can grasp the fish and discard the fishing net that are qualified to seek the truth. The last figure of speech refers to a saying of the philosopher Chuang-Tzu, who said, "The fishing net is to get fish. Take the fish and forget the net. The snare is to get the rabbit. So take the rabbit and forget the snare." The nihilistic influence of Lao Tse and Chuang-Tzu has always had an emancipating effect on the Chinese mind, and Taosheng was only the natural product of an age which, as has been pointed out, was one of Taoist revival. So Taosheng came forward with his destructive criticism. He propounded 2 famous theories, one of which was on the thesis that good action requires no return, which strikes a hard blow on the Indian conception of merit. But the most far-reaching theory of his was the idea of sudden enlightenment, which means that Buddhahood can be achieved through immediate awakening without having to undergo the long and arduous processes of merit accumulation and dhyana practice. In his public lectures, he declared that the logical conclusion of the Parinirvana Sutra will be that even Theocantika, i.e., one who did not accept Buddhism, was capable of attaining Buddhahood. All these radical ideas so alarmed the conservative monks that they all attacked him and publicly banished him from Nanking. But many years later, the complete text of the Parinirvana Sutra arrived in Nanking, and there it was found that Theocantika was held to be capable of attaining Buddhahood. So our rebel philosopher was vindicated and died in glory in the year 434. The biographer Huichao said, because his interpretation of Theocantika had been established by scriptural evidence, his theories of sudden enlightenment and of goodness requiring no reward were also highly honored by the Buddhists of the time. The same historian reported that the emperor Wentai of Sung, 424 to 453, took great liking to the theory of sudden enlightenment and held public debates on it. He made inquiries to secure monks who could expound this theory after the death of Taosheng, and when he found Taosheng's disciple Taoyu, he immediately invited him to his court and held another debate on this doctrine. He enthusiastically applauded when Taoyu scored a victory over his orthodox opponents. A doctrine which received such favorable patronage from the imperial court could not but find its way to general acceptance. Thus was fought the first battle in the Chinese revolt against the Buddhist conquest. The war cry was sudden enlightenment versus gradual attainment. This war cry was the very instrument of simplification which Tao Sheng's predecessors had been seeking. It was destined in the course of a few centuries to sweep away all worship and prayer, all constant incantation of sutras and nirnis, all almsgiving and merit-gathering, and even all practices of dhyana or Zen. When it had finally succeeded in overthrowing the Indian dhyana itself, then there was the real Chinese Zenism. 3. But Indian dhyana also went through a process of simplification and systematization during the 6th century, and in its simplified and systematized forms it furnished the basis for several interesting movements. Of these, the most important are the school of Bodhidharma and the Tiantai school, both of which had something to do with the development of Chinese Zenism. The earliest mention of Bodhidharma was in Yang Suanchia's Buddhist monasteries in Luoyang, written in 547, in which Bodhidharma is said to have visited and admired the Yongning monastery. As this monastery was built in 516 and became a military camp after 528, Bodhidharma's visit must have taken place during the early years of its glory, that is, about 520 or earlier. This destroys all traditional myth about his arrival in Canton in 520 or 526. The second earliest record of his life was in Tao Suan's Buddhist biographies, which was compiled near the middle of the 7th century. Tao Suan's biographies are full of reports of superstitions and miraculous events, but his account of Bodhidharma is totally free from any mention of such mythological incidents, and seems to have been based upon earlier records of fairly high authenticity. Here Bodhidharma is said to have first arrived at Canton on the border of the Sung Empire, and later gone northward to live under the Wei Empire. The Sung dynasty fell in 479, so his arrival could not have been later than that date. In another biography of the same series, one of Bodhidharma's Chinese pupils in the north is recorded to have moved to the Southern Empire during the years 494 to 497, which is additional evidence for my view of his early arrival. So I conclude that Bodhidharma arrived in Canton about the year 470, and traveled to the Northern Empire, where he remained until about 520. This view makes his stay in China cover a period of 50 years, and is far more satisfactory than the traditional story of his staying in China only 9 years. But I shall not burden you with more details of such historical criticism, which I have published elsewhere. See Hu Shi on Bodhidharma, Hu Shi Wensuan, 3 volumes, pages 449 to 466. Suffice to say that I am convinced that the life of Bodhidharma by Tao Suan is by far more authentic than all the later accounts, which grew up long after the rise of the numerous myths and legends concerning him. According to Tao Suan, Bodhidharma was a teacher of dhyana from southern India and taught dhyana in northern China. It was an age of scholastic verbalism, and his teaching was little appreciated and sometimes opposed by the Buddhists. He had only 2 young disciples, Tao Yu and Huikeo, who served him faithfully and received in turn the secrets of his teaching. He practiced a much simplified form of dhyana, which is called wall contemplation, that is, contemplation in sitting posture facing a wall. He taught that there were only 2 ways of attaining the truth, by insight and by conduct. Insight consists in a firm belief that all sentient beings possess the same pure nature, that this pure nature is often obscured by extraneous elements, which can be removed by practicing mental concentration in the form of wall contemplation, eliminating from thought all distinctions of the ego and the non-ego, of the common herd and the attained few, thus gradually leading to the state of nirvana by silently uniting oneself with the truth. The practical approach through conduct implies 4 phases: forbearance of pain and suffering, resignation to all natural course of causation, elimination of all desiring and seeking, and, lastly, acting always in accordance with the law, which is the same as the recognition of the pure nature in all men. These were called the 4 courses of conduct. Tao Suan recorded several followers of his school. His disciple Huikeo left a poem which says, "When clouded, the pearl is taken to be a piece of earth where, but when suddenly self-conscious, it becomes the perfect pearl. Ignorance and wisdom are one. Remember that all things are mere appearances. Seeing that yourself differs not from the Buddha, why then seek elsewhere for that which is the ideal?" This harmonizes well with the teaching of Bodhidharma, and also fits in with the doctrine of sudden enlightenment, which had become popular during the 5th century. From all reliable sources, it seems certain that Bodhidharma's school was a school of asceticism. The early members of the school are described by Tao Suan as living a very severe ascetic life, each carrying only 1 dress, 1 bowl, and 2 needles, begging 1 meal a day, and living sometimes in ruined tombs. When one monk of the school was invited by a family to a vegetarian dinner or to stay overnight with them, he flatly declined by saying, "When there is no man left on earth, I shall then accept your invitation." Tao Suan stated in more than one place that Bodhidharma regarded the Lankavatara Sutra as the only book worth studying, and that his followers used only this sutra as their text. Lanka is modern Ceylon. This sutra is supposed to have been preached by the Buddha on his visit to Lanka, and represents the newer tendencies of southern India. The name of Nagarjuna is mentioned in the last verse. It was natural that Bodhidharma, who came from southern India, was attracted by this new sutra. In the 7th century, the school of Bodhidharma came to be known as the Lanka school. In a biography of a monk of this school, Fa Chung, by name, who was still alive when Tao Suan compiled his biographies, we find a list of 28 names descending from Huikeo. It is interesting to note that the school of Bodhidharma had apparently departed from the original spirit of simplicity and asceticism and had, by the 7th century, produced not a few scholastic commentators on the Lankavatara Sutra. Out of the 28 monks mentioned, 12 were authors of separate commentaries, the total of which amounted to 70 books. This is all we know of the school of Bodhidharma. Tao Suan, who died in 667, never talked about Bodhidharma being the 28th patriarch of Indian Buddhism. Nor did the great pilgrim Suansang, who was in India for 16 years. Nor did Itsing, who was in southern and middle India for almost 25 years. None of these learned Buddhists spoke of the existence of a Buddhist patriarchate in India. The myth of the 28 patriarchs was a sheer invention of the 8th century Zenists. 4. By the time of Bodhidharma's arrival in China, there came another Indian teacher of dhyana by name of Futu, Buddha, who also propagated the yoga practice in northern China. From his school came the famous monk Sung Chou, who had been a Confucianist scholar of repute before he was converted into Buddhism. Sung Chou put upon himself all the severe discipline of dhyana practice, and was praised by the master Futu as having reached the highest attainment in dhyana east of the Himalaya mountains. He was highly honored by the emperors of Wei, and of the northern TSI, and had a very large following. He died in 560 at the age of 81. He wrote a book in 2 chapters on the method of Qi Quan. The title of this book is significant in furnishing a clue to the origin of the Tiantai school, which summarizes its teachings under these 2 words, Qi, which are Chinese equivalents of samatha or claim and vipassana or insight. Samatha is the result of meditation and concentration, and vipassana, that of cultivation of philosophy. The Tiantai school was probably influenced by Zheng Xiaoyu, if it was not directly descended from him. The so-called Tiantai school was founded by Huisu of Hongshan in Hunan and Qi of Tiantai in Chekiang, and was often more correctly called the school of Hongshan and Tiantai. Huisu was a northern monk who practiced the Indian dhyana in all seriousness, and claimed to have attained its highest stages. About the year 554, he moved into the Southern Empire, and by 568 he was in the Hongshan, where he remained until his death in 577. His great disciple Qi was a native of Hupa, and after studying under Huisu, settled down as a teacher of dhyana in Nanking. In 575 he went to the Tiantai Mountains, where he spent the rest of his life, with occasional visits to Nanking and to Lushan. He died in 597 after having enjoyed the highest honors of the emperors of Chen and Sui. He was the most influential monk of the age, having built 35 great monasteries, made 4,000 converts, and raised enough contribution for the copying of 15 complete collections of the Buddhist Tripitaka. A large number of commentaries, treatises, and other works from his dictation testify to his literary genius and Catholic learning. While Bodhidharma represented an attempt to substitute the newer and greatly simplified dhyana of southern India for the older scholasticism and yoga practice, the school of Tiantai typified the effort on the part of Chinese intellectual Buddhists to reconstruct some sort of manageable system out of the tremendous and chaotic mass of Buddhist literature. The task was gigantic and required a genius like Qi to essay it. This task gives to the school its encyclopedic character. The greatest puzzle which had troubled the early Chinese Buddhists had been the tremendous number of sutras, all supposed to have been preached by the Buddha himself. It might be granted that the Buddha, being in possession of supernatural powers, was capable of preaching all this in a lifetime. But how could all their apparent theoretical differences and inconsistencies and contradictions be explained? As early as the 5th century, Hui Quan, a fellow student of Taosheng, suggested the idea of arranging the various sutras as the products of various periods in the life of the Buddha, attributing the Hinayana Agamas to the first period of his teaching activity, the Parinirvana Sutras to the time of his death, and arranging the other Mahayana texts in between them. It was a brilliant idea coming as a natural product of the historically minded Chinese race. The Tiantai school seized upon this idea and worked out its details under the general theory of Pianchao, or dividing the periods of the teaching. By this theory, with its encyclopedic details, all the differences and contradictions of the sutras were reconciled to the satisfaction of the scholastics of the age. The doctrine of Qi and Quan was another attempt at systematization. All the earlier manuals on yoga practice, concise as they may have been to the Indian mind, were still too disorderly and stupidly confusing to the Chinese mind. Qi proceeded to treat the whole system under the 2 mutually helpful approaches of concentration and insight. He made many trials, and finally in his Elementary Chiquan. Written for his own brother, he produced a true masterpiece of lucidity and brilliancy, which to this day has remained one of the most widely read books in China and Japan. The Tiantai school, however, remained a school of Indian dhyana, which, though simplified and systematized, was still alien to the Chinese race. Moreover, Chikhai's ambitious attempt at encyclopedic systematization had unfortunately included too much and discarded too little of the worst elements of the Buddhist religion. His school was highly praised by Taosuan as the only sect which did not emphasize esoteric contemplation at the expense of profundity of scholarship in the scriptures. But after all, the scholarship of Tiantai was nothing but a Chinese monkeying of Indian scholasticism. And scholasticism it remained throughout the later centuries, until it was totally obliterated by the rise of Chinese Zenism. The Tiantai school made an incidental contribution to the later development of Zenism. In its desire to become the orthodox sect of Buddhism in China, the Tiantai masters claimed their direct lineal descent from the great Mahayana teacher Nagarjuna. To authenticate this spiritual genealogy, Chikhai made much use of a pseudo-historical work, the Fufatiesuangchuan, supposed to have been translated from Sanskrit towards the latter part of the 6th century, which told of a line of 23 or 24 Buddhist masters, from Mahakassapa and Ananda to Simla Bhikshu, in continuous transmission of the law. Nagarjuna was the 13th whom Chikhai called his great-great-grandfather. This claim gave to the Tiantai the prestige of being the legitimate movement for the restoration and revival of the Mahayana system, which, according to the Fufatiesuangchuan, had died out with the persecution and murder of the 23rd apostle in Kashmir. But it also initiated a bad example of genealogical controversy, which was responsible for the invention of numerous lists of patriarchs, in the 8th century, to establish the orthodoxy of Chinese Zenism. We are now ready to come directly to the real beginning of Chinese Zenism. Toward the last years of the 7th century, there arose in the vicinity of Canton a great teacher, Huineng, who was an uneducated and almost illiterate monk, but who, by sheer force of personality and inspiring eloquence and, above all, by the great simplicity and directness of his spiritual message, succeeded in founding a new sect which was in reality nothing short of a Chinese revolt against Buddhism. He was truly the founder of the Chinese Reformation, without which all the secular art, literature, and philosophy would probably have been impossible. Huineng taught that sudden enlightenment was possible, and he himself was an outstanding example of it. Enlightenment comes when you have clearly seen the Buddha head in yourself. Seek not outside of yourself, all is within you. The Buddha is within you. The Trinity is within you. You have been told to abide by the Buddha, the law, and the Sangha. But I say unto you, abide by yourself. The Buddha is within you, because the Buddha means the enlightened one, and enlightenment must come from within yourself. The law is within you, because the law means righteousness, and righteousness is within you. And the Sangha is within you, because the brotherhood means purity, and purity is within you. For the first time in the history of Chinese Buddhism, Huineng revolted against dhyana itself. He said, in my teaching, Ting Samatha, meditation, and Hui Vipassana, insight, are one and not two. Calm is the lamp, and insight is the light. In all action, walking or resting, sitting or sleeping, always act with a straightforward heart. That is Thesamadaya, one-mindedness. And in all places and all times, always act with intelligence. That is the prajnapramitha. Sitting motionless is no dhyana. Introspection of your own mind is no dhyana, and looking inward at your own calmness is no dhyana. In thus overthrowing the principal element in the Indian dhyana, Huining was laying the foundation of Chinese Zen, which was no Zen at all. Huining lived and taught in and about Canton, and died a comparatively unknown monk, unrecognized by the Buddhist world outside his immediate circles. Wang Wei, who wrote the epitaph of Huining at the request of his disciple Shenhui, probably about the middle of the 8th century, said that Huining was a pupil of Hung Jin, who was a Buddhist monk of the Lanka school, and who taught in a monastery in Huangmei, in the modern province of Yupa. This Lanka lineage is confirmed by other authentic documents of the 8th century. Huining called his own school the Southern School of Bodhidharma. In his early years, he was connected with the Lanka school of Bodhidharma. The Lanka school had long remained a school of obscure ascetics and teachers of the Lankavatara. Tao Suan, in a biography of Fa-Chung written in 664 to 665, spoke of the difficulty of finding the line of descent in the Lanka school. But by the end of the 7th century, a disciple of Hung Jin, by the name of Shinsu, suddenly burst into national prominence through the patronage and high honors bestowed on him by the great Empress Wu. She invited him to Chang'an in 700, and for 7 years he was honored as the master of the law in the 2 capitals and teacher to 3 emperors. Shinsu died in 706, and his pupil Puchi continued to be in imperial favor for a number of years. In the epitaph on Shinsu's tomb, Chang Yu wrote what may be called the first connected genealogy of the Lanka school after Bodhidharma, which follows: 1. Bodhidharma. 2. Huikeo. 3. Sung Tiesan. 4. Tao Hsin. 5. Hung Jin. 6. Shinsu. This list contains 2 names, Tao Hsin and Hung Jin, not mentioned in Tao Suan's list of the Lanka teachers, and probably represents merely one branch of the Lanka school of Bodhidharma. But the high prestige of Shinsu and Puchi lent so much authority to this genealogy that it soon came to be accepted as authentic. Any other school which wished to contest the high position enjoyed by them must of necessity either question this tradition of succession or produce its own genealogy. So, at the height of Puchi's popularity and prestige, there came to Luoyang a monk who publicly challenged the historicity of the school of Shinsu in the line of patriarchal descent. This monk was Shenhui, a disciple of Huining. He accepted the first 5 names, but declared that the 5th patriarch Hung Jin did not transmit the secrets of the order to Shinsu, who was not capable of understanding the true teaching of the master. The real successor to Hung Jin was Huineng, the illiterate monk who taught the doctrine of sudden enlightenment as against the tradition of gradual attainment of the other Buddhists. By this time both Shinsu and Huining had long been dead, and there was no effective way of contradicting such a claim. Shenhui was an eloquent speaker and attracted huge crowds to hear him, and his courage in offering such an audacious challenge to a teacher of the emperor must have appealed greatly to the people of the time. Good luck has led me to discover 2 documents in the Pelia collection of old Chinese manuscripts found in a grotto library of Tunhuang, and by means of internal evidences, I have identified them to be records of the sayings and debates of the great Shenhui, whose works had long been lost in China and Japan. From these, I learned that Xinhui was the first to raise the question of Bodhidharma's predecessors in India. In one of these documents, Xinhui answered the question in a most ridiculously unhistorical manner. He said that Bodhidharma was the 8th patriarch after the Buddha, and he quoted the preface of the translated Yogacara Bhumiyat Dharmatrata as his authority, most naively identifying Bodhidharma with Dharmatrata, and forgetting that that work was translated at least 60 years before Bodhidharma's arrival in China. To put a long story short, Xinhui was making the imperial teachers very uncomfortable by his eloquence and by his pseudo-historical evidences. In 753, the imperial censor accused him of gathering large crowds around him, and he was exiled from the capital to live in Anyang, and later in other places of exile. But 2 years later the great rebellion of Lushan broke out, and Luoyang and Xichang fell one after the other. The emperor fled to Sichuan, and the empire was tottering. The imperial armies, under the great general, were in difficulty to get money. It was suggested that money could be obtained by issuing a large number of licenses for admission into Buddhist monkhood. The eloquence of Xinhui was commandeered into government service, and he made converts by large numbers. It was said that his services in this direction was a great help to the imperial government in recapturing the lost capitals and restoring the dynasty. When the new emperor returned to the capital, Xinhui was invited to the palace, and an urgent decree was issued to build a monastery for him within a prescribed time. The banished heretic now became the honored teacher of the empire. He died in 758 or 760. And in 777 an imperial commission with the heir apparent at the head decided to make Huining the 6th patriarch and Xinhui the 7th. The Southern school of sudden enlightenment thus finally achieved its great triumph over the orthodox school of gradual attainment. From this time on, this school has been the orthodox sect of Buddhism in China. In the meantime, and in later periods, the absurd list of 8 Indian patriarchs went through many revisions. It was soon seen that it was impossible to have only 8 generations in 1,000 years. So there were numerous suggestions made to lengthen this list, some making it as many as 50, being based on a list of monks of the Hinayana school of Sarvastivadins recorded by Xingyu in the 6th century, others making it 24, 26, 28, 29, or 30, all based on the Fuefadia Sanctuanis by the Tiantiai's school. Everybody was inventing a genealogy to suit his own calculation. By the first half of the 9th century, the number 28 was more or less agreed on by general assent. But the personnel still varied in the different lists. The present genealogy of the patriarchs was the work of the monk Chi Sung of the 11th century and was officially recognized in 1062. 6. It may seem strange that in all works on the history of Zen written since the 10th century, the 7th patriarch Xinhui is given only a bare mentioning, and that all the later schools of Chinese Zen have claimed their descent, not from Xinhui, but from 2 other disciples of Huineng, Huizhang and Xingsu, both of whom were unknown figures during their lifetime. The explanation is simple. Zenism could not flourish as an officially patronized religion, but only as an attitude of mind, a method of thinking, and a mode of living. An officially patronized teacher of Buddhism must of necessity perform all the traditional rituals and ceremonies which the true Zenist despises. Xinhui succeeded in establishing Zenism as a state religion, but by so doing he almost killed it. All further development of Chinese Zen had to come from those great teachers who valued simple life and intellectual freedom and independence more than worldly recognition. The greatest teacher of Zen in the 8th century was Taoai, better known by his secular family name Ma, and called Ma-Tzu, or the Patriarch Ma. He came from a Lanka school in Sichuan and later studied under Huining's disciple Huizhang. The Lanka Sutra had taught that words were not necessary to express the truth, and that any gesture or motion or even silence might be used to communicate a truth. Ma-Tzu developed this idea into a pedagogical method for the new Zen. There is no need to seek any special faculty in the mind for the enlightenment. Every behavior is the mind, the manifestation of the Buddha nature. Snapping a finger, frowning or stretching the brow, coughing, smiling, anger, sorrow, or desire, is the functioning of the Buddha head. It is the Tao, the way. There is no need to perform any special act, be it dhyana or worship, in order to achieve the Tao. To be natural is the way. Walk naturally, sit naturally, sleep naturally, live naturally, that is the way. Let the mind be free. Do not purposely do evil, nor purposely do good. There is no law to abide, no Buddhahood to attain. Maintain a free mind and cling to nothing. That is Tao. He was the first teacher to resort to all kinds of strange methods of communicating the truth. The essence of the method is to make the novice to think out the problem for himself. When a monk asked what the message of Buddhism was, he gave him a sound beating, saying, "If I don't beat you, the world will laugh at me." Another disciple asked a similarly abstract question. The master told him to come near and gave him a box on the ear. One of his disciples was asked by an official what the whole Buddhist canon was trying to expound. This disciple showed him a closed fist and said, "Do you understand?" "No," said the official. The monk said, "Fool! You do not recognize a fist?" An old monk was staying with one of his disciples when the sun shone on the window. The monk asked, "Is it the sunlight that touches the window, or is it the window that touches the light?" Matsu's pupil looked at him and said, "My brother, there is a visitor in your room. You had better return there." Another disciple was asked what the Buddhist Trinity actually meant. He replied, "Corn, wheat, and beans. I don't understand." "Then let us all be happy and glorify the Trinity." Chinese Zenists in the early years had no separate meeting place or monastery of their own. It was Matsu's disciple Huizhang who first founded the Zen monastery and formulated its rules of government. At the head of the monastery is the master monk who occupies a separate room. The other student monks live in the common hall, arranged according to priority. There is no hall of worship, but only a lecture hall, the hall of the law. This is significant in indicating an almost conscious breaking away from the Indian religion. The monks are not required to study regular lessons. All are free to move about. At regular times, the master holds assembly at the hall of the law, and the novices all gather around him. There will be questions and answers and discussions. The food is simple, but the whole community must share the labor in the monastery. Huizhang himself participated in the manual labor of his monastery. He was the author of the saying, "No labor, no food." Here again may be seen the radical departure from the parasitic institution of mendicancy practiced in Indian Buddhism. The most interesting thing is that the Zenist monastery, as designed by Huizhang, was organized more like a school than a place of religious worship. In fact, the Zen monasteries were the great centers of philosophical speculation and discussion throughout the 9th and 10th centuries. It was not until Zennism had superseded practically all the other sects that the Zenist monasteries came to take up the older rituals and worships which they, as publicly supported institutions, were now expected to perform. Chinese Zen was an iconoclast movement. After it had discarded the Indian dhyana practice, it went further and revolted against all prayer and worship. Wu Chu, a fellow student of Ma Tzu in Sichuan and founder of the Zen school at Paotiangsu, in Qingtu, who died in 766 and whose teachings have been preserved in the Tunhuang collection of manuscripts both in Paris and in London, was famous for his conscious abolition of all rituals and worship of the Buddhist religion. In his school, the monks were not allowed to pray, to recite or copy scriptures, or to worship painted or carved images of the Buddha. There is a well-known story told of the Zenist Tianjian, better known by the name of his monastery Tanxia, who died in 824. One night, he was stopping at a monastery with a few traveling monks. The night was bitterly cold, and there was no firewood. He went to the hall of worship, took down the wooden image of the Buddha, and chopping it to bits, made himself a comfortable fire. When his comrades reproached him for this act of sacrilege, he calmly replied, "Oh, I was only burning the image to extract the saraira, the sacred bone relic." The other monks said, "How can you expect to find the saraira in a piece of wood?" "Well," said Tianjian, "then I am only burning a piece of wood." The 9th century saw the rise of two great masters of iconoclasm, Suanqian and Aisuan. Suanqian died in 865, and Aisuan, founder of the Linqi school, died in 866. Both of them taught immediately after the great persecution of Buddhism of 845, which had destroyed 4,600 monasteries, confiscated millions of acres of land, and forced 260,000 monks and nuns to return to lay life. The persecution, which lasted only 2 years, had apparently the effect of purifying the Buddhist religion and elevating the prestige of Zen monks, who did not rely upon such externalities as rituals and monasteries, and who could maintain their conviction in huts or caves. It strengthened the belief that a real religion was something apart from the architectural splendor and ritualistic extravagances of the temples and monasteries. It was no accident, therefore, that the great iconoclastic masters arose and taught in the decades immediately following the persecution. Suanqian taught the doctrine of non-activity, which harks back to the teachings of Ma Tzu and reminds one of the philosophy of Lao Tse and Chuang-Tze. "My advice to you is, take a rest, have nothing to do. Even if that little blue-eyed barbarian monk Bodhidharma should come here, he can only teach you to do nothing. Put on your clothes, eat your food, and move your bowels. That's all. No death to fear. No transmigration to dread. No nirvana to achieve and no bodhi, wisdom, to attain. Try to be just an ordinary man having nothing to do." Suanqian was fond of using the most profane language and attacking the sacred tradition of Buddhism. "Here there is no Buddha nor patriarch. Bodhidharma was only an old bearded barbarian. The bodhisattvas are only dung heap coolies. Nirvana and Bodhi are dead stumps to tie your donkeys on. The 12 divisions of the Tripitaka are only lists of ghosts, sheets of paper fit only for wiping the pus from your skin. and all your 4 merits and 10 stages are mere ghosts lingering in their decayed graves. Have these anything to do with your own salvation? The wise seek not the Buddha. The Buddha is the great murderer who has seduced so many people into the pitfall of the prostituting devil. The old barbarian rascal, the Buddha, claims that he had survived the destruction of 3 worlds. Where is he now? Did he not also die after 80 years of age? Was he in any way different from you? O ye wise men, disengage your body and your mind. Give up all and free yourself from all bondages. Here in my place, there is not a single truth for you to take home. I myself don't know what Zen is. I am no teacher, knowing nothing at all. I am only an old beggar who begs his food and clothing and daily moves his bowels. What else have I to do? But allow me to tell you, have nothing to do, go and take an early rest. While Sun Jian taught in the south, his contemporary Ai Suan was opening his school in the border of Chile and Shantung. His school was known as the Linchi School, which in the next 2 centuries became the most powerful school of Zen. It is said that he once studied under Sun Jian, and it is possible that he inherited the latter's iconoclasm and developed its more constitutive phases into a great school. He made use of all the pedagogical methods of the earlier Zen masters, but his favorite method was that of howling or shouting at his audience. The greatness of his school lies in the emphatic recognition of the function of intellectual emancipation as the alpha and omega of the new Zenism. He said, "The mission of Bodhidharma's journey to the East is to find a man who will not be deceived by men. Here in my place there is no truth to tell you. My duty is to lighten the heavy burden of dead weight on your back. My mission is to free men from their bondages, to cure the sick, and to beat the ghosts out of men. My duty is to kill everything. When the Buddha is in my way, I'll kill the Buddha. When the patriarchs are in my way, I'll kill the patriarchs. When the Arhat is in my way, I'll kill the Arhat. Be independent and cling to nothing. Even though heaven and earth are turned upside down, I doubt not. Even though all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas appear before my eyes, I am not gladdened at heart. Even though the hellfire of all the 3 underworlds are thrown at me, I fear not. Recognize yourself. Wherefore do you seek here and seek there for your Buddha and your Bodhisattvas? Wherefore do you seek to get out of the worlds? O ye fools, where do you want to go?" 7. Under the leadership of these great masters, there was developed during the 8th and 9th centuries the full Zenism of China. As I have taken pains to show, it was no work of any single teacher, of Bodhidharma, or even of Huining, but it was the culmination of a very long process of gradual evolution. It was the unique product of the Chinese racial mentality reacting after many centuries of Buddhist domination and training. It was the child born of the marriage between Chinese rationalism and naturalism on one hand, and Indian religion and philosophy on the other. Historically, it was a revolt against Buddhism. The first impulse was probably to assimilate Buddhism, reorganizing it under the heading of Dhyana. All the earlier movements of Dhyana in China, from Taoan in the 4th century to the schools of Bodhidharma and of Tiantai in the 6th and 7th centuries, represented this tendency of selective assimilation. Huineng, the George Fox of China, began a new epoch by discarding the Indian Dhyana altogether, and by his great emphasis on sudden enlightenment. But this new Chinese Zenism of Huining and Shenhui did not develop a working methodology. The new development in the 8th and 9th centuries took two directions. On the one hand, the revolt was carried further by becoming frankly iconoclastic and rationalistic. On the other hand, Matsu and Isuin worked out a set of pedagogical methods aiming in general at intellectual emancipation. Dhyana was discarded and, with it, all the other ideas and practices of Buddhism. No death to fear, no transmigration to dread, no nirvana to achieve, and no bodhi to attain. All that was left was an attitude and a method. The attitude was to kill everything, to beat the ghosts out of you, and to be natural. The method was to find out the truth by your own effort, and not to be deceived by men. The methodology of Zen has often been misunderstood. Some regard it as mysticism. Others call it sheer humbug. There is no doubt that there is a clear method behind all the apparent madness for which many Zen masters were famous. The method, as far as I can understand it, has two important phases. First, the master must not make things too easy for the novice. He must not preach to him in too plain language, or in any language at all. This is so important that one of the great masters once said, "I owe everything to my teacher because he never told anything nor explained anything to me." When the novice comes to the master with some such abstract question as the meaning of Zen or the message of Buddhism, the teacher will say to him, "When I was in Nanking last time, I made a coat weighing 7 pounds. Or he will say to him, "My dear fellow, how fine are the peach blossoms on yonder tree." Or he will shout at him a deafening shout. Or, if he is really deserving, he will get a box on the ear. So he retires to the kitchen, puzzled and probably burning with shame or with pain on the cheek. He stays on and, after a while, will be told to leave the place to try his luck at some other great Zen school. Here begins the second phase of the method, which is technically called traveling on foot. He travels from one hill to another, presenting his silly questions to the various great masters presiding over the monastic schools. If he fails to understand, he moves on. Most of the famous teachers did much traveling during their period of student life. A monk travels always on foot, carrying only a stick, a bowl, and a pair of straw sandals. He begs all the way for his food and lodging, and often has to seek shelter in decayed temples, caves, and ruined houses by the roadside. He has to suffer the severities of the weather, and is subject to all forms of danger and hardship. But all hardships intensify his life. The beauty and grandeur of nature ennobles his mind. He comes into contact with all sorts of people and studies under the greatest minds of the age. He meets kindred souls troubled more or less by similar problems, and he lives with them, befriends them, and discusses things with them. In this way, his experiences are widened and deepened, and his understanding grows. Then, some day, he hears a chance remark of a charwoman, or a frivolous song of a dancing girl, or the chirping of a bird on yonder tree, or he smells the fragrance of a nameless flower, and he suddenly understands. All his previous inquiries and searches and experiences become correlated somehow, and the problem seems so clear and the solution so evident. The miracle has happened, and he attains his sudden enlightenment. And he travels long distances back to his old master, and, with tears in the eyes and gladness at heart, he gives thanks and worships at the feet of his great teacher who never told him anything. This is Zen in the Chinese sense. Types of cultural response. The Chinese Social and Political Science Review. January 1934. Volume 17. Number 4. Pages 529 to 552. The problem of China, however multifarious and complicated it may seem at first sight, is in reality one of cultural conflict and control. It is the problem of how to bring about a satisfactory adjustment in a situation where an ancient civilization has been forced against its own will into daily and intimate contact with the new civilization of the West, where the old civilization has clearly proved itself hopelessly inadequate in solving the pressing problems of national existence, economic pressure, social and political disorder, and intellectual confusion and anarchy, and where, for reasons hitherto never fully understood or expounded, the new invading civilization has so far not yet succeeded in either grafting itself upon the traditional culture or being extensively adopted and assimilated as a base or a ferment in working out a new cultural equilibrium. The conflict has reached its most acute stage during the last 2 or 3 decades when, in the apt words of a keen observer from the West, economic, political, and intellectual movements, which elsewhere made their way by gradual stages and small increments of growth, are, in the China of today, in simultaneous ferment. The Renaissance, nationalism, the attempt to create a sovereign, unified state, and its struggle against local particularism and centrifugal ambitions, the beginnings, on the eastern seaboard and rivers, of an industrial revolution, with the criticisms and aspirations which are its natural accompaniment, the reform of local government, of education, of the financial system, and of the complicated structure of Chinese jurisprudence, the partial dissolution of the venerable institution of the Chinese family, with the whole system of personal responsibilities and social relations of which it was the center, all these, and much else, have been crowded into the space of little more than a generation. This scene of a serious conflict of the civilizations, viewed in the light of history, is only one of the last scenes of the great drama of world conquest by the new civilization which began in Western Europe and spread both eastward and westward with ever-increasing force and vigor until both its eastward and westward movements finally met in the great arena of East Asia. As the great drama slowly but irresistibly unfolds itself, this new civilization is seen to make fresh conquests at every turn of its onward march, creating 2 new continents on the Western Hemisphere, crushing every old race and culture in Africa and Asia, and placing the entire Oceania under its domination. A subcurrent of this gigantic hurricane which blew in a northeasterly direction from Western Europe has captured the whole of the land of the Slavs, and swept across the vast steppes, till its head, too, reached the eastern shores of the Pacific. East Asia is the meeting point of all the 3 routes of this aggressive civilization. Thus far this onward march has met no serious resistance. It is in East Asia that the grand finale of this drama of world conquest is to be staged. For it is here that the civilization of the West is brought into direct contact and conflict with the 2 principal centers of the civilization of the East, the continental empire of China and the island empire of Japan. Upon the final westernization of these 2 empires depends the completion of the world conquest of this new civilization. While the ultimate conquest of these 2 eastern nations by the civilization of the West seems inevitable, it has been generally observed by all students of contemporary history that China's reaction to Western civilization has been radically different from that of Japan. The difference was so great that it has shaped and conditioned the entire history of these two countries during these 7 decades. After 250 years of successfully enforced seclusion, Japan suddenly found herself impelled to adopt almost in toto the new ways of the Western invader in order to save herself from the imminent danger of national humiliation and possibly subjugation. This task of nationwide Westernization has been undertaken with such rapidity and vehemency that in the brief course of little more than half a century, she not only has become undoubtedly a past master of all the arts and weapons with which the West once threatened to overpower her, but is now actually threatening to out-Herod the Herods of the Western world in industrial and commercial expansion, as well as in military and naval rivalry. On the other hand, China has wasted fully a century in futile resistance, prolonged hesitation, spasmodic but incoherent attempts of reform, and disastrous wars of revolution and internal strife. And today, she is still displaying to the world the most pathetic spectacle of a once great nation helplessly struggling to stand on its own feet again and groping desperately to find ways and means for the solution of her numerous and pressing problems created and complicated by the impact of the irresistible civilization of the West. This sharp contrast between the responses of China and Japan to a more or less similar situation of cultural conflict, together with a vastly different outcome in the destinies of these nations, is so striking that one is tempted to pause and speculate whether a comparative study of such differences in the cultural responses may not reveal some useful clue for a better understanding of the problems of cultural control. May we not expect that, from such a comparative study, some generalization may be reached as to the essential factors or conditions which may account for successes or failures, rapidity or slowness, in any given situation of cultural control? And may we not expect that, from such studies, some further light may be thrown on these problems by discovering different and distinct types of cultural response of which the significance may not be fully measured by apparent speed or tardiness, or even apparent success or failure, in adjusting an urgent situation of conflict? Some such attempt, I believe, is at least worthwhile for its suggestive value, if not entirely for my permanent scientific value. What, then, are the factors or conditions which have been responsible for the speedy success in Japan's cultural adjustment, and the absence of which helps to explain China's failures? At the outset, let us first eliminate those factors which, like double-edged swords, may be used to prove or to disprove a thesis. For instance, we may very well ignore the relative size and geographical position of China and Japan as decisive factors. For, while a country of small size and insular position may be more readily modernized in matters of communication and transportation, it may be argued with equally convincing logic that a continental empire, like China, with vast territory and resources, certainly has greater advantages than her island neighbor. Next, we may also rule out the frequently proffered explanation that, while China, which had never known or met any civilization equal to her own, was too proud to adapt herself readily to the enforced requirements of the new civilization of the foreign invader, Japan was well prepared for Westernization by her long experiences in accepting and assimilating alien ideas and practices introduced from time to time from her continental neighbors. Such a theory is inadequate because, in the first place, it ignores the historical fact that China was at one time under the cultural domination of Buddhist India, which country was revered by the Chinese people as the heaven of the West, and from which has come the religion of Buddhism that has for 2,000 years remained one of the three national systems of religious belief and moral teaching. Secondly, it does not explain the very strong resistance of the Japanese against the early advances of Western culture as exemplified in the great persecution of the Christians in the 17th century, in the rigid and successful policy of 250 years of seclusion from the outside world, a seclusion by far more successful than any similar attempt by China, and in the heroic anti-foreign movements in the middle years of the last century when foreign ships were once more forcing their way into Japanese ports. And lastly, this theory has failed entirely to take into account the very important historical fact that all the early Japanese movements of reform, which heralded the new era in Japan, were started and fostered under the double war cry, "Away with the barbarians and down with the Bakufu, i.e. the shogun." Indeed, this hostile attitude towards the foreigner and his civilization has not died away with the decades of apparent rapid westernization, and is now articulately reasserting itself in the acts and utterances of its military spokesmen. What, therefore, really needs explanation is not the existence of resistance to a foreign civilization, which is universal and natural, and without which there would be no problem of cultural conflict to necessitate our study and speculation, but the more fundamental question, why and how has Japan succeeded, and China failed, to overcome this natural resistance to foreign culture, and achieve an early and speedy readjustment? As far as I can see, there were three factors which contributed most substantially to the success of Japan's westernization. First, the existence of a powerful ruling class from which have come all the great leaders of the movements for reform and modernization. Second, the fact that this ruling class was a specially privileged and highly trained military caste made it possible for Japan to adapt herself easily to one particular phase of Western civilization which the other Oriental nations have found most difficult to learn, and which is most essential in securing national existence against the invading powers of the new civilization, namely, the phase of military and naval strength that is behind the scientific, technological, and industrial civilization of the West. And thirdly, the peculiar political development of Japan for over 1,000 years has bequeathed to her a suitable and stable basis for a new political framework which has served as a solid center of gravity for all movements of change, and has made steady and continuous progress possible in a situation pregnant with every possibility of discontinuity and revolution. It is these three peculiarly favorable conditions which, I believe, have enabled Japan to achieve what may be described as the most successful attempt of cultural control in any region with which the Western civilization has come into intimate contact. A comparative study of these conditions in Japan, and of their absence in China, will bring us nearer to a real understanding of the nature of the success and failure of the respective nations. In any situation of conflict and control, the first question naturally is, who is to do the controlling? Whence shall come the leadership in the work of control? The existence in Japan of a very powerful ruling class in the person of the daimyo and the samurai, who for centuries past had been the real powers in control of the central and local governments, offered a ready answer to this primordial question. The leadership in the work of national reform must of necessity come from this class. It was but natural that all the members of that brilliant galaxy of statesmanship of the early Meiji era were members of this class. Iwakura and Sanjo were nobles. Ito, Yamagata, Kido, and Inoue were samurai of the feudal fief of Choshu. Seigo and Okubo, samurai of the fief of Satsuma, and Itagaki and Okumer, samurai of Tosa and Hizen. It was they who were behind the powers that brought about the end of the 700 years of the reign of the shogun and restored the governmental powers to the long oblivious imperial dynasty. And it was they who personally played the most important roles in reorganizing the government and the finances, in framing the constitution and organizing the political parties, in founding a new army and a new navy and a new educational system, and in directing the national policies of war and diplomacy. This leadership of the ex-samurai of the feudal age was powerful and effective, because they belonged to a governing class which was highly honored by the people and which, with the support of the emperor, had almost unlimited powers to carry their policies into effective execution. It was so effective indeed that it was able to carry out all policies of westernization in the face of a strongly anti-foreign resentment among the ignorant populace, and to avoid a premature foreign war even at the great cost of encountering a powerful rebellion led by the popular leader Sego, who favored an immediate war with Korea. For 20 years this leadership carried on its work of national reorganization with absolute and autocratic powers, and dictated a constitution when it saw the time had come for a constitutional monarchy. Such an effective leadership was totally lacking in China. The age of political and militant feudalism had passed away more than 2,000 years ago. A process of social leveling had been going on for so long that the social structure of the nation was almost completely democratized. There was no hereditary aristocracy that could last long decades without being relegated to the ranks of the common people. There was no primogeniture to preserve the big estates from being gradually reduced to nothing through the process of equal division of property among the sons of the family. Although there was always a hereditary nobility of the descendants of the imperial family, it, too, was periodically swept away by the dynastic wars, and by the usual processes of social leveling. The country was governed by a civilian bureaucracy recruited from the people through a system of fair and competitive examinations through which the sons of the poorest farmer or artisan could rise systematically to the highest administrative offices of the empire. But this bureaucracy was one of civil servants, and was never born and bred to undertake the leadership of the nation. Great leaders there were, who arose to national preeminence and played important parts in times of national crisis. But under an absolute monarchy, these statesmen had to rely upon the goodwill and confidence of their emperors for power, and for the opportunity to do their work, which might be easily undone by the whimsical displeasure of the throne, or by the succession of a new emperor. And they knew very well that there could not be permanence in any work they might achieve, for imperial confidence is fickle, and the average length of the reign of an emperor is short. The great statesman Wang Yanqi of the 11th century had the complete confidence of his ruler for 16 years, but when the emperor died, all his reforms were nullified in a single year. The modern reform leader Kang Yue succeeded in winning the confidence of the Emperor Kwangshu who, in the year 1898, proclaimed a formidable series of governmental and educational reforms which, if persistently carried out, might have greatly accelerated the process of China's westernization. But even the emperor was no free agent in his policy of reform. His period of great reforms lasted only 100 days, and was swept away by the reaction led by his imperial mother, the Empress Dowager Cixi. From the middle of the 19th century to very recent times, there were numerous men of intelligence and far sight, who saw clearly that the advance of the Western civilization on the Asiatic continent could not be checked, and that civilization was in many aspects superior to our own. These men wrote and taught, and tried to influence those who had powers to effect the needed changes. But these intellectuals themselves had no power to do anything on any large scale. The few enlightened and far-sighted Chinese statesmen who had arisen to highest positions in the government through their achievements in suppressing the Taiping Rebellion, 1850 to 1864, were fully conscious that the Manchu dynasty and nobility were jealous of their prominence and influence and suspicious of any new project they might undertake. Even Li Hongchang, who was probably the most powerful leader and patron in practically all the early attempts of westernization, such as the organizing of the new navy and army, the building of first railways and steamship lines, and the sending of first Chinese students to study abroad, even he could not always secure the support and confidence of an ignorant and suspicious court. When in 1877, the Chinese minister in London, Sung-tao, the most far-sighted thinker of his time, urged him to go beyond the superficial forms of the army and navy, and to undertake a more fundamental program of national modernization, Li Hongchang replied in these most pathetic words: "My official duty is to command the military. Therefore I cannot but devote myself to the reorganization of the army and navy. Even if I wish to go beyond this, and take up the more important and fundamental reforms, it is certain that I shall never be allowed to carry out my wishes. I can only endeavor to do what I can do." And Li Hongchang lived to see that 20 years later, 1898, even his emperor was not allowed to carry out his wishes for reform. What a contrast, when we compare this pathetic situation of total absence of effective leadership in China with the ease and efficacy with which ruling class in Japan abolished the shogunate, re-established the Mikado, and rejuvenated the whole nation. In the absence of a powerful ruling class, leadership in China could not be located anywhere. There was no enlightened despot, for the Manchu dynasty was already reaching its lowest ebb of racial vitality. No enlightened nobility, for the Manchu nobility and the Manchu military caste were weakened and ruined by 2.5 centuries of easy and parasitic living, and no powerful intelligentsia, for long centuries of despotic domination, enticement of official life, and purely literary and impractical education have made the whole intellectual class passive, innocuous, and ineffective. The highest ambition of a Chinese scholar of the old times was to gain the confidence of the monarch and secure power to carry out his policy. Te Chun Xing Tao. But as such ideal opportunities rarely, if ever, came to him, he could only write books and teach disciples or raise routine to the dignity of policy. And when, in a later period, he came to be more emancipated in his ideas, he would probably turn to preaching and plotting a revolution, as many of his class actually did when every hope for a peaceful reformation had disappeared. This contrast may be best illustrated by comparing the lives of the leaders of the Japanese Reformation with those of some of their Chinese contemporaries. Ito, one of the greatest of the remakers of Japan, began his life as a samurai of Choshu and was one of the supporters of the anti-foreign policy of his feudal chief. He soon became convinced of the necessity of reforming Japanese institutions after the Western models, and desired to go to England to study. Against governmental prohibition, he secretly went to England with his few friends in 1863, working their passage before the mast. After 1 year's stay in London, Ito had to hurry back to Japan when he heard of the disturbing events happening at home. In the subsequent years, he became one of the most powerful builders of modern Japan. It is interesting to note that, the year after Ito's return to Japan, a Chinese scholar and reformer, Wang Tao, born 1828, also went to England at the invitation of James Legge, the translator of the Confucian classics, and lived 3 years in England and Scotland. This Chinese contemporary of Ito's was one of those few early advocates of a radical reform of Chinese institutions and laws after the models of the Western nations. In his youth, he tried to influence the leaders of the Taiping Rebellion and advised them to establish better relationships with the Western powers. For this revolutionary connection, he was persecuted by the Chinese government and had to flee to Hong Kong for his life. While in Hong Kong, he acquired a better knowledge of the English life and civilization through his close contact with the English people. In 1864, when Ito was studying in England, Wang Tao petitioned Li Hungchang and urged him to bring about reforms which should aim at the acquisition of Occidental methods for the strengthening of national defense and the increase of national wealth. After his stay in the British Isles and a tour on the continent of Europe, he became all the more ardent in his advocacy of Westernization. He devoted his remaining years to writing editorials for newspapers in Hong Kong and Shanghai, and exerted great influence over the reading public of his time. He predicted that, in less than a century, the Chinese people would be able to master all the technique and methods of the Western world and excel the Westerner in his own inventions. But he also prophesied that the adoption of superficial and external things from the West would be worthless and unreliable if such adoption were not preceded by the more fundamental changes in the method of civil service examinations, the education system, the military training and equipment, and the whole system of law and justice. He also often expressed his warm appreciation of the constitutional governments of Europe and mildly hoped that the political system of China might be remodeled after such Western, and especially English forms. When, in 1879, Wang Tao visited Japan, he was enthusiastically received by the Japanese intellectuals, for his writings were also read by the Japanese scholars who could read Chinese. Had he been born as a member of the governing class in Japan, he could have easily made himself an Ito, an Okuko, an Okumer, or at least a Seigo. But here he was welcomed by his Japanese admirers as a great classical scholar, a poet, and an editorial advocate of a modernized China. He died an editorial writer, but he lived long enough to see his Japanese contemporary and friend Ito write laws of financial reform and frame, almost single-handed, the Japanese Constitution, which was promulgated in 1889, when Wang Tao himself was still writing editorials. The intellectual history of China of the last 70 years is full of such instances of tragic failures of great intellects, who wasted their lives and efforts in vain hopes and dreams for a peaceful and orderly reformation of the empire. Quisungtiao, the most modern mentality of his age, was cold-shouldered by the government and persecuted by his own people as a traitor. Ma Chien-chung and Yin Fu, two of the best informed of the cultural heritage of the West, began their careers as young prophets of the new civilization and died with only a few books and translations as their contributions to China's modern civilization, the former having written the first systematic treatise on Chinese grammar, the latter having translated some of the works of Adam Smith, J. S. Mill, T. H. Huxley, and Herbert Spencer. Kong Yue came very near the good fortune of his Japanese contemporaries when he reached his heyday during the 100 Days Reforms in 1898, but he too had to live many years abroad as a political exile and returned to his native country only after the dynasty, which he had sought to modernize and rejuvenate, had already been overthrown by the newer movement of revolution. Sun Yat-sen, the founder of the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Republic, tried in 1894 to influence Li Hongchang by presenting to him a long memorandum embodying what he considered the 4 fundamental principles of the Western civilization, but he received no responses from the old viceroy and had to devote his energies to what he had early conceived as the only possible road to a new China, namely, the road of a political and social revolution. And historically he was quite right, for, in the absence of a powerful and effective leadership in any stratum of the social structure, there was no shortcut to national modernization except the long and arduous path of revolution. Let us now return to the second group of facts in our comparative study of the history of the cultural readjustment in China and Japan, the facts of the presence in Japan, and the absence in China, of a highly trained and socially respected military caste, and their effect on the process of westernization in the respective countries, especially in the mastery of the martial phase of the Western civilization, which is the most coveted and at the same time the most difficult to learn by an Oriental race. This phase of the Western culture, including the army, the navy, their organization and equipment, and the arts and methods of warfare, is the most coveted because it was precisely this phase which first forced the non-European races to recognize in the Western invader their most dangerous enemy with weapons of war far superior to their own. It was the phase most easily recognized, most feared, and therefore most coveted by all races with whom the Western culture came into contact. It was recognized by the primitive savage as well as by the most civilized of the old nations. And it was this phase which always served as the beginning of the introduction of other phases of the Western civilization into these non-European countries. The utility and efficacy of the Western arms were very early recognized and accepted by the Japanese samurai and by the Chinese generals fighting the Manchus in the 17th century. And it was the same phase which forced China and Japan in the 19th century to make the first attempts in the direction of westernization. Unfortunately, this most easily recognizable and most eagerly coveted phase of the Western culture is not always easily attainable by every nation. Indeed, it is probably the most difficult aspect for most older nations to acquire. A Chinese scholar once remarked, "It is easy for China to acquire the civilization of the West, but it is very difficult to master its barbarism. Yet I suppose we must first master this barbarism before we can feel at home in this new civilization." By barbarism, he means the military side of the Western culture, which does not consist of mere up-to-date equipment, nor mere efficient organization, nor mere resourcefulness in man and money power, but which must presuppose the existence of what may be vaguely termed the martial spirit, under which term may be included the love for adventure, the almost primitive delight in competitive combat, the instinctive love and worship of the warrior, the painstaking cultivation of bodily strength, the habits of obedience, and the readiness to fight and die for an impersonal cause. Although all these instincts of the martial spirit are natural and universal, they can be dwarfed or even suppressed by long periods of conscious education and unconscious social disapproval. Europe has perpetuated these traits from the days of feudalism, and the existence of fully armed nations rivaling for conquest and expansion in all these centuries has allowed them to be well preserved in the face of counteracting influences arising from intellectual and industrial revolutions. But in some of the Asiatic civilizations, these traits are conspicuous by their absence. One of the outstanding examples is in China, where political, religious, and social factors have combined to suppress all manifestations of the martial spirit. 2,000 years of unified empire, the absence of warring nations, the comparatively long periods of peaceful reigns during the intervals between dynastic revolutions, all these have tended to discourage the cultivation of martial habits. The prevailing systems of moral and ethical teaching both of the Confucian and the Taoist schools have also emphasized the importance of the habits of peace and order, and disapproved the cultivation of the arts of war. Buddhism, which dominated Chinese religious life for 20 centuries, has reinforced the pacifist tendencies of an already too peaceful people. Even the most warlike barbarians who from time to time invaded China could not help catching the contagious influence of this pacifist people and civilization. And in the course of centuries of racial intermixing, all these militant conquerors were rapidly demilitarized by the conquered people. As a result of early disappearance of the feudal age, and as a result of very long processes of social leveling through relegation of aristocratic families to the ranks of the common people, and through the rise of sons of the lowly to become high officials by the method of civil service examination, the whole social structure has become so democratized that there has been no special class of the military that could maintain itself for any length of time. The Manchus did try to maintain such a class, but in little more than 2 centuries it entirely disappeared. The soldier has always been regarded as a kind of social outcast, not much better than the bandit. The social esteem attached to the successful candidates of the literary examinations has made the poet and the man of letters the popular idol in the songs, dramas, and novels, and has greatly helped to lower the status of the soldier class in the mind of the people. No good iron will be made into a nail. No good son will make a soldier. Such a proverb merely reflects the universal sentiments of a people molded by long ages of pacifist teaching and peaceful living. In such an atmosphere, it was impossible for China to create a new army and navy recruited from, and officered by, men of the well-to-do and educated class. The stuff that made the soldier and the sailor was the illiterate and unruly of the superfluous population of the country. The government had no respect for it, and society in general paid no attention to it. There was absolutely no enthusiasm for it. The first schools for the training of military officers had to recruit their students, not only by free tuition and board, but also by paying the students a monthly allowance for coming to attend the schools. General Tian Chengyu, who arose from a cadet school freshman to the military governorship of Shantung, told me in 1924 that, when he enrolled in the military academy established at Shanhaiguan, it was not for any love of the country or glory of the army, but merely for the sake of the 3½ taels monthly allowance, which he wanted to save for the support of his large family left destitute by the death of his father. Such officers could rise to power, could make themselves Tschunzer Supertujuns, but they were not the men to effect the military reformation in China. It was inevitable that the early Chinese attempts at military and naval reorganization were bound to fail. It had to wait for a revolution and decades of nationalistic agitation and education to gradually elevate the position of the soldier in society and inculcate a little of the martial spirit into the youths of the nation. In this particular aspect, Japan was the most favored nation with which the Western culture has ever come into contact. There the military caste, which included 300 daimyo and 260,000 families of samurai, was for centuries the governing class, ranking higher than any other class in the country and receiving the highest esteem from the whole nation. The education of the samurai was very thorough, beginning from early childhood and including not only the arts of war, but also a very rigid system of intellectual, moral, and religious teaching. The samurai deserved the high honor with which he was regarded by the people, because he was educated and trained to be a gentleman of high intellectual and artistic accomplishments, of high moral courage, and with a special code of honor which required him to help the poor and defend the weak, to brave death and shun dishonor, to be loyal to his lord and fight the cause of justice. And the prestige of his class was so great that the lower classes naturally imitated the ways and manners of the samurai. For, as Confucius wisely said, the masses follow the upper classes just as the grass bows to the wind. This militant fashion and spirit of the feudal age made it very easy for the Japanese abushi, knight, to transform himself overnight into the modern soldier when he is equipped with new weapons and taught the new arts of war. The conscription law was issued in 1873, and the Japanese accepted it without a murmur. The military caste dictates, and the whole nation obeys. The fact that the Japanese army is to this day still dominated by the former adherents of the fief of Choshu, and the navy by those of Satsuma, shows how tremendous the influence of the feudal military caste has been in the reorganization of this particular phase of national life after the models of the West. Precisely because the introduction of this military phase of Western civilization was invariably motivated by the fear of imminent danger and the recognition of the necessity of national self-preservation, the success or failure of this phase would very often determine the ease or difficulty with which the other phases of Westernization could be effected. For success in this phase means national security from external invasion, which will greatly strengthen public confidence in the reforms and in their leaders, and thereby make orderly controlled modernization possible. Japan's great victory in the Sino-Japanese War of 1894–95 vindicated the leaders of the early Meiji reforms and silenced all further opposition to modernization. But, it must be remembered, it was the same war that brought about the disgrace and banishment of Li Hongchang, the leader of Chinese military reorganization, who was never recalled until the peace negotiations after the Boxer War of 1900, a war which was the embodiment of anti-foreign and anti-modern reaction running wild after the early military and naval reforms had failed to ensure national security against foreign aggression. Lastly, we come to the third group of facts for our comparison: the easy success of Japan in establishing a stable government as the center of control in her work of modernization, and the lamentable failure of China in the same direction. Much of Japan's political success, as I have already pointed out, has been due to the existence of a powerful ruling class. But there were two peculiar circumstances in the historical development of Japan which laid the foundations for an easy success in this political reformation. For almost 1,200 years, the imperial dynasty had been deprived of actual powers of government, first by the 500 years of regency of the powerful house of Fujiwara, and later by the 700 years of military dictatorship under the shoguns. For all these centuries, the emperors lived in complete oblivion and retirement, retaining the imperial title only by the grace of the real rulers, and subsisting on the meager income from the imperial allowance, which was sometimes so meager that some emperors were recorded to have had to carry on small trades in order to make a tolerable living. Meanwhile, there came from China a new factor to give moral support to this imperial dynasty in absentia. The moral philosophy of Chu Shi, died 1200, was introduced into Japan and soon made itself felt in its political implications. The special emphasis on the virtue of loyalty and the ideal of a unitary empire under the Son of Heaven as the ultimate source of political power tended to awaken in the Japanese scholars and samurai a new consciousness of the pitiful position of the imperial dynasty, and to attribute to it all the spiritual authority and sanctity unsoiled by actual deeds of misrule, of which the emperors, in their state of oblivion, were incapable. The Tokugawa shogunate was digging its own grave by its patronage and promotion of the teaching of Chu Shi. So, when the time came for political reorganization, all thought naturally turned to the long overshadowed dynasty, which had grown into a real source of national devotion and worship. What was most fortunate for transitional Japan is the fact that the imperial dynasty, which had for 1,200 years done no wrong, was best suited to be made into a constitutional monarchy after the European pattern. Thus the ruling class in Japan was able in the 60s of the last century to abolish the shogunate and the feudal system by rallying its support to the imperial dynasty, and 20 years later, 1889, to establish it as a constitutional monarchy. Tracing its divine descent from time immemorial, sanctified by a long tradition, and reinforced by the artificial means of education and the Shinto religion, the imperial dynasty has been and probably will be able to maintain itself as one of the most firmly embedded monarchies of the world. No such good fortune, however, ever graced the political development of China. The ruling dynasty there was of an alien race which had come into China in the 17th century, and which, by the 19th century, was already greatly weakened by long periods of luxury and intoxication of unlimited power. The imperial household no longer produced such great monarchs as Kangxi, Yung Chung, and Xiaqian Lung, and the occupants of the throne were largely ignorant weaklings, often short-lived and incapable of having heirs. The Manchu military garrisons, intended to keep down the Chinese in subjection, were corrupt and degenerate and often no longer capable of bearing arms. The imperial nobility was as ignorant and corrupt as the imperial court itself. All these weaknesses were suddenly exposed to the nation in the middle of the last century, when the Taiping Rebellion, 1850–65, arose from the southwest and devastated a third of the empire in the brief space of a few years. This rebellion, led by a few peasant converts to some form of Protestant Christianity, was a curious mixture of a peasant revolt, an anti-Manchu revolution, and a religious crusade of most terrible Christian iconoclasm. A primitive rebellion it was, with primitive weapons, primitive ideas and organization. Yet it was enough to break down all resistance put up by the government officials and troops. The imperial government was incapable of coping with the rebellion, which soon captured Nanking and made it the capital of the heavenly kingdom of everlasting peace. The Manchu dynasty seemed to be on the eve of a complete collapse. Then a group of Chinese scholars came to the rescue of the tottering dynasty and organized a kind of volunteer army which ultimately suppressed the Taiping Rebellion and allowed the Manchu dynasty to continue in its moribund state for another half a century. This they did, not out of any great love for the Manchus, but because they had been greatly alarmed by the acts of wanton devastation and especially the savage iconoclastic destruction of the fanatic rebels in burning down every Buddhist, Taoist, or Confucian temple in their way, reducing all ancestral temples to ashes, and threatening to destroy all roots of the old civilization. These Chinese scholar officials were carrying on what they believed to be a war in defense of the traditional civilization against the devastation by rebels seemingly poisoned by outlandish missionaries. The suppression of the rebellion, however, did not much help the cause of the Manchu dynasty. It only brought into national prominence a group of Chinese statesmen to whom the nation now looked for leadership. But the ignorant court and nobility were jealous of their popularity and influence. Although these Chinese leaders were given titles of prime ministers, they were not asked to stay in Peking and participate in the work of the central government. They were usually made viceroys of the provinces. But their great prestige soon made the provinces more important than the imperial court. The tendency of political disintegration had begun with the rebellion, and was thus shaping itself in the rising political preponderance of the provincial governments over the central. This political disintegration continued to increase in irresistible rapidity until, in 1900, when the imperial court and government were patronizing the anti-foreign and anti-Christian massacres by the ignorant Boxers, for great viceroys of the provinces, including Li Hengchang and Yuan Shikai, were able openly to defy the edicts of the throne and declare what amounted to the independence of their provinces. The imperial dynasty had completely forfeited the sympathy of Chinese nation by a desperate effort to keep out all influences of enlightenment and reform, by the defeat of the reform movement of 1898, and, above all, by the shameful madness of the Boxer War of 1900, which humiliated the nation to the ranks of an uncivilized race, and cost the people an indemnity of 400 million taels of silver. The dynasty, which had barely escaped downfall in the hands of the Taipings, and which the Chinese leaders had more than once tried to revive and rejuvenate, was beyond hope of resurrection, and willfully headed for self-destruction. When 10 years later the revolution came, the rotten edifice crumpled to dust without the slightest semblance of resistance. But, from the rise of the Taiping Rebellion in 1850 to the founding of the Republic in 1912, fully 60 years were wasted in futile attempts at breathing life into a dying dynasty, at patching up irreconcilable prejudices between the Chinese and the Manchu, and at seeking to build up a reform government on the impossible foundations of an ignorant and reactionary court. And in these 60 years of gradual breakdown of central authority, many new forces and impediments arose, which the leaders of the revolution and the republic were to spend many more years in combating. One of these new obstacles is the wild tendency towards decentralization and provincial autonomy. Another is the rise of new military commanders who, in troubled times, have rapidly assumed positions of greater importance than the civilian leaders. When the Republic was established, it soon found itself constantly menaced by the danger of domination by reactionary forces backed by the military, and by the difficulty of re-establishing authority of the central government against the powerful centrifugal forces of provincialism. So 20 more years have been wasted in the long political struggles, which, though extremely chaotic and confusing to the casual observer, are historically intelligible as phases of one great movement, that of a new China seeking to build up a unified modern state in the face of all strong forces of reaction and disintegration. Thus, While Japan succeeded in establishing her new political framework 70 years ago, China has sought in vain for 80 years to bring about a political reformation, and has as yet failed to achieve a strong and stable government. Such a contrast is as significant as it is striking. It does not merely mean that China dissipated almost a century's energy and intelligence in unsuccessful political reforms when she ought to have spent it on more important and fruitful activities. It also means that, under such conditions, a steady and orderly progress in the work of cultural readjustment, such as has taken place in Japan, is not to be expected in China. China's cultural readjustment was doomed to be slow, spasmodic, discontinuous, and wasteful. For orderly and continuous reformation must of necessity rely upon some stable political order as a nucleus, as a center of gravity round which all separate and individual efforts may gravitate, accumulate, and be perpetuated into a continuous whole. Progress in any work means the continuous accumulation of present effort and improvement over past achievements. Such progress is impossible where there is no political stability to guarantee continuity, without which there can be no planning for the future, and any individual achievement may be undone or destroyed by great political upheavals. These three groups of sharply contrasting facts, which I have presented in some detail, are not intended to rob Japan of her glory of a rapid modernization, or to justify China's many failures in her cultural readjustment. Nor are they intended merely to explain why Japan's modernization has been more rapid, more orderly, and less wasteful than that of China. My main purpose in drawing these contrasts has been to drive home a fact which has not been given sufficient attention by scholars treating problems of cultural conflict and control. I wish to point out that, when cultural conflicts take place in such vastly different historical backgrounds as we find in Japan and China, there necessarily arise equally divergent types of cultural readjustment, and that these types vary with nations just as responses to cultural contexts vary with individuals of different heredity and environment. Indeed, there are so many divergent types of cultural adjustment that they really baffle enumeration. The cultural transformation in this country is radically different from that of Germany during the 19th century. The revolutionary experiments in Soviet Russia represent another type of cultural readjustment. What is happening in India, again, presents another distinct type. And the examples may be indefinitely multiplied. What is important is that each type can only be understood in the light of its own historical cultural background, and must not be judged by any single criterion. What has happened in Japan during these 70 years of modernization only represents one peculiar type, which we may call the type of centralized control. Such orderly and efficient progress and a gigantic task of nationwide reformation is only possible under the exceptional circumstances as have been described above. Its advantages are most apparent, but it is not without very important disadvantages. The Japanese leaders undertook this rapid transformation at so early a time that even the most far-sighted of them could only see and understand certain superficial phases of the Western civilization. Many other phases have escaped their attention, and, in their anxiety to preserve their national heritage and to strengthen the hold of the state and the dynasty over the people, they have carefully protected a great many elements of the traditional Japan from the dangerous penetration of the new civilization. One of the most evident examples is the state patronage and protection of the Shinto religion. The peculiar extra-constitutional powers of the military caste in the government is another example of compromise. the position of women may also be cited. In short, the rapid cultural transformation in Japan has been achieved with too great a speed and at too early a date to allow sufficient time for the new ideas and influences to penetrate into the native institutions and attain a more thorough cultural readjustment. The whole affair has assumed the form of engrafting an alien culture on the stock of traditional Japan. Much of the traditional culture is artificially protected by a strong shell of militant and nationalistic sentiment. Much that is preserved is of great beauty and permanent value, but not a little of it is primitive and pregnant with grave dangers of volcanic eruption. On the other hand, we find in China a different type of cultural response, which may be called the type of diffused penetration or diffused assimilation. In the absence of a powerful ruling class, no centralized leadership and cultural control was possible. Yet, in all these years of cultural contact, there has been undeniably a slow penetration of the influences of the Western civilization into almost every phase of Chinese life and institutions, and in some cases a conscious cultural transformation. Whereas cultural control in Japan has been in the hands of the ruling class, the cultural changes in China have always begun from the people, sometimes from no one knows where. Opium is an ancient example. Bobbed hair is one of most recent origin. Even in those cases of conscious reform, the leadership has always come from private individuals, who began as small minority advocates and gradually won over larger followings. Such changes are necessarily slow, but sometimes they can be very rapid. It took less than a year for bobbed hair to become a fashion in all the cities, and only a few years for the new punctuation marks in writing and printing to be generally accepted. Even the use of the spoken language, peihua, in writing both prose and poetry in place of the classical literary language, became a fashion among all young students in the course of only 3 or 4 years. The disadvantages of such diffused processes of cultural penetration are numerous. They are slow, desultory, sometimes blind and indiscriminate, and often wasteful because much undermining and erosion was necessary before any change could be made. And the most apparent disadvantage, of course, is that, without centralized control, no big undertakings, such as political reform, army reorganization, and industrialization on any large scale, can be easily achieved. But there are also undeniable advantages. They are voluntary. That is, a new idea or usage must first convince the people of its distinct superiority in utility or convenience before it can acquire general acceptance. They are evolutionary and gradual. The changes often come about by almost imperceptible replacement or modification of the old by the new. The best example is the change in men's shoes. The Chinese shoes of older days were made without following the natural shapes of the feet. The housewife found it more convenient to make the same shoes for both right and left feet, and no husband dared to complain that these interchangeable shoes pinched and deformed his feet. But, in the last 20 years, under the influence of the Western leathern shoes, Chinese shoes have undergone a fundamental change which has been adopted, no one knows how, throughout the country, and we are happy to report that the feet of the present and future generations may be saved from the pain and deformity suffered by my generation in our boyhood days. In this way, practically all of our ideas and beliefs and institutions have been freely allowed to come under the slow contact, contagion, and influence of the Western civilization, and undergo gradual modifications or even fairly rapid and radical changes. It is a kind of cultural transformation through long exposure. If anything is retained of the old, or any of the old things is thrown overboard, both the conservation and the change have been voluntary and probably practical and reasonable. We have not concealed anything, nor have we dogmatically withheld anything from this contact and change. In this way, China has also succeeded in bringing about a cultural transformation, which, though painfully slow and piecemeal, and lacking coordination and coherency, may yet culminate in solving some of our pressing and basic problems of life and culture, and achieve a new civilization not incompatible with the spirit of the New World. The Indianization of China, a case study in cultural borrowing. Independence, convergence, and borrowing in institutions, thought, and art. Cambridge, Harvard College, 1937. Pages 219 to 247. 1. The long history of Indianization of Chinese institutions, thought, art, and life in general furnishes the most extensive material that can be found for the study of cultural borrowing on the grandest scale. Indeed, nowhere in the world, with the only possible exception of the Christianization of Europe, can one find another source of historical materials equal in extent and in length of time. I venture to say that this attempt to study the Indianization of China as a case of extensive cultural borrowing may be found at least of suggestive value to the study of the parallel, though not quite similar, story of the Christianization of Europe. Common sense tells us that borrowing means A is taking from B something which B has, and which A has not. In the case of cultural borrowing, the relationship of have and have not is not so simple, but is often relative and graded. There are at least several broad grades. Cultural borrowing readily and voluntarily takes place in the first case. In the second type, borrowing is made usually when the superiority of the imported culture is clearly demonstrated. In the other types, cultural borrowing becomes impossible, sometimes because of native indifference, sometimes because of strong oppositions, and sometimes because of mere sentimental attachment to traditional culture. The mechanical time clock which the early Jesuits and European traders brought to China 300 years ago soon replaced the clumsy water clocks of the indigenous civilization. The Jesuits also brought to China the new methods of astronomical calculation and calendar reform. These were at first vehemently resisted by the native astronomers. But, after 40 years of struggle and 15 years of rigid competition in astronomical calculation and prediction, the superiority of European science was so clearly demonstrated that the new calendar worked out by the Jesuit scientists was officially adopted by the government in 1643 and remained in force until very recent years. But an alien culture rarely comes in single and isolated items. It always involves a vast complex of varied elements, of which some may be strongly opposed to their counterparts in the native civilization, while others are often resisted by indigenous counterparts, which the native people consider good enough for their forefathers, and therefore good enough for themselves. And, after all, who shall be the judge of which is the better, in such indefinable matters as human relations, moral values, intellectual standards, or religious ideas and practices? In all these spheres, emotional attachment is usually strong and objective evaluation difficult. Moreover, it is impossible to demonstrate satisfactorily that, of these more or less similar or more or less opposing counterparts, one form is really better than the other. The early Jesuits in China, for example, who could demonstrate conclusively that their predictions of eclipses of the sun and the moon were far more exact than those of the native astronomers, found themselves in great difficulty when they tried to prove to the Chinese that ancestor worship was idolatry, that polygamy was wrong, that the Holy Virgin was more powerful than the Goddess of Mercy, that the Christian God was more real and more lovable than the Chinese Tian, or that the Confucianist doctrine of the goodness of human nature was inferior to the Christian idea of original sin. There are times, however, when these natural barriers are not sufficient to prevent a people from wholesale and indiscriminate acceptance of an alien culture. Such times occur during periods of fanatic religious fervor, and during periods of fanatic waves of nationwide zeal for radical reforms. Japan in the last 3 decades of the 19th century was a case of wholesale cultural borrowing during a period of almost fanatic zeal for political reform. China in 1898, and again in 1926, came nearest to this fanatic level. But great waves of religious fanaticism have been the usual historical occasions of large-scale cultural borrowing. During such periods of powerful mass conversions to a new religion, people easily lose their sense of calm evaluation and embrace everything that may accompany the new faith. Sometimes such conversion requires a long period of slow penetration. Sometimes it requires great leaders of magnetic force. But when it becomes a mass movement of vast numbers, the momentum is so great that kings and queens, emperors and empresses, princes and princesses, the noble and the lowly, are swept along with it, and the new faith, together with all its vast paraphernalia, good or bad, useful or useless, desirable or undesirable, digested or indigestible, is accepted in toto with eagerness and enthusiasm. And when the first enthusiasm and bewilderment are over, when critical judgment returns with the lapse of time and with more intimate knowledge, the new faith, together with all its appendages, has already been well enthroned and entrenched in the country. Then there begins the period of doubt, of criticism, of open revolt, and even of drastic persecution. To be sure, there may have been earlier periods of doubt and opposition. There were Neros long before Constantine's. But persecutions during great waves of religious enthusiasm only render to the persecuted faith the services of free publicity, and confer upon it the additional attraction of heroic martyrdom. With the return of calm judgment, and, what is more important, with the natural reassertion of the inertia and resistance of the native culture, the borrowed culture necessarily undergoes all forms of change, modification, adaptation, domestication, and elimination. In case of minor religions, which have a comparatively small following, and have not had sufficient time to take root in the new soil, sustained persecution may succeed in completely suppressing them. Such was the case with Zoroastrianism, Nestorian Christianity, and, to a lesser degree, Manichaeanism in China. But Buddhism could not so easily be uprooted by persecution. For 2,000 years it continued to be the greatest religion in China, continuing to Indianize Chinese life, thought, and institutions. It constituted the only important source of China's cultural borrowing prior to her contact with the European civilization. It continued to flourish in China, and, through China, in Korea and Japan, even long after it had disappeared in its mother country, India. It continued to Indianize China long after it had ceased to be a vital and powerful religion in China. Indeed, as we now begin to understand, Indianization became more powerful and effective throughout those centuries, when Chinese thinkers began to rejoice that they had killed Buddhism, or at least made it innocuous. Buddhism is dead in China. Long live Buddhism. 2. It is my purpose to trace this long process of Indianization through its various stages. Broadly speaking, these stages are: 1. Mass borrowing. 2. Resistance and persecution. 3. Domestication. 4. Appropriation. By mass borrowing, I mean not only the simple process of China's taking from India all those things which were either totally absent or weak in the indigenous civilization, but also that mass movement of religious enthusiasm which blindly embraced everything that accompanied the new faith. By resistance and persecution, I mean to include those periods of history when the invading culture was openly opposed by Chinese thinkers and persecuted by governmental action. By domestication, I mean to include all those tendencies consciously or unconsciously to make the Indian religion, art, thought, and institutions take up more and more Chinese colors, to make them more at home in China in order that the Chinese people might feel more at home in them. By appropriation, I mean the culminating stage of successful borrowing when the essence, if not the bodily totality, of the borrowed culture was unconsciously appropriated, recognized by the native population as their own. In order to appreciate the vast scope of Chinese borrowings from India, it is necessary first to understand the truly striking contrast between the ancient cultures of the two peoples, especially in their religious beliefs and practices. The ancient Chinese people, who built up their civilization in the North Temperate Zone where the struggle against the forces of nature was severe, had worked out only a very simple and plain religion, consisting of the worship of ancestors, of the natural forces, and of a supreme God or heaven, the belief in divination, and a vague conception of retribution of good and evil. There was neither heaven in the sense of a paradise, nor hell in the sense of the place of last-day judgment. There were practically no mythologies, nor elaborate rituals. It was the religion of a hard-working and plain-thinking people. But, as the race became more mature and more sophisticated, it began to yearn for something more satisfying, or at least more tantalizing, than the too simple religion of its ancient fathers. Throughout the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, there were numerous ambitious quests for strange innovations in religious belief and practice, grandiose imperial quests for the great unknown mystery, which the too pragmatic and rational mentality of indigenous China could not possibly satisfy. Then there came the great religion of the Buddha, together with all the Mahayana trimmings of the pre-Buddhist and non-Buddhist religions of India. Never before had China seen a religion so rich in imagery, so beautiful and captivating in ritualism, and so bold in cosmological and metaphysical speculations. Like a poor beggar suddenly halting before a magnificent storehouse of precious stones of dazzling brilliancy and splendor, China was overwhelmed, baffled, and overjoyed. She begged and borrowed freely from this munificent giver. The first borrowings were chiefly from the religious life of India, in which China's indebtedness to India can never be fully told. India gave China, for example, not only one paradise, but tens of paradises, not only one hell, but many hells, each varying in severity and horror from the other. The old simple idea of retribution of good and evil was replaced by the idea of transmigration of the soul, and the iron law of karma which runs through all past, present, and future existences. These and thousands of other items of belief and practice have poured from India by land and by sea into China, and have been accepted and gradually made into parts of the cultural life of China. The ideas of the world as unreal, of life as painful and empty, of sex as unclean, of the family as an impediment to spiritual attainment, of celibacy and mendicancy as necessary to the Buddhist order, of almsgiving as a supreme form of merit, of love extended to all sentient beings, of vegetarianism, of rigid forms of asceticism, of words and spells as having miraculous power. These are only a few drops in that vast flux of Indian religious and cultural invasion. The general aspects of the story of the spread of Buddhism in China are comparatively well known. Suffice it to say that, according to our present knowledge, Buddhism had probably come to China long before the year 68 AD commonly assigned as the date of its introduction, that probably it had come to China, not as religion officially introduced by an emperor, but only as a form of popular worship and belief gradually taking root among the people, probably among the poorest and the most lowly, to whom the Buddhist missionaries, traders, and travelers had brought the good tidings of mercy and delivery from pain. In all probability, it was from the populace that the Prince Luing, died 70, younger brother of the emperor, caught the contagion and was converted to Buddhism. It was also from the popular worship that the emperor of Wantai, 147 to 167, elevated the Buddha and made him an object of worship in his palace. The apparently rapid progress made by Buddhism in the Yangtze Valley and on the southern coast towards the end of the 2nd century AD seems to indicate that it had had a long period of slow but steady permeation among the people. By the 3rd century, when the men of letters began to admire and defend it, Buddhism had already become a powerful religion, not because of governmental patronage, of which there was very little, but because of its powerful following among the people. It was as a popular religion of the poor and the lowly that Buddhism first came to stay in China. As such, Mahayana Buddhism came in toto, and was accepted by the Chinese believers almost in toto. It was not for the masses to choose and reject. A great religion of powerful popular appeal came and was accepted. That was all. Indeed, in their religious enthusiasm, the Chinese people soon came to look to India as the land of the Buddha, and even as the Western heaven, from which nothing but the great truths could come. Everything that came from the Western heaven must have a reason and commanded acceptance. Buddhism, or that whole movement of cultural invasion which went by the name of Buddhism, was bodily taken over by China on the high waves of religious fervor and fanaticism. 3. But the Indianization of a country with an established civilization like China could not long be smooth sailing. Gradually grave doubts began to crop up. Chinese thinkers began to realize that this Indian or Buddhist culture was in many fundamental aspects directly opposed to the best tradition of China. They began to resent the conquest of their ancient civilization by a barbarian country. Of the truly fundamental differences, a few may be mentioned here. First, the Buddhist negation of life was contrary to Chinese, especially to Confucianist ideas. To the Confucianist, the individual life is a sacred inheritance, and it is the duty of the individual to make the best of that life, at least not to degrade it or destroy it. One of the most popular texts of Confucianism, the Book of Filial Piety, says, "The human body, even every hair and every skin of it, is inherited from the parents, and must not be annihilated or degraded." Ancient Chinese thinkers of the 4th century BC taught that life is of the highest value. The Buddhist doctrines that life is an illusion and that to live is pain led to practices which the Chinese in their moments of calmer judgment could not but regard as revolting and inhuman. Throughout the history of Buddhist China, it was common practice for a monk to burn his thumb, his fingers, or even his whole body, as a form of merit in emulation of the supreme sacrifice of the Bodhisattva Bhaishajaya, the king of medicine, one of the deities of Mahayana Buddhism. Each of the two great Buddhist biographical series devoted one section to biographies of Chinese monks who had burned themselves to death, or otherwise committed suicide, as supreme sacrifices. This section is under the heading, "Those Who Gave Up Their Lives." It contains detailed stories of hundreds of such suicides. A monk would announce his date of self-destruction and, on that day, would tie his whole body in oiled cloth, light the fagot pyre and his own body with a torch in his own hand, and go on mumbling the sacred titles of the Buddhas until he was completely overpowered by the flames. Very often such human sacrifices were witnessed by thousands of pious Buddhists, whose plaintive wailings would accompany the slow burning of the pious monk. China seems to have gone completely mad in one of her strange periods of religious fanaticism. Secondly, the Buddhist monk and nun must renounce all their family relations and must practice celibacy. This was also contrary to Chinese traditions. The whole Confucianist ethics had been one of relationships, of which the family ties, being the most universal and most intimate, were regarded as the most important. Indeed, Mencius once said that of all acts against filial piety, the failure to have children was the worst. Celibacy was directly opposed to this traditional emphasis on posterity. The seriousness of this practice became all the more apparent when the number of monks and nuns grew to millions. Thirdly, the mendicancy of the whole Buddhist order was condemned by Chinese moral and economic thinkers as parasitic and as responsible for the poverty and disorder in the country. All the orthodox economic thought of pre-Buddhist China had taught that labor alone was essential to production, and that the merchant class were to be discouraged because they were parasites who were fed without cultivating the fields, and were clothed without their women working in sericulture. And now came the vast host of monks and nuns, who not only would not work, but often accumulated immense wealth for their monastic orders through the extravagant almsgiving of the lay patrons. The economic consequences became quite alarming in those times, when almost every eighth person in the empire was a monk, a nun, or a dependent of a monastery. Fourthly, the whole outlook of Buddhism on life was otherworldly, pointing to an escape from this world and this life. That too was quite opposed to the moral teachings of classical China. The Buddhist practices all forms of mental control and meditation, and accumulates merit by all forms of sutra reading and spell reciting. But for what purpose? The only answer was, for the salvation of the practitioner, which, of course, was a petty and selfish motive in the eyes of the Chinese thinker. As a Chinese critic of the 12th century put it, what we should attend to is precisely that span of life from birth to death. Buddhism completely ignores this life and devotes itself to speculating about what goes before birth and after death. But the earth, the mountains and rivers, which the Buddhists consider as empty and unreal, nevertheless stand out as concrete realities that cannot be conjured away by magic or philosophy. Fifthly, the whole Indian imaginative power, which knows neither limitation nor discipline, was indeed too much for the Chinese mind. Indigenous China was always factual and rarely bold in imagination. Extend your knowledge, but leave out those things about which you are in doubt. Say you know when you really know, and say you don't know when you really don't know. That is knowledge. Such were the wise instructions of Confucius on knowledge. This emphasis on veracity and certainty was one of the most marked traits of ancient Chinese literature, which is strikingly free from mythological and supernatural elements. Confucius once said, "I have devoted whole days without food and whole nights without sleep to thinking. But it was of no use. It is better to learn than to think in abstract." This self-analysis on the part of one of China's greatest sages is of peculiar significance in showing the suspicion with which Chinese thinkers regarded the unbridled exercise of thought and imagination. It must have been very difficult for Chinese readers to swallow down all the huge amount of sacred literature of sheer fancy and imagination. It was probably this native detestation of the unbridled imagination which led the first Chinese leaders of anti-Buddhist persecution in the 5th century to declare that the entire Buddhist tradition was a myth and a lie. These and many other fundamental differences between indigenous China and the Indianized China were largely responsible for the numerous religious controversies, and for the 4 major anti-Buddhist persecutions of 446, 574, 845, and 955. It is significant to note that all edicts for the persecution of Buddhism emphasized the fact that Buddhism was an alien religion introduced from a foreign barbarian country, and that it was a national disaster and humiliation for the Middle Kingdom to be thus barbarized. Han Yu, 768 to 824, probably the intellectual father of the great persecution of 845, coined these concise slogans: "Restore their people to humanity, burn their books, and convert their buildings to human residences." The first slogan literally reads, "Man their men," meaning that all those who embraced this alien religion were not to be considered as men. Thus, in the Edict of Persecution of 845, after enumerating the temples and monasteries demolished, the millions of acres of monastic land confiscated, and the vast numbers of monks and nuns forced to return to lay life, the emperor said, "Henceforth all affairs of monks and nuns shall be dealt with by the Bureau of Foreign Affairs." That is to say, all who are converted by a foreign religion are no longer considered as Chinese subjects. These were expressions of a nationalistic consciousness behind which was the only partially articulate recognition that this great religion introduced from the Western heaven contained many ideas and practices which had undermined the moral, social, and economic traditions of the Chinese nation. 4. But none of these nationwide persecutions ever lasted more than a few years, and none succeeded in eradicating or even diminishing the tremendous influence of the Indian religion in the country. When a persecuting emperor died, his successor invariably adopted a more lenient policy, and in the course of the years the once persecuted religion flourished again in all its former splendor and grandeur. It is a significant historical fact, however, that while no more governmental persecution of Buddhism was undertaken after the 10th century, the religion of Buddhism gradually weakened, withered, dwindled in its power and influence, and finally died a slow but natural death. Why? Where drastic persecution had failed, the more subtle processes of domestication and appropriation were meeting with greater and greater successes. Buddhism in its domesticated form was gradually and unconsciously appropriated by the Chinese people. Domestication is a common phenomenon in all cultural borrowings. A folk song or a folk story introduced from a distant province is soon revised by nobody knows whom, and, while the main theme, the motif, is always retained, most of the details, names, scenery, fashion, dress, footwear, hairdress, etc., are retouched with local color. And, after a period of successive domestications, it becomes quite difficult to recognize its distant or even alien origin. Almost every phase or element of Buddhism has undergone some degree of domestication during these 20-odd centuries. Look at the faces of the deities in a Buddhist temple in China today and trace each to its earliest Indian originals, and you will realize how the process of domestication has worked. The most striking examples are the various stages of transformation of the god Avalokitesvara, who was long ago unsexed and became the goddess of mercy, often represented as a beautiful woman with tiny bound feet. Maitreya has now become the big-bellied, good-natured, heartily laughing Chinese monk that greets you as you enter any Buddhist monastery in China. Indeed, all faces of the Buddhist deities have been Sinicized, through a long but unconscious process of domestication. Even in those cases, as in the case of the 16 or 500 arhats, where the sculptor or molder consciously tries to create foreign types, the resultant creations are invariably more Chinese than Indian. Music, painting, architecture, and the other fine arts which came from India together with the Buddhist religion were also subject to processes of domestication. The reciting and sing-songing of Sanskrit texts have become entirely Sinicized, and Indian melodies have been made vehicles of Chinese songs in which their Indian origins are often forgotten. In painting, as in sculpture, the domestication went so far that later Buddhist paintings are essentially Chinese, and differ radically from the early Buddhist art, and also from the later artistic development in India herself. The most difficult phase of domestication, naturally, lay in the sphere of the religious, moral, and philosophical teachings of Buddhism. Being in most cases basically opposed to ancient Chinese tradition, and contrary to the intellectual habits of the Chinese people, these teachings could not be easily digested. Sufficiently abstruse in themselves, they became unintelligible in the translations, of which, as we know, very few were made by really competent scholars well versed in the languages and in the subject matter. The most natural step in early attempts to understand this alien religion was to interpret it in terms of concepts, which came nearest to the foreign ideas, and which were most familiar to the native mind. Buddhism came to China at a time when the philosophical ideas of Lao Tzu and Chuang-Tzu were being revived and having a general vogue among the intellectuals, who had tired of the Neo-Confucianists of the Han Dynasty. The philosophical naturalism and nihilism of this Taoist school had certain affinities with a number of ideas of philosophical Buddhism, and it soon became a fashion to translate Buddhist terminology into words bodily taken from the sayings of these Taoist thinkers. Such borrowed terms are never exact. Nirvana, for example, was not wu-wei, and an arhat was not a shuren jin. But that was the best that could be done in the early stages of intellectual and philosophical borrowings. These Taoistic interpretations furnished the bridge of cultural transmission, and made the new ideas of India more easily acceptable to the Chinese intelligentsia. It was the first stage of domestication. As the work of translation proceeded in later centuries, the Buddhists insisted on the importance of not using existing philosophical terms of the historic schools of ancient Chinese thought. They preferred the method of exact transcription of the original sound, such as bodhi, wisdom, prajnaparamita, the path of attainment through philosophic understanding, nirvana, yoga, dhyana, samadhi, and so forth. But the Chinese readers continued to interpret and understand them in the light of what had been most familiar and intelligible to them. And it was the naturalistic and nihilistic background of ancient Taoistic philosophy that made it possible for the philosophical thought of such Mahayana schools as the Madhyamika to be understood by the Chinese intellectuals. Wherever such a favorable background was lacking, understanding and acceptance became well-nigh impossible, despite great native leadership and imperial patronage. Sun Chuang, 596 to 664, the great Chinese pilgrim, went to India at the height of Vijnanavada thought, and, after spending 15 years studying it, brought back a vast amount of Vijnanavada literature and devoted the remainder of his life to translating it into Chinese. This school had developed a most abstruse system of what may be termed introspective psychology, which analyzed consciousness into over 500 states of mind and their corresponding faculties and objects. Such hair-splitting differentiation simply could not be done in the Chinese language. In spite of the great personal leadership of Sun Chuang and some of his immediate disciples, the vast amount of Vijnanavada literature remained a sealed book and exerted practically no influence on the intellectual life of China. The study of the psychological and logical treatises of this school was revived during the recent decades in Japan and later in China, because the introduction of modern European psychology and logic had furnished new materials and a new set of terms for comparison and for interpretation. This is another illustration of the fact that borrowing in the field of speculative thought can only be done under such favorable conditions as to make it possible to interpret the unfamiliar in terms of the familiar. The failure of the Vijnanavada system in China also shows the negative phase of cultural domestication. What we cannot digest, we discard. Discarding means the elimination of all those elements which the native culture cannot assimilate, or which the native population regard as non-essential. The never-ending importation of new sutras and treatises from Buddhist India throughout many centuries began to trouble the Chinese intellectuals. As early as the 4th century, Chinese Buddhists began to ask the question, what after all is the essence of this great system of the Buddha? Gradually they formulated their answer. The essence of Buddhism is meditation and insight. All else can be discarded. Gradually it was recognized that these two phases might be conveniently combined in the one term yoga or dhyana, which means meditation, but which also implies and relies on philosophical insight. From 400 on, there was a clear tendency among Chinese Buddhists to grasp the idea and practice of dhyana or yoga as the essence and consummation of Buddhism. Simultaneously, there arose the movement to give special prominence to the Amitabha or Pure Land sect. This sect laid special stress on faith. Faith in the existence of the Pure Land presided over by the Amida Buddha of infinite longevity and infinite enlightenment, and constant reminding oneself of this faith by daily repeating the formula, Nama Amitabha. These alone are sufficient to ensure final attainment and salvation. This form of Buddhism, because of its extreme simplicity, has had the greatest appeal to all classes, and has survived all other more sophisticated sects. All these tendencies were toward simplification or filtration. But a more radical voice arose in the 5th century in the person of the learned monk Taosheng, who taught the revolutionary idea of sudden enlightenment as against all forms of gradual attainment. He had been trained in the nihilistic philosophy of Lao Tzu and Chuang-Tzu, and, paraphrasing the latter, he declared, "The word is the symbol for the idea, and when the idea is grasped, the symbol may be discarded." In these words, we hear the first declaration of Chinese Zenism revolting against the terrible burden of the hair-splitting verbalism and pedantry of Indian scholasticism. And sudden enlightenment was to be the weapon of this revolt. Grasp the idea and throw away the wordy symbols. For even dhyana or yoga includes a tediously long series of arduous and minute practices of gradual attainment, beginning with the simple form of breath control, passing through all intermediate stages of rigid mental and emotional control, and finally ending in the attainment of perfect tranquility and ease together with the acquisition of magical powers. Even this was too scholastic for the Chinese mind. From the 7th century on, there arose the southern schools of Chinese Zenism, which was built on the central idea of sudden enlightenment and discarded all the scholastic verbalism, the slavish ritualism, and even the minute practices of meditation. Buddhahood is within you. Worship not the Buddha, for the Buddha means the enlightened one, and enlightenment is within you. Abide not by the law, for the law simply means righteousness, and righteousness is within you. And abide not by the Sangha, the brotherhood of monks, for the brotherhood simply means purity in life, and purity is within you. Thus spoke Huineng, died 713, the founder of Southern Zenism. By the 8th and 9th centuries, the Zenists were becoming truly iconoclastic. They frankly said, "There is neither Buddhahood to attain, nor the truth to obtain. Wherefore do ye busy yourselves without cease? Go home and take a rest. Try to be an ordinary man who eats, drinks, sleeps, and moves his bowels. What more do you seek?" And they developed a pedagogic technique of their own, the essence of which consisted of urging the novice to seek his own awakening or enlightenment through his own thinking and living. No other salvation was possible. The whole Zen movement from 700 to 1100 was a revolt against Buddhist verbalism and scholasticism, but it was also a movement to synthesize Buddhism by sweeping away all its scholastic verbiage and giving special prominence to the idea of salvation through one's own intellectual liberation and insight. True, this process of discarding and expurgation left very little of Buddhism in the net outcome. But we must admit as a historical truth that 400 years of Zenist expurgation had really domesticated the Buddhist religion and made it intelligible and attractive to the Chinese mind. By the 11th century, Zenist Buddhism was more a philosophy than a religion. But that was exactly what it should be. For was not original Buddhism more a philosophy than a religion? Unconsciously and unwittingly the Chinese Buddhists, throughout a long period of 1,000 years, had succeeded in shearing Mahayana Buddhism of all its extraneous verbiage and in remaking it into a philosophy, a method, and a technique. Unconsciously, they had made their Buddhism nearer to primitive Buddhism than any Hinayana or Mahayana sects had ever been. And incidentally, they had thereby so domesticated Buddhism as to make it easily understood and appreciated by the Chinese intelligentsia. By the 11th century, this process of domestication was complete, and it remained for the Chinese intelligentsia to appropriate this domesticated Buddhism as an integral part of Chinese cultural life. No cultural borrowing is permanent until the borrowed culture is appropriated by the native people as their own and its alien origin is completely forgotten. In the case of Buddhism, all those elements which have not been so appropriated by the Chinese people remain to this day as the unassimilated elements of a foreign culture. The work of Indianization of Chinese thought and institutions has come about through those phases of Buddhism and Indian culture in general, which have been so thoroughly domesticated and assimilated as to be unconsciously regarded by the Chinese people as their own. Chinese borrowings from the culture of India were made in two main installments. The first portion of the borrowings came as a result of the period of mass conversion to Buddhism. The religion of Mahayana Buddhism, which contains numerous elements of the pre-Buddhist Hindu religions, became firmly established as a great popular religion in China. Many of the cultural elements that came with the Buddhist faith, as I have pointed out, were things which the traditional culture of ancient China never possessed. They filled what may be called a cultural, at least religious, vacuum, and were eagerly accepted by the believing masses. It was this portion of the borrowed culture that was the first to be appropriated by the Chinese. The second portion consisted of more subtle elements of the Indian culture, the philosophy of the world and of life, the moral and social standards, the intellectual habits, things to which the believing masses were indifferent, and which had much resistance to encounter from the age-long cultural make-up of the Chinese people. It was these elements which had required much intermediate work of shifting, discarding, distilling, and reinterpreting, before some of them were sufficiently domesticated to be unconsciously appropriated into the Chinese culture. Historically, the first period of appropriation coincided with the rise of the religion of Taoism, and the second appropriation coincided with the revival of the secular Confucianist philosophy. Taoism as a popular religion, as distinct from Taoism as a philosophy, rose in the centuries following the gradual spread of Buddhism in China. Tao means a way. There were many ways toward the end of the 2nd century AD. After the 3rd century, one form of Taoism, with its charity organizations, its practices of healing by praying and of confession of sins, and its polytheistic worships, gradually acquired a large following, not only among the people, but also among the upper classes. Beginning as a consolidated form of the earlier, Sinitic, religion of the Chinese people, Taoism received a great impetus from its impact with the imported religious system of Buddhism. There seemed to be a strong desire on the part of the Taoists to supersede and kill this foreign rival by imitating every feature of it. They accepted the heavens and hells from the Indian religion, gave them Chinese names, and assigned to them Chinese gods to preside over them. A Taoist canon was consciously forged after the model of the Buddhist sutras. Buddhist rituals were freely adopted into the Taoist worship. Orders of priests and priestesses were established after the fashion of the Buddhist orders of monks and nuns. The Taoists had also a form of meditation which was undoubtedly a modification of the yoga practice of India. The ideas of karma and transmigration of the soul throughout the existences were also appropriated by the Taoists, and made the central idea in their conception of retribution of good and evil. The idea of transmigration was only modified by the Taoist belief that the individual could attain personal and physical immortality, and thereby escape transmigration, by contemplation, medical aid, and accumulation of merit. Since the 5th century, there had been many attempts of the Taoists to oust Buddhism as an alien religion, and to establish Taoism as its sole native substitute. Taoist influence was behind practically all the governmental persecutions of Buddhism. While Taoism was intended to be a rival and substitute for Buddhism, it was too much an imitation, indeed a crude imitation, of that foreign religion to differentiate itself from it, and to command real respect and adherence from the intellectual class. Moreover, its whole outlook on life was just as otherworldly as the Buddhists'. The Taoist ideal was also to flee from this life and this world and seek individual salvation. It was as selfish and antisocial as the Buddhist. It was for this reason that, in the Confucianist attacks on the medieval religions, Taoism and Buddhism were always mentioned together as the joint object of attack. By too much appropriation of an ill-digested alien religion, Taoism had alienated the sympathy of the more nationalistic critics in the country. The revival of the secular Confucianist philosophy in the 11th and 12th centuries was professedly anti-Buddhistic. Its object was to revive and reinterpret the moral and political philosophy of the school of Confucius and Mencius as a substitute for the individualistic, antisocial, and otherworldly philosophies of the Buddhist and Zenist schools, which had prevailed throughout the medieval period. The object was to revive a purely secular Chinese philosophy to take the place of the religious and non-Chinese thought of the previous age. A statesman of the 11th century had pointed out that, during the whole Buddhist period of about 1,000 years, the best minds of the nation flocked to Buddhist schools of thought and belief merely because the Confucianist teachings were too simple and insipid to attract them. The problem in the revival of Confucianist thought, therefore, was how to reinterpret the Confucianist classics so as to make them sufficiently interesting and attractive to the best minds of the nation. As if by a miracle, the Confucianist philosophers of the 11th century suddenly discovered that the old classical writings of Confucius and his school could be made as interesting and attractive as the Buddhist and Zenist teachings. They discovered, to their great delight, that all the philosophical problems of the universe, of life, of the mind, of knowledge, and of religious reverence, which had engaged the speculative philosophers of Buddhism for centuries, were to be found in the ancient classical writings and only required a little reinterpretation to bring forth the hidden meanings of those long-neglected works of the ancient sages. So they set themselves to work at this reinterpretation. These philosophers succeeded in working out a rational philosophy of Neo-Confucianism, which had a cosmology, a theory or theories of the nature and method of knowledge, and a moral and political philosophy. This new secular philosophy also laid great stress on the perfection of the individual, which was to be achieved through extension of knowledge, purification of the will, and rectification of the mind. The extension of knowledge was to be achieved by going to the things and investigating the reasons thereof. And the rectification of the mind and purification of the will depended upon the cultivation of the attitude of reverence. But, these Confucianists proudly pointed out, the perfection of the individual was not the end in itself, as it was with the medieval religions. The perfection of the individual was only a step leading to the social ends of successfully ordering the affairs of the family, the state, and the world. All intellectual and moral training leads to the rectification of the individual life, from which shall radiate all its social and political activities. It was this social end which differentiated the secular Confucianism from the otherworldly religious system of old. And all this new philosophy was found in the old neglected writings of classical Confucianism. The new interpretation seemed so natural, so reasonable, and so satisfactory, that it was really inconceivable how such precious teachings could have been allowed to lie unnoticed for all those centuries. The historical fact was that all this reinterpretation had been the result of 1,000 years of Buddhistic philosophizing and training. Especially the 400 years of Zenist Buddhism had given the Chinese philosopher a new insight, a new set of intellectual habits, and a new source of reference material. It was as if the naked eye had been aided by a new eyeglass, which enabled him to see things which he had been unable to see before. And the eyeglass was, unfortunately, colored. He now saw things through this eyeglass colored by centuries of Buddhist and Zenist training. He now reinterpreted all he saw in that new light. He was unconsciously appropriating what he had honestly disowned and revolted against. The rationalist philosophers made a great success of their Confucianist revival and of their reinterpretation of the Confucianist philosophy, which had now become sufficiently interesting to attract the best minds of the nation, who from that time on no longer flocked to the doors of the Zenist monasteries. And when the first-rate minds of the nation ceased to be recruited into Buddhism, that great Indian religion gradually faded into nonentity and died almost an unmourned death. But what was the real nature of this secular substitute for the Indian religion? Was it a real repudiation of the Buddhist religion, as it claimed to be? In reality, the Confucianist revival since the 11th century has been only a secularization of the Indian religion. By secularizing it, the Chinese philosophers had actually universalized it, so that what had once ruled the life of the members of the Buddhist order was now extending its control over the whole non-Buddhist population through the teachings of the philosophers. Prior to the rational philosophers, Indianization was more or less confined to those who actually fled the world. But after the secularization of Buddhist ideals by the rational philosophers, the rules of life of an otherworldly religion were seriously applied to secular life. The age of rational philosophy presents to us, not the human and common-sense atmosphere which one finds in the writings of Confucius and Mencius, but an austere and icy atmosphere of the medieval monastery. Indianization was universalized by being unconsciously appropriated by the philosophers and extended by them to regions never before seriously invaded by the Indian religion. Let us first examine into this philosophy itself to see how much it differs from the medieval religions. This new philosophy has been formulated as consisting of two main paths. To increase learning, one must extend one's knowledge to the utmost. For moral cultivation, one must resort to the attitude of reverence. Cheng-Yi, 1033–1107. The first road is intellectualistic, the second, moral and religious. Reverence, to the ancients, simply meant taking things seriously. But to the rational philosophers, it has acquired a religious connotation. To be reverent now means to act in accordance with the divine reason. Now, what is this divine reason? The answer is, it is the opposite of human desire. And how can one know the divine reason? The answer is, the best way is through sitting in quiet meditation. Even the other path, that of extension of knowledge, was not free from the religious impress of medieval China. To Chu Shi, 1130–1200, extension of knowledge was to be achieved through piecemeal investigation into the reasons of things, which was a strictly intellectualistic and scientific attitude. But, in the absence of the necessary equipment and of the experimental procedure, this was a difficult path, too difficult for the soft-minded majority of the philosophers, who soon gave it up in despair and declared that true knowledge must come from within one's own mind, and the approach must be through quiet meditation and introspection. But it is in the peculiar exaltation of divine reason and suppression of human desire that we see the best evidence of the deepening of the influence of the Indian religion through its secularization. When asked whether a widow of a very destitute family might not be justified in remarrying Chung Yi, the philosopher calmly replied, "No. Death by starvation is a very small matter. But violation of chastity is a very important thing." This famous saying was included by Chu Shi in his textbook for elementary schools, which became the standard reading in all China for 700 years. Now, this prohibition of the remarriage of widows had never been the practice of pre-Buddhist China. In the 1st century AD, when the sister of the first emperor of the Eastern Han dynasty became a widow, the emperor offered to make a new match for her and asked her to choose her ideal husband from among his ministers. She expressed her preference for Minister Sun Hung. The emperor invited the minister for a chat and approached the subject by saying, "What do you think of the proverb that wealth changes friends and high position changes wives?" The minister answered, "That proverb is not so good as the other one which says, 'A friend of poverty should never be forgotten, and the wife who has shared the coarsest meals with me should never be deserted.'" Upon hearing this, the emperor shouted across the screen which shielded his widowed sister, "Sister, I am afraid my matchmaking has failed." What a human tale this was! And how different it was from the austere Puritanism of the philosopher of 1,000 years afterwards, who cold-bloodedly laid down the principle that death by starvation was preferable to the remarriage of a destitute widow. What had happened during these 1,000 years to bring about such a tremendous difference in the Chinese outlook on life? Nothing but the gradual deepening and intensifying of the Indianization of Chinese thought, life, and institutions. Buddhism was fading away, but its cultural content had been domesticated and appropriated by the secular thinkers and had penetrated into Chinese life and institutions far beyond the confines of the monasteries and nunneries of Buddhism. It is true that, with the dying of religious fanaticism, the perfunctory Buddhist monks no longer burned themselves on altars as sacrifices to Buddha. But China was erecting everywhere stone monuments to encourage young widows never to marry again, and even to encourage young girls to refuse to marry after the death of their fiancés before marriage. And strangely enough, the age of rational philosophy coincided with the rapid development and spread of that most inhuman institution of foot binding which caused untold suffering to the whole of Chinese womanhood for 1,000 years, an institution which the poets sang in enthusiastic praise, and against which the philosophers never raised a voice in protest. We can only measure the degree of Indianization by comparing this age of moral austerity and self-righteousness with the simple and natural humaneness of pre-Buddhist China. Truly, Indianization had attained its consummation in the hands of the rational philosophers, who set out to eradicate the Indian religion by the revival of ancient Chinese thought, but unwittingly appropriated the spirit and essence of the very culture they had intended to uproot. In their blind emphasis on the divine reason as the opposite of human desire, in their suppression of sex and the simple joys of life, in their righteous indignation against the remarriage of widows, and in their helpless resort to quiet meditation as a moral and intellectual technique. In these and many other aspects, these great philosophers of esoteric rationalism were unconsciously acting as the most effective agents for the final Indianization of China. 6. In conclusion, I must say a fair word for these rational philosophers. They were quite honest in their attempt to revive a secular thought, and to build up a secular society to take the place of the otherworldly religions of medieval China. They failed because they were powerless against the accumulated dead weight of over 1,000 years of Indianization. But they did usher in a new age by reviving an ancient cultural tradition of a purely secular origin. Their historic mission was comparable to the Renaissance in Europe. While they themselves were not successful in their reinterpretation of the pre-Buddhistic heritage, they had at least pointed out a way in the right direction. And some of them, notably Chu Shi, opened up a really new world by their exaltation of the ideal of going to things and investigating into the reasons thereof. It was a scientific ideal which, in the hands of scholars of a later and more propitious age, actually led to the development of a period of critical and scientific scholarship, at least in the philological, historical, and humanistic studies. That age of scientific scholarship, too, coincided with what may be termed an age of revolt against the rational philosophy of the Sung and Ming dynasties. Better philological technique and maturer experience have enabled the scholars of the last 300 years to achieve a better understanding of our indigenous and pre-Buddhist culture. The best philosophical thought of this period got farther and farther away from the Indianized tradition. With the new aids of modern science and technology, and of the new social and historical sciences, we are confident that we may yet achieve a rapid liberation from the 2,000 years cultural domination by India. Historical Foundations for a Democratic China. Edmund J. James Lectures on Government. Second Series. Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1941. Pages 1 to 12. 1. In these days when China is being regarded as a partner and ally fighting on the side of the democracies, it is natural that political scientists and students of comparative government should ask some such questions. Is China a democracy? Has Chinese republicanism or Chinese democracy any historical basis? There have been different answers to such questions. Some say that there is not an iota of democracy in China. Others want us to believe that the only hope for Chinese democracy is found in the communist-controlled districts of northern Shenxi, and that a communist triumph will make China democratic. My paper purports to describe a few historical factors which have made China inevitably the first country in Asia to abolish the monarchy once and for all and seriously to work out a democratic form of government, and which, in my opinion, furnish the solid foundation on which a democratic China can be successfully built up. These historical factors have been at work for tens of centuries, and have given to the Chinese people the tradition and the preparation for the development of modern democratic institutions. Of these historical foundations, I shall mention only three. First, a thoroughly democratized social structure. Secondly, 2,000 years of an objective and competitive system of examinations for civil service. And thirdly, the historic institution of the government creating its own opposition and censorial control. You will notice I have singled out only the institutional foundations, and have not included the theoretical or philosophical basis for a democratic China. I believe that the best way of showing the influence of a philosophical tradition is through the historic institutions, which are both the product and the embodiment of those intellectual forces. But before taking up these historical institutions, I would like to say a word about a few powerful philosophical ideas which have had a great influence in molding the social and political development of the Chinese people. The first of these is the Confucianist conception of human nature as essentially good. In a rhyme primer, which was written in the Sung dynasty, and was still used in all village schools during my childhood. The opening lines read, "In the beginning man's nature is good, near to one another by nature, men are set apart by practice. Without teaching, nature degenerates." These ideas, which go back to Confucius, and particularly to Mencius, have been the basis of Chinese education and have inculcated into the people the sense of human equality. Confucius laid down the philosophy in 4 words. Yu Chao Wu Lei. With education there is no class. This conception of the essential goodness of human nature and of the infinite possibility of education is the most important philosophical idea which has produced an almost classless society in China. Centuries before China came into contact with the democratic ideas of Western countries, Chinese children in all village schools were humming such popular rhymes as the following. Prime ministers and generals do not belong to any class. Youths should exert themselves. That is a popular paraphrase of the Confucian doctrine that with education there is no class. The second important democratic doctrine is the scriptural justification of rebellion against tyrannical government. The story is told of Confucius, who passed by the foot of Mount Taishan and heard a woman crying plaintively. He asked her what was the cause of her deep sorrow. She said, "My father was carried away by a tiger. Recently my husband was killed by a tiger, and now my son was devoured by a tiger. Why don't you run away from this place infested by such ferocious tigers?" And the woman said, "There is no tyrannical government here." Confucius thereupon turned to his disciples and said, "Remember this. Tyrannical government is more oppressive than ferocious tigers." Mencius in particular was the most outspoken advocate of the right of rebellion against tyrannical government. He said, "When a ruler treats his subject like grass and dirt, then the subject should treat him as a bandit and an enemy." And he characterized some of the historical rebellions, not as revolts of subjects against rulers, but as justified revolutions against despots, whose misrule had alienated them from the people. This doctrine of justifiable rebellion against tyranny and misrule was easily and naturally revived with the coming of revolutionary and democratic ideas from the Western world. The third important political doctrine is that the subordinate has a sacred duty to criticize and oppose the wrongdoing of his superior. A little classic, the Book of Filial Piety, has this saying of Confucius: "If an emperor has 7 outspoken ministers, Chung Si Chen, literally ministers who fight or oppose him, he could not lose his empire in spite of his misdeeds. If a feudal lord has 5 outspoken ministers, he could not lose his state in spite of his misdeeds. If a minister has 3 outspoken servants, he could not lose his family fortune in spite of his misdeeds. Therefore, in the face of a wrong or unrighteousness, it is the duty of the son to oppose his father, and it is the duty of the servant to oppose his sovereign." This idea of encouraging outspoken advice and even opposition from one's subordinates has been a most important political tradition which has made possible the development not only of the institution of the government's own censors, but also of the hundreds of great personalities who made history by fighting fearlessly against the misdeeds of despotic rulers and powerful ministers. It is from these basic seeds of Chinese political thinking that there have been developed social and political institutions which have played, and will continue to play, an important role in shaping the political development of my people. 2. China was unified for the first time in 221 BC. The first empire, founded on military conquest of the contending states, did not last more than a dozen years, and was overthrown by a revolution of the people. The Second Empire, the Empire of Han, lasted 400 years, 202 BC, 219 AD. Even before the first unification under the First Empire, the numerous small states which flourished at the time of Confucius were gradually being absorbed and consolidated into 7 great powers. The old feudal society was rapidly disappearing in an age of conquest, migration of races, and political concentration. Practically all the 7 states of the 4th and 3rd centuries BC had highly centralized government and administration. That tendency of centralized political control was made uniform under the First Empire, which divided the whole country into 36 administrative districts, or provinces governed by officials appointed by the central government. During the 400 years of the Han Empire, this tendency of political consolidation was continued and perfected. In their first reaction against the despotic consolidation of power under the First Empire, the founders of the Han dynasty created new feudal states and gave them to the princes of the blood of the new royal family. But the statesmen of the 2nd century BC soon realized the mistake of this political anachronism, which had led to armed revolts by some of these powerful princes against the central government. In order to avoid an abrupt departure of policy, the political wisdom of these statesmen devised a peaceful method for abolishing the new feudalism. This new procedure consisted of abolishing the law of primogeniture and of dividing the hereditary fief equally among the sons of a deceased or banished prince. After a few generations of equal division of feudal estates among the male heirs, all the newly created principalities were reduced to political nonentity, and were peacefully subject to the civil administration of the governors and prefects appointed by the central imperial government. Feudalism has never been revived during the last 21 centuries. This tradition of equal division of hereditary property among the sons of a family was adopted by all classes of people, and has worked for the equalization of wealth and landed property. Primogeniture seemed to have been swept overboard with the disappearance of ancient feudal society, and this new procedure came to be recognized as just and equitable. Because of this, no great estate could stand 3 generations of successive equal division among the sons. The result has been the total absence of large holdings of land by wealthy and powerful families for any great length of time. This economic equalization has tended greatly to bring about a social structure in which there are practically no class divisions, and not even any enduring differences between the rich and the poor. The founders of the Han Empire came from the lowly strata of society, including butchers, sellers of dog meat, undertakers, peddlers, and farmers. Many of their women were of poor and lowly origin. This was the first and probably the greatest dynasty and empire founded by the people. That fact alone was an important asset in the democratic tradition of China. The 400 years of political and social development under the Han Empire practically shaped and conditioned the main lines of historical evolution of Chinese national life and institutions throughout the later ages. In addition to the institution of equal division of hereditary estates, the Han statesmen were responsible for initiating as early as the 2nd century BC the system of selecting men for public office from among those persons either recommended by public opinion of the localities for their special achievements, or chosen through a competitive examination on their knowledge of the classical literature of ancient China. Throughout the empire, men of poverty and lowly origin often arose to highest positions of honor and power. One of the greatest generals who fought the Huns and drove them far beyond the Great Wall and the desert, arose from slavery. And hundreds of cabinet ministers came from families of destitution. The earlier statesmen of the empire consciously practiced the policy of laissez-faire and strict economy in order to allow the people to recuperate from the devastations of the terrible wars of the 3rd century, and to grow accustomed to the peace and order of a unified empire. It was a conscious effort to put into practice the political philosophy of away, non-activity, taught by the school of philosophic Taoism. Under this laissez-faire policy, commerce and industry flourished and the empire prospered. There grew up a class of wealthy merchants and capitalists who lived in comfort and luxury. The new political leaders after 140 BC were largely Confucianist scholars who were trained on books that exalted a static and essentially agricultural society, and who viewed with suspicion and disapproval the rising commercial class, whom they considered as social parasites that toiled not nor spun, but lived on the sweat and blood of the toilers. There were several serious attempts to limit the amount of land owned by any single individual, and to undertake governmental action for the amelioration of the conditions of the poor. These reform movements culminated in the socialistic policies of Wang Mang, who, in the first years of the Christian era, acquired political power and proclaimed himself emperor of the new dynasty, which lasted 16 years, 8 to 23 AD. Wang Mang nationalized all land, emancipated all slaves, and instituted government regulations and monopolies of salt, wine, coinage, credit, mining, and natural resources. He was the first New Dealer. Wang Mang's many socialistic reforms were swept away, and he was killed in the revolution which overthrew his dynasty and restored the Han regime. But anti-mercantile, agrarian, and equalitarian thought had become a part of orthodox social and political thinking of Chinese intelligentsia, and accounts for the low position which the merchant occupies in the social scale. The conventional ranking of the professions, not classes, into the scholar, the farmer, the artisan, and the merchant is a product of this anti-mercantile tradition. All these factors, the abolishing of primogeniture, the custom of equal division of inherited property among the sons, the recognition of the justice of people arising to power from lowliness, the selection of men for office holding by means of competitive examination, the conscious curbing of the men of wealth, all these factors continued to influence the social structure of China, making it more and more democratic. There was no aristocracy as a class except that of learning, and learning was always accessible to all who had the intelligence and the will to acquire it. The social structure was so thoroughly democratized, and the process of leveling had gone so far, that when the Manchu dynasty was overthrown in the revolution of 1911 to 1912, no one could think of a Chinese family sufficiently prominent to be qualified as a possible candidate for the throne left vacant by the downfall of an alien dynasty. Some thought of the family of Confucius, but it happened that at the time the direct lineal descendant of Confucius and the inheritor of the ducal title reserved to the Kung family was a little child hardly 1 year old. So he was passed over, and even the so-called constitutional monarchists had to agree with the Republican revolutionaries that the monarchy must be abolished and that a republic was the only thing feasible. 3. All important schools of Chinese thought of the classical period agreed that government should be in the hands of the wisest and best informed people. They were unconsciously undermining the feudal society by this advocacy of government by those best qualified to govern. With the passing away of feudalism, and especially with the establishment of a unified empire founded and governed by people who arose from the masses, there was felt a great need for securing men of knowledge and wisdom for the ordering of the state. The founder of the Han dynasty, who was an unlettered political genius, once rebuked a scholar in these words: "I conquered the empire on horseback. What use have I for your classical books?" The scholar retorted, "Sire, it is true you have conquered the empire on horseback, but can you govern it on horseback?" The early years of the Second Empire witnessed the gradual rise of the scholarly class who tamed the conquerors on horseback and helped them to write the laws and institutes, to work out the details of administration, to remedy the grotesque mistakes of the uncouth rulers, and to pacify and stabilize the empire. The task of empire building was truly tremendous. The Han Empire in its great days was almost as large as the China of today. Without modern means of transportation and communication, the work of administering such a vast empire from a central government at Chang'an, maintaining unity and peace for 400 years, and thereby setting up a permanent framework of a unified national life for 2,000 years, was the greatest achievement of the political genius of the Chinese people. The civil service system originated in the realization of the need for men who knew the language of the classical literature of ancient China. The empire was composed of vast areas which spoke different dialects, and the only common medium of empire communication was the classical language, which had been at one time a living dialect of fairly wide currency in eastern and northern China, but had become dead by the time of the Second Empire. The first step was to establish a government university with separate faculties or doctoral colleges, each specializing in one of the ancient classics. But the revival of learning through university education took time, and the empire needed men for government offices. About the year 120 BC, the prime minister, Kung Sun Hung, in a memorial to the throne, said that the edicts and the laws which were written in elegant classical style were often not understood even by the petty officers whose duty it was to explain and interpret them to the people. Therefore, he recommended that examinations be held for the selection of men who could read and understand the classical language and literature, and that those who had shown the best knowledge should have the first preference in appointments to offices requiring the use of the written language. His recommendation was adopted and marked the beginning of the civil service examination system. Throughout the 400 years of the Han Empire, however, there was not worked out any systematized procedure for the selection of men for public offices. Broadly speaking, there were three methods in use. In the first place, there were the examinations which had not yet commanded much respect and were apparently limited to clerical and secretarial offices. Secondly, there was the university, which in the 2nd century AD was said to have 30,000 students, and was becoming a political power much feared by the politicians. The university education naturally gave the youths a fairly reliable chance of civic advancement. Thirdly, from time to time the government would ask the provincial authorities to recommend men of various kinds of attainment. Men were recommended for their filial piety and purity of character, Xiaolin for marked talent, Mao Tsai for specially distinguished attainments, Soai, etc. Such recommendations were often, but not regularly, requested by the central government, and those persons thus recommended were usually given offices. Tsao d. 219 AD, one of the greatest statesmen of the age, worked out a system of classifying men into 9 grades according to their ability, knowledge, experience, and character. When his son became emperor in 220 AD, this system of 9-grade classification was officially adopted for the selection of men for government service. Under this system, the government appointed a special official for each administrative area, who was called Chung Chung, the impartial judge, and whose duty it was to list all possible candidates for office and all men of good family, and, on the basis of public opinion and personal knowledge, grade them into 9 grades according to their deserts. These gradings, which were to be revised periodically, were to serve as the basis for appointment of these men to offices in the local, provincial, or central government. This system, known in history as that of 9-grade impartial judgment, naturally involved much subjective opinion, family influence, and political pressure. It was humanly impossible to find an objective standard for the 9 degrees of grading. After being tried out for fully 4 centuries, it was finally abolished under the Sui dynasty, which reunified the country in 589, after a long period of division, and instituted the government examination for civil service in 606. From the beginning of the 7th century to the beginning of the 20th century, for 1,300 years, the main system of selection of men for office was by open and competitive examination. Roughly speaking, this system has undergone 3 stages of evolution. The first period, approximately from 600 to 1070, was the age of purely literary and poetic examination. There were other subjects, such as history, law, the Confucian classics and others, in which examinations were regularly held. But somehow, the purely literary examinations came to be the only highly prized and universally coveted channel of entrance into public life. The best minds of the country were attracted to this class of examinations. The winners of the highest honors in these poetic and literary examinations became idolized by the whole country, and especially by the women, and the successful candidates in these literary examinations usually attained the heights of governmental power more rapidly than those who took the other more prosaic examinations. In the eyes of the nation only these literary and poetic examinations commanded the interest and the admiration of the people, and the other examinations seemed not to count at all. The reasons for this peculiar preeminence of the literary and poetic examinations are not far to seek. While the other examinations required book knowledge and memory work, this class Shi, advanced scholars, was expected to offer creative poetic composition. The difficult themes assigned and the strict rules prescribed only made the successful winners shine more glamorously. And it is not true that poets are always born and not made. Fashion and training can always make a poet of some sort out of a man of native intelligence. Besides, these original compositions required wide reading, wealth of knowledge, and independence of judgment. For these reasons the Qing came practically to monopolize the civil service for almost 4 centuries, and great statesmen and empire builders came out of a system which, though fair, seemed completely devoid of practical training. The second period of the civil service system may be called an age of transition. The purely literary examination had been severely criticized on the ground of its failure to encourage the youth of the nation to prepare themselves in the practical and useful knowledge of morals and government. In the year 1071, the reformer statesman Wang Anshi succeeded in persuading his emperor to adopt and proclaim a new system of examinations, in which the poetic compositions were entirely abolished and the scholars were required to specialize in one of the major classics as well as to master the minor classics. Under the new system, the scholars were also asked to write an essay on some historic subject and to answer in detail 3 questions of current and practical importance. This new system was naturally severely attacked by the sponsors of the old poetic examinations. For 200 years the government wavered between the two policies. The prose classical examination was several times discarded and again re-established. Finally, the government compromised by offering a dual system, placing the poetic composition and the prose classical exposition as 2 alternate systems for the candidates to choose. Then came the third period, during which the prose classical examination finally became the only legitimate form of civil service examination. The Mongol conquest of North China, and later of the whole of China, had brought about much interruption and dislocation of Chinese political life, including the abolition of the civil service examination system for many decades. When the civil service examinations were revived in 1314, the classical scholars had their way in triumphantly working out an examination system entirely centering around the Confucian classics. In order to make it more attractive to the creative minds, a special form of prose composition was gradually evolved which, though not rhymed, was highly rhythmic, often running in balanced sentences, and so rich in cadence that it could be often sing-songed aloud. All candidates were also required to write a poem on an assigned theme as a supplement to every examination paper. These new developments seem to have satisfied both the desire for original poetic expression and the more utilitarian demand for a mastery of the Confucian classics, which were supposed to be the foundation of the moral and political life of the Chinese nation. So this new examination system lasted from 1314 to 1905, with comparatively few radical changes in the general scheme. In a broad sense, therefore, the statesmen of China have seriously attempted to work out and put into practice a system of civil service examination open to all people, irrespective of family, wealth, religion, or race. The subject matter of the examinations, whether it be original poetic composition or rhythmic prose exposition of the classics, has been severely and probably justly criticized as useless literary gymnastics. But the main idea behind these examinations is a desire to work out some objective and impartial standard for the selection of men for public offices. The sincerity of that desire was attested throughout history by the development and improvement of the safeguards against favoritism and fraud in the examinations. One of the safeguards was the method of sealing the name of the examinee so that no name should appear on the examination paper. Another safeguard was to have every examination paper copied by the government copyists and to submit to the examiners only the copy and not the original, so that the examiner could not recognize the handwriting of his own students, friends, or relatives. These techniques were invented about the year 1000 and have been in use in all the later centuries. Fraud in the examinations was punished by the heaviest penalties. Indeed, the system was so objective and fair that scholars who repeatedly failed to pass the examinations rarely complained of the injustice of the system itself, but often comforted themselves with the proverb, "In the examination hall, literary merit does not always count," meaning that luck may be against you. As the subject matter was always taken from the few classics and in later centuries always from the 4 books, for the lower examinations, it was possible for the poorest family to give a talented child the necessary education which cost practically nothing in books or in tuition. In the popular theaters, one often sees well-known plays portraying a poor young man or a poor son-in-law of a beggar chief successfully taking high honors in the examinations. It was a just system which enabled the sons of the poorest and lowliest families to rise through a regular process of competition to the highest positions of honor and power in the empire. Throughout the centuries of training under this system, there has grown up a deep-rooted tradition in the minds of the Chinese people that government should be in the hands of those who are best fitted to govern, and that officers and officials of the state are not born of any special class, but should be selected through some system of competitive examination open to all who are prepared to take it. 4. The office of the imperial censor, or literally the imperial historian, probably derived its extraordinary censorial authority from the very ancient days, when the historian was a religious priest and represented the will of the gods. At the time of Confucius, stories were told of historians who defied despotic rulers and powerful prime ministers in insisting upon telling and recording the truth as they saw it. They preferred death to changing their recordings. Confucius himself tried to write a kind of history where every word would imply a moral judgment of approval or disapproval, so that rulers and leaders of states might be encouraged to do good and refrain from evil doing by their natural regard for the judgment of posterity. In later ages, the historians rarely kept up this rigoristic tradition of truth-telling, but there grew up a new tradition of outspoken advice and admonition on the part of the imperial censors. The duty of outspoken interrogation and censure of the misdeeds of all government officials from the highest to the lowest was not confined to the imperial censors alone or to any particular censorial office. It was in fact a right and a moral duty of all officials of rank to speak freely and frankly to the imperial government on all matters concerning the misery and suffering of the people, or astrological signs, or warnings pointing to bad government in any particular direction, or policies which should be promoted or abolished. In short, Chinese moral and political tradition required of every government official the sacred duty of serving as the outspoken advisor of his sovereign. All political thinking of ancient China taught the importance of outspoken censure as the only means for the ruler to know his own faults, the disastrous policies of his government, and the grievances of the people. An ancient statesman of the 8th century BC is recorded to have said, "To stop the voice of the people is more dangerous than to dam the flow of a river. The wise manager of the river deepens its basin and facilitates its flow. The wise ruler of men encourages them to speak up freely." Free expression and outspoken opposition are, therefore, safety valves through which the complaints, protests, and grievances of the people are expressed and heard. They are also mirrors in which the rulers can see their own shortcomings. It is, therefore, the duty of the ruler to tolerate all forms of outspoken advice and opposition, however offensive they may be. Throughout the long history of China, there are numberless cases of statesmen who incurred the displeasure of their rulers by courageously opposing what they considered as ruinous policies of the government. Not a few of these outspoken advisers were put to death or subjected to bodily torture. But, in general, even the most notorious despots usually had an almost religious regard for the tradition, which exalted tolerance of frank censure as one of the highest virtues of the ruler. With the exception of the few dark periods of the Ming dynasty, most of the dynasties treated the outspoken censors with tolerance and leniency. Some of the great rulers, such as the second emperor of the Tang dynasty, were famous for their eagerness to seek frank advice from their ministers. The intimate memorials to the throne by such famous statesmen as Wei Chung of the 7th century and Lu Qi of the 8th century read like heart-to-heart advice of one faithful friend to another. They cover all kinds of topics from private conduct to military campaigns of great importance. Such works have been an inspiration to statesmen throughout the ages. Even in those periods when outspoken censors were punished brutally by the despotic rulers, those martyrs in the cause of free political criticism were usually vindicated, sometimes after a few years, and sometimes after 1 or 2 generations. In such cases, the vindication came in the form of conferring posthumous honors on the martyred censors, some of whom were given seats in the temple of Confucius. The policies they had sponsored were now adopted, and the persons against whom they had fought were now disgraced. As a philosopher of the 17th century put it, "There are only 2 things that are supreme in this world. One is reason, the other authority. Of the 2, reason is the more supreme. For in the history of the struggle of the righteous statesmen against the powerful prime ministers and eunuchs, reason always triumphed over authority in the end." This best expresses the spirit of the Chinese censors. They represented the Chinese historic struggle for liberty. In a sense, the censorial system may be called the Chinese counterpart for a parliament. Indeed, the censors were called the officials who speak, Yanquan, which is an etymological reminder of the modern democratic parliaments. The censorial office, or tribunal, was not a lawmaking organ, but undertook almost every other political and semi-judicial function of a modern parliament, including interrogation, impeachment of government officials, passing on the accounts of the governmental departments, and receiving complaints and grievances of the people. Tradition gave it the right to speak out even on hearsay. There was naturally the danger of malicious libel and political attack without sufficient evidence. But the main idea was to encourage free speech and to initiate investigation in cases where evidence could not be easily obtained without the effort of special investigators. As I have pointed out, the right and duty to advise the government were not confined to the censors alone. All central and provincial officials above a certain rank had the right and the duty to petition the throne on all matters affecting the policy of the government or the interest of the people. In the light of history, much of the advice offered was ridiculous, and many of the issues bitterly fought were trivial. But this tradition of encouragement to outspoken opposition has, on the whole, played an important and beneficial part in the molding of Chinese political life. It has not only trained the nation to regard outspoken and fighting officials as national heroes and protectors of the interests of the people, but it has also taught the people to think that government needs censorial check and control, and that outspoken opposition to the misdeeds of government officials, and even of emperors and empresses, is a necessary part of a political constitution. These 3 historical factors, a democratized and classless social structure, a traditional belief in the selection of office holders through an objective competitive examination, and a long history of encouragement of outspoken censorial control of the government, these are the heritages of my people from the political development throughout the long centuries. They are the historical factors which alone can explain the Chinese Revolution, the overthrow of the monarchy, the establishment of a republican form of government, and the constitutional development of the last 30 years and of the years to come. The best evidence of the great importance of these historical heritages is the fact that Dr. Sun Yat-sen, the father of the Chinese Revolution and of the Republic, deliberately adopted the power of examination for civil service and the power of censorial control of the government as two of the 5 divisions of governmental power, the other 3 being the traditional executive, legislative, and judicial powers. In these 3 decades of revolutionary wars and foreign invasion, China has not yet worked out a permanent constitution. But it is safe to predict that the future constitution of China will be a workable democratic constitution made possible by these historical factors, without which no importation or imitation of foreign political institutions can function and take root.